Here at Spa for the 2016 Total 24 Hours, we're getting ready for qualifying. It's a busy part of the evening for the teams. They have an hour and a quarter now of qualifying, then there's half an hour turnaround and 2 hours of night qualifying to take them towards midnight, and it's essential that drivers get some mileage in the dark. But not only have they got to get used to the car and the circuit and the conditions and all the traffic in the dark, they've also got to think about doing decent lap times, because the top 20 at the end of the qualifying period tonight go into Superpole tomorrow, the shootout for the front of the grid. David Addison and John Watson ready for what's going to be another intriguing hour and 15 minutes. Is this when we're going to see the best times, or do we expect that to be a bit later when it's a bit cooler in that night qualifying session?
Well, against all expectations, it's a very sultry evening here in Spa-Francorchamps. It's still 24 Celsius, a small amount of breeze, but insignificant. And I would imagine right now, when teams go back out on track, they will not be looking to achieve the best times that they can do, because as the temperature drops, normally you get a pick up in engine performance, you get a small pickup in aerodynamic performance because the air becomes a little more dense. The big key is going to be finding the clear lap. But the bogey on the back of everybody here, and I'm delighted to say it because I've been stoking the fire, is abuse of track limits. And we are going to see people establishing lap times which were going to be deleted because they've abused track limits.
This is the entry list for the 24 Hours of Spa, and as it scrolls through, you can see some of the star names that we have. You've got the likes of Bent Schneider, a double winner of the event. You've got Dries van Toor in the number 1 Audi, former Grand Prix racer Will Stevens with him. Look further down, you've got local hero Bertrand Baguette, Christopher Mies, Frank Stippler and Marcus Winkelhock, another gun team. The two Works M Sport Bentleys into the mix as well. Nissan here with its two cars, Pro and Pro-Am. You've got the Team Parker Bentley. Santalot mob-handed almost with 3 cars across the classes as well. So it's a quality entry all the way through. We talk about some of the star names, John, that's to be found in the overall element. But then in Pro-Am, of course, which is another very intense battle, you've got some more star names in that as well.
Well, I think the Pro-Am category is going to be the sleeper category here this weekend because, as you point out, amongst some of the AMs are some extremely accomplished pros. And depending on the amount of time the AM has to drive with, be it a 3 or a 4 car entrance, those cars could certainly, depending on what happens over the 24-hour period, drive themselves into a very competitive position.
And we've had, of course, in the past as well, the pros from Pro-Am being able, because they're so quick, to get onto the front of the grid. Pole position, of course, so don't be surprised if it's a Pro-Am car that starts on pole position come the end of Superpole. Take, for example, Kevin Estre in a Pro-Am Porsche. Now, he has got to be, depending whether the car is willing, he's got to be a candidate for being up there if, of course, the car gets into Superpole, and to do that, it's got to be in the top 20 come the end of the night.
Yes, and there's an awful lot between now and then before you go into that top 20 shootout. Another car, of course, one that we saw at Paul Ricard at the 6-hour race, is the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari. Alessandro Pierguidi, our favourite Ferrari driver of all time, who thrilled us 2 years ago. But that's a car, a Pro-Am car, which is capable of winning virtually on merit, because the so-called AM passing Lathoris, I mean, he is between an AM and a Pro, capable of doing a really good job on supporting the 2 Pro drivers in that number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari.
Another name that stands out in the entry list, Gary Paffett, who we were talking about in the earlier pre-qualifying session, but the former DTM champion, is here making a very welcome appearance in Blancpain in GT racing, and Gary Paffett part of this increased presence in the event from Mercedes. Now, it's the new car for this year, of course, the new Mercedes. It's already annihilated everybody else around the Nordschleife in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and I still get the feeling that they are coming here making sure they beat Audi and, of course, BMW once again to be the ultimate endurance team of the year in GT racing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a bit more than just beating. I think they're here to thrash, frankly.
Yes, I think you might be
right now we've got the top 3 are all Mercedes AMG GT3s. In the top 5, we've got another Mercedes, the Baumann, Jasmine Jafar, Maximilian Buch. So 4 out of the top 5 are Mercedes brand new AMG GT3s, and it's only the number 26 Audi of Gilbert, Mike Parisi and Christopher Hasse in 4th place that's even get a scent of the Mercedes. So that was in that pre-qualifying session that took place a little earlier in the evening. Now we're coming into the part of the night, cloud beginning to build, and is that a potent for something that might occur? Maybe not in this session, because this is going to go on. It starts at 8 o'clock and it'll run to 9:15. Then there's a 30-minute break. We'll stay on air and hopefully bring you lots of information from the pit lane, all those pit lane stories that have been percolating away. Can't wait to bring them to you. So that's something to fill that half hour with. And then we've got the nighttime qualifying, which of course is a mandatory thing for every driver to do a minimum of 2 timed laps.
Now this is how we look in the overall Blancpain GT Series at the moment, with Rob Bell being the man who, of course, has had some good points hauls across both endurance and sprint. Maximilian Buch and Dominic Baumann tied behind him. Kom Ledegaard and Shane van Gisbergen taking their endurance results. That's why they're on a different number from Rob Bell. That says Endurance Cup at the top. It is the combined of sprint and endurance. You've got Laurens Vanthoor and Frederik Vervisch coming next. And, of course, Rob Bell could leave here with an increased advantage in the championship because you score points at the 6-hour mark, the 12-hour mark, as well as at the end of the race itself. So from a championship point of view, it's important to score well. Many teams will factor that in. You kind of look at this and think, well, it's a 24-hour race, but it is a very important part of the championships, plural, the Endurance Cup and the overall GT Series.
Well, in effect, what we've got here is one 6-hour race, a second 6-hour race, and a 12-hour race. But they all combine into a 24-hour race. But the way that the points are going to be calibrated is at the 6-hour mark, the 12-hour mark, and then at the 24-hour. And I mean, look, teams are in the business of scoring points. How you achieve it, that's up to you. In the case of McLaren and Rob Bell, they've got a great 12-hour car. We know that. They won in Australia. Bathurst, one of the toughest 12-hour events anywhere in the world. They've won 6 hours in Paul Ricard. They've won 3-hour events and other events in Europe. I mean, they've got a car which up to 12 hours, we know, is capable of winning. We don't know whether it's capable of going a second 12-hour race and winning, but we'll find out here this weekend. And I tell you what, anybody who's a bit of a punter, got to be a good bet down to the bookies.
Go along with that. The Acker ASP team having a look at some of the footage from pre-qualifying as the team which had Felix Rosenqvist doing an excellent job to put his car to the top of the times, along with Tristan Vautier and Renger van der Zande. That's another dark horse combination because Renger van der Zande proved in Macau last year how good he was. He was second in the World Cup race there, the FIA GT World Cup, and Felix Rosenqvist was the winner of the Macau Grand Prix last year. So you've got two drivers that excel around difficult circuits.
Oh, outstanding. I mean, both of them.
Good, this.
Absolutely. I mean, Felix Rosenqvist and Tristan Vautier, but Rosenqvist in particular has got a stellar single-seater record. And but of course, all those records, David, may have no value whatsoever, because I understand that since the end of that session, that pre-qualifying session, and the beginning of this first formal qualifying session, the drivers have been advised by race director that they are going to stamp heavily on track abuse. And they've been given a warning. It was in the driver notes before the race, before the weekend started. They've been given a second verbal observation warning. So it's in your own hands, chaps. If you want to continue running curbs and running four wheels off the racetrack, do it consistently. Your times are going to be deleted, and that could be the lap that would put you through to the top 20 shootout. And you've then got to answer to the team. Well, there is the circuit, 7 kilometres, well, 0.4, whatever, 19 corners, and it elevates, drops, elevates, and then start-finish line. Sector 1 all the way up to Les Combes, then from Les Combes all the way down through the valley and back to effectively the exit of Blanchimont. In fact, a corner that we would expect in qualifying to see the top drivers in the quickest cars trying to nip through flat out. And then that final sector, which really is the end of the straight from Blanchimont up into, we call it the bus stop chicane. It's it's an awkward right-left chicane. Not the best bit of the racetrack. It's sort of rather a shame. I think it spoils the fluidity of a lap around this 7-kilometre circuit.
Team Parker getting ready. Stuart Parker's eponymous team. 2 Bentleys to round this weekend. And also a touring car team back in the UK, which will be in action Saturday and Sunday at Snetterton. And Motorbase, which has the Aston Martin in this, is also in the same boat with the touring car team in operation this weekend. And Ian Loggy there is the man by the side of the car. They are in the old pits, the traditional pits, so close to the pit out, but it's a long drive to get to your pit.
Yes, it is. I think during the pre-Spa 24-hour test, if I'm not mistaken, it was actually one of the Team Parker Bentleys that was quickest overall, which you could sort of feel the hair on the back of the M Sport team rising, saying, well, was that a clever thing to do? Do we need to show our hand that early? Because everybody who comes to that 24-hour pre-race test come to do a test, not to show how quick they are. They just come to do a bit of learning and get all the kind of data that they want. They don't come to prove who's quickest. And anyway, I think the Team Parker Bentley, certainly on one of the single day they were there, was quickest up until rain began to fall, and that was the end of the session.
Laurens Vanthoor will be at the wheel of number 28, which is the Audi Sport WRT car. You've got different teams as ever running Audis, but you've got effectively 3 pucker factory efforts for the Audi squad. René Rast in the background joining in the fun, but Laurens Vanthoor, René Rast and Nico Müller drive 28, the WRT run Audi Sport car. You've also got Phoenix with 1, WRT have got 2 under the Audi Sport banner. That's a serious bid to have what you might call a works victory, and illustrates how well thought of Vincent Rossi's team is, along with Ernst Moser's Phoenix squad. At the other pits, you've got Santalok, Christian Kelder's car, number 25, getting ready to go. And Santalok proved in the free practice session earlier on in the day to be competitive. And again, in fact, in the recent pre-qualifying, the best of the Audis was a Santalok car, the Greg Gilbert, Mike Parisi, Christopher Hasser entry. So the line of cars starts to grow as Santalok will be first out. And of course, the cars make their way parallel to the circuit over the white line at the end of the pit lane and then climb up the hill and rejoin the road further up the hill.
Wasn't it this session 1 year ago where a mega Laurens Vanthoor threw it off into the barriers and damaged the car? That was last year, I'm sure it was.
He did it in the race, certainly. He went off in the race, didn't he?
I thought he went off in qualifying. I'm just trying to... There was something about the Audi and it had a big bearing on the cars.
I have it in my mind that he went off relatively early in the race last year because he was behind Jelmer Berman and went off the road, and that lost them a lot of time. Anyway.
I mean, whatever it is, it's the margins, believe me, at the very top and at the front of this field are so minor that what we have seen, in this pre-qualifying session, Mercedes 4 in the top 5, well, would you want to bet, again going back to our friendly bookie, that you're going to have the same, not the same, but maybe 4, and there's the McLaren 59 car being pulled back. Is that just simply to get it off the dolly jacks which it's on, which I think it is? Yeah, they're just going to pull those dollies out underneath the car. So,
how hard is it to operate out of those older pit garages? They always feel much more narrow. You're on a hill, you're going down. Is it harder to operate there than where M Sport here on the flat in the top pits?
It wouldn't be my preference. I'd rather be on what they call Formula One pit because it's a much more level. There's not that decline that you get in the, you might call it the heritage pits here at Spa. So, and also if it rains, which it does surprisingly frequently here, if you're on the heritage pit, the water runs down there like a river. I mean, I could take my rod out and probably catch a trout. It's that deep at times. So ideally you want to be on the first pits structure, which is the Formula One pits. But why Garage 59 are down there, I don't know how the pit allocation is determined, whether it's done on lots or whatever, but Mercedes and Audi are up here and McLaren are on the heritage pits.
There is always an element of trying to make sure that the fans in the grandstands opposite the 2 pit lanes see some top teams. So you don't have all the top teams congregated in one area. It gives the fans something to see in the other grandstands.
Okay, aside from Garage 59, what top teams are on the other pit lane? I'm just trying to think of them. I mean, the
I'll
Bentleys
get back
are
to
here.
you on that.
The Bentleys are here, the Mercedes are here, the Audis are here, and the leading Ferrari team. So it's probably going to be a lot more of the Pro-Am and Ams on that side. You got the Jaguars, the XJS, you got, but fairness, you've got a couple of teams there.
Santalok's down there. We've seen that they're
and,
pretty competitive.
It all is, as you point out, I mean, there's race fans sitting watching from the traditional, because remember, if you think of Silverstone, Silverstone's got the wing, and it's frankly a soulless place for a pits to be. The history and the heritage of Silverstone is based where the old pits are, and you used to sit in a grandstand at Woodcote with your sandwiches and your whatever it was you brought with your mum and dad, and it was mega. That atmosphere hasn't existed, and it's the same here. People sit in the grandstand facing the old pits here at Spa, and that's the atmosphere for me of Spa. And look, we've got 100 or 200 or 300 motorhomes all parked up facing. I don't see a single punter. See motorhomes.
But they're driver motorhomes.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why I don't see a punter.
Exactly. Opposite where we are. We're on the Formula One
I wondered
start
where they
straight.
went and had a head down or whatever.
And opposite us are motorhomes for the drivers. It was the motorhome park opposite where we are on the pit straight. Anyway, green flag is waved. We're in business. This is qualifying for the 2016 Total 24 Hours of Spa, the race that had its first running back in 1924. It's had a checkered history. It had some pretty lean years after the death of the European Touring Car Championship. It soldiered on being a sort of catch-all saloon car race for many, many years, but with different nations doing different things and super touring developing, which was never an endurance category. Whatever tried to run around Bathurst for long-distance races, the event started to decline in prestige, in entries, and something needed to be done. And so back in 2001, it became a GT race, and SRO has looked after the event. And of course, from running GT races here, it spawned the Blancpain Endurance Series, as was, because if you go right the way back, the year before Blancpain was born, the FIA GT1 World Championship ran for a race on the Friday and the Saturday. But what do you do for the 24 hours? Because they were just 1 hour races. So SRO had a GT2, GT3 and GT4 race, and it got a big grid, and from that, Blancpain GT Endurance was born.
Yeah, and if you think back, 14 years to the days of those Maserati MC12s, Michael Bartels and many others. I mean, Eric van der Poel, I think the winningest driver here, Belgian driver Eric van der Poel, I think with 5 victories at Spa 24 hours. I mean, I can't imagine doing this race 5 times, let alone winning it 5 times. But there are drivers who just gel. I mean, you've got Tom Christensen at Le Mans, 9 victories in Le Mans. I mean, it just blows my mind. I mean, how much time they could be spending in bed rather than pounding around for 24 hours. But anyway, that's a personal view.
And Jean-Michel Martin was 4 times a winner, and no doubt he's here to cheer on son Maxime. You've got Thierry Tassin, 4 times a winner. Well, he's here running WRT.
Absolutely. I mean, little Thierry Tassin, you look at him, you wouldn't think he had it in him.
No.
But he's won 4 times here, as well as a great Formula 2 career.
Absolutely. Marc Duez, for example, 3 times a winner. He's here as one of the 2 driving standards advisors. And another part of Belgian motor racing history. Roberto Ravaglia, 3 times a winner. He's here running a team. Fred Bouvy, double winner. He's in the entry this year, and on it goes. Eddie Hewson, double winner. He's the other driving standards advisor for this year's event. So we've got cars on track. It's an hour and a quarter this session, and now we are starting to think about times. The pre-qualifying session was more, if you like, the extension of testing, but now things are getting a bit more serious.
Yes, I mean, this is where it begins to count, and when this session concludes, there's a 30-minute break, and then we go into the nighttime sessions, and quite frequently it's the beginning of that nighttime session that will ultimately see the really quick laps, because the temperature will have dropped, the track will still not be cooled, it'll still retain a certain amount of its temperature, and with that denser air, and as long as you get a clear lap, it's an exciting time as a broadcaster, and hopefully for our viewers around the world, they will enjoy as well seeing these GT3 cars being driven right to the limit, bearing in mind they've been given a warning, and this warning is going to be implemented.
We are 3 minutes and 28 seconds in when we get the first message on the timing screen warning 2 cars about respecting track limits at turn 17.
Do you know what that is? Blanchimont, the exit of Blanchimont. And how many cars have we seen on the exit of Blanchimont? The guy just releases the wheel in the exit to straighten the car up, 4 wheels off the track. I mean, if that was a fine, I mean, if you're probably in some other European countries, there'd be a guy with a cash machine swiping your credit card every time you come into the pits.
Yes.
That's the way to make these little...
Put a barcode under the car.
Correct.
And another barcode on the curb, and every time one crosses the other, ka-ching.
Ka-ching, exactly.
Yeah. The account in the name of Jay Watson and Dee Addison. Yes, I'm with you on this, John. So, the qualifying session underway, and some drivers you'll expect to see as the real guns, and so far Mercedes has been the brand to beat. Some drivers in the Audi ranks reckon that the new car isn't as good as the old car. And equally, some Ferrari drivers tell you that the 488 isn't as nice as the 458. So in some cases, the second generation car perhaps isn't quite as user-friendly as the earlier, but the Mercedes seems to be a step forward. It really does seem to have improved.
I think the reason people take the Ferrari is because you've gone from a naturally aspirated engine with a lot less torque, but a lovely balance between engine and chassis, to effectively an identical chassis, but with a turbocharged engine with a shed load more torque, which is much more difficult to the modulation of the throttle pedal against steering input and traction. So you've got to relearn it. In the case of the Audi, it's more of a refinement. It's probably at the limits that Audi drivers are having to push, more knife edgy, and therefore, it's got the balance, but just about, it hasn't got maybe the comfort which the Mercedes appears to have on this style of circuit. Other circuits, the Audi will be extremely efficient. We saw at Brands Hatch how efficient the Audi could be. The Mercedes was very good as well, but the Audi just had that little bit of extra, just the ability to directional change and that just acute turn-in. But here, where you've got long corners, you're not looking for acute turn-in. You want that nice sort of bias slightly towards the rear aerodynamically to ensure that you've got the comfort. You lean on the outside rear tyre. That's my view. You don't rely on the front to get into a corner. It's all personal choice, but I think that the Audi would be more of what I would describe as a front-end GT3 car, whereas the Mercedes may be a little bit more middle to rear wheel than say the Audi is.
So there's number one. Sorry, it is number one, isn't it? Yes. Which is the WRT car of Dries Vanthoor, Frederik Vervisch and Will Stevens, who's proved this year to be a very handy GT peddler, hasn't he? So he's going to be a man to watch. That car at the moment, not yet being identified with the driver. We'll have to go across the timing line for the driver ID to pick up.
So time is still 1:19.091, which actually is quicker than we've seen in that pre-qualifying session. So that's an early improvement. I put that down principally, and there's now a 1:18.7. So we've seen the Grasser Racing Lamborghini, and it's I was going to say Blekemolen, or the fact it's been eclipsed. So the time literally now is back to 56 lap times by the car coming across the line. So a good solid second quicker at the beginning of the session, principally, I suspect, through the use of either fresher or new rubber, but indicative of what we can expect. I would imagine as the session progresses, an hour and 7 minutes remaining, that this sort of flush of times will gradually dampen down. But nonetheless, a full second. Laurens Vanthoor, he's gone second quickest, 56 thousandths of a second behind the 56, which is still that Lamborghini. And sorry, about the Mercedes, it's the Juncadella.
Yeah.
Sorry, Juncadella in the Mercedes Black Falcon. So Mercedes still quickest. The gap between Audi and Mercedes is down to almost a blink of an eye.
And of course, there's more to come because the cars will get lighter. You'll have different drivers in some. There's the so-called heritage or tribute McLaren with the livery harking back to the very early days of what was then known as the Bruce McLaren motor racing team, with a speedy Kiwi on the sides of the car. And this is the car that Bruno Senna and Duncan Tappy share with Pipo Derani. So far, it is trying to get its first lap time on the board. Now we've already got lap times being cancelled because car number 16, which is the Grasser Racing Team, Bortolotti, Blekemolen, Inaiken Lamborghini, has transgressed and has had its lap time taken away, and also Triple Eight has lost its lap time. That's the Marco Zannottini, Vadim Glitin, Liam Talbot, Nicky Kadai Ferrari. So straight away, it's being stamped down on.
Well, Liam Talbot, who has been very, very good, particularly Paul Ricard, and that's a disappointment. That's an AM car that has been winning, so they need to make sure that they're not going to get trapped by just an errant running. I mean, the Lamborghini just running to the very edge, McLaren following behind, not dissimilar, and that's probably acceptable. It's where the four wheels are all clearly over that white line. And what's coming into, I mean, just on the right, I mean, that the McLaren right, that's over it. That certainly is going to be notified. So these guys are on a vertical learning curve, and it's going to have an impact on the grid. When we go into nighttime qualifying, it's going to have an impact ultimately in who makes it into the top 20. And there's going to be a lot of very upset little guys in the pit lane because we've got no girls in the race this year, so it's only a guys-only event. So there's going to be a lot of, that's not fair.
Now there is 57, which missed pre-qualifying. This had an engine seizure earlier.
An engine seizure, and have been very unexpected, so they're hoping to get out in this session. They said they thought certainly they'd make the nighttime session, but clearly you're having to start on the back foot. The good news is the car, the product, has been the car of the weekend to date, so they're not going to be a million miles away, but it's a concern. It's interesting talking to some of the personnel in Mercedes, and sometimes they get the view is that if you're going to have a mechanical failure of that nature, it's going to happen within a few minutes or maybe an hour of the engine's life, whereas if it gets 1,000 kilometers, it'll run for 10,000. It's I don't know what the irony of it is, but that seems to be the concept that they're coming up with.
Now there's the 0-0 Mercedes with the Linkin Park sponsorship on it of Maro Engel, Jelmer Berman and Bernd Schneider. You get the feeling that this is the car to beat, and it's very much the one that Mercedes is putting a huge amount of effort behind. Black Falcon won the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and that was a big tick for Jean-Paul Breslin's team. So he's got factory drivers put into that car, and for a round-the-clock race, the number 0-0 suggests that this is the one it's on the poster for the event. This is the one they want to be on the notional top step of the podium come the end.
And the thing that really sells it is it's got a chrome wrap.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not
looks
paint.
great, doesn't
That's a wrap. I mean, it looks mega. You can just imagine sort of tootling down Park Lane in that. I tell you what, you could break the speed limit any day of the year and they'll let you get away with that one.
Well, it looked pretty cool making its way through Spa Town yesterday as well. Now, there's a pretty cool onboard shot. Who do you think is going to be carrying that onboard camera? What car is it? Which team? And we'll tell you later on. First prize is a night with John Watson. Second prize is 2.
Exactly. And, I have got short arms and deep pockets.
So let's have your thoughts, please. Now, we've got more people being penalised for track limits. 132, the Largo Racing, the Australian team. Roger Largo, Steve Owen, David Russell, Jonathan Webb. They've had a lap cancelled. Do we know yet who was in 132 to be the transgressor? David Russell, who used to be one of the guns in the V8 development series. He's been having his wrist slapped and times disallowed. And this is going to affect things all the way through. And of course, when we get to the race, if they're still doing it, then it's going to be drive-throughs. And if they continue, it's going to be stop-goes. And if the race director really loses his rag, it'll be a black flag altogether.
I mean, I would not be surprised, and it would be a great shame, but it's totally within the hands of the driver to make sure that he doesn't do a 4 times track excursion and then have the responsibility of taking a reliable car out of a race because of driver's carelessness. I mean, that's the onus is suddenly being changed in a dramatic manner, and it's a very punitive way that you're being punished, because if you got a black flag, think of the responsibilities that you owe to your team, your sponsors, your co-drivers, everybody who's worked their hearts and souls out. So the driver, not only has he got to keep the car on track, he's got to make sure he stays within, 2 wheels have got to be within the white lines that demarcate the inside of the track, the outside of the track, and I wonder who will be the first to get that black flag. I tell you, it'll be a talking point when it happens.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And of course, the driver will say, "Oh, well, it wasn't me. I mean, there are extenuating circumstances and ... but rules are rules."
I mean, 4 wheels off. Look, I mean, that's ridiculous. Going up into Blanchimont. And he's on a slow lap.
So their 35th fastest is the 51 Ferrari, which has got...
That's Peter Mann and
at the moment, Rino Mastronardi behind the wheel of it. There's the replay of the car running through Bruxelles.
I mean, that was a big old slide on the outside of the track.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rubber build-up already on the outside of many of the corners there. We see the car coming in. It looks a bit of a threepenny bit even under braking into La Source.
One of the 2 Emile Frey Jaguars through La Source. Good to have the cars plural, but also far more competitive, of course, these days. Number 14 is the one with Stefan Rotelli behind the wheel of it. Former winner of this event. Back in 2003, Stefan won in what was then an NGT Porsche. You had, in the days of GT2, GT and NGT for the slightly less developed cars.
Are you talking about our leader?
What?
Who won on the Porsche? I missed it.
Stefan Rotelli.
Oh, Stefan, I thought it was Stefan Rotel.
I may have done, but I meant Stefan Rotelli.
No, Stefan Rotelli. Have I missed something in our hero's meteoric career?
Back in 03, because it was a very wet race, the Porsche from the secondary class was the car to have, and so the Freisinger Motorsport car was an outright winner, and Stefan has had this long, illustrious career This is the 16th time that SRO has run the 24 hours, and Stefan is one of 3 drivers, Stefan Lemeray and Fred Bouvier the others, who will have done this year 15 out of the 16, which is pretty impressive.
Well, that's a lot of a big commitment to an event is probably in the GT calendar the most popular. I mean, I suppose it's vying now with Nürburgring 24 hours. I mean, I don't know whether you have to be more masochistic to do one or other, but certainly probably both.
Yeah.
I mean, these races are. I mean, you think Spa is tricky. Nürburgring 24, I can't even think about it.
But this is pure GT3, whereas of course at Nürburgring
it's
you've
a
got,
mix.
Yeah, saloons, touring cars, hybrid technology. You've got all sorts of things, which gives it a certain character.
Is it true this year they had a category for Trabants?
Not no, sadly, but we ought to introduce that. But this perhaps has, because it's pure GT3 and therefore more cars of the same specification, it's perhaps harder to win. Perhaps, discuss. Now there's an incident between number 50 and 34. No further action is being taken. 34 is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Number 50 is one of the fleet of AF Corsa Ferraris. It's the Lathoris Rugolo Pierguidi Ferrari.
Yeah, that's a quick car. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's the quick car trying to get through a slower car, and
Go along with
maybe
that
something has
before.
occurred.
Yeah.
We didn't pick it up.
Well, no further actions to be taken, but a racing incident it's put down to. But interesting that we've had a little bit of a contretemps somewhere. How's 99 doing? This is one of the new for this year M6 shaped BMWs.
Nothing at the minute. I think it's just.
It's on an out lap, yeah.
It hasn't even completed a lap. It's on its
Yeah.
first lap out.
This is the car that's Alexander Sims, Philippe Eng and Maxime Martin. Another very, very impressive driver combination. And Maxime deserves a win, doesn't he, after all the years he's tried with Marc VDS. Dad won it 4 times, his uncle won it twice with his father. So the Martin name goes with the top step of the podium for the 24 hours.
I mean, one might say there's the BMW, but maybe not the right BMW. It was the right BMW one because they were the ones that finished the race. But Maxime undoubtedly is the sweetheart of so many of the Belgian race fans who followed both his father in his days in the 90s and 80s and 70s, probably more like the 70s. And now it's Maxime who is in one of these wonderful BMW M6 GT3s with an engine. I tell you, when you open the bonnet, you wonder where the engine is. It is probably the most engineered, highly engineered GT3 car currently in existence. Still a work in progress. They haven't yet got to the high levels that they would like, but there is the car, and that's the beautiful 0-0. Bernd Schneider. No, it's not Bernd Schneider. It's still now Marco Engel behind the wheel. Interesting. Nothing's really changed, certainly on our timing and scoring, since that initial flush of first 2-3 time laps. Again, indicative of the usage of new rubber, and you don't automatically just drop times from an hour and a half earlier on the same tyre. That's got to be either the least used or the newest of tyres you've got.
So it means that Danny Junqueira is still the fastest. We've got team managers now being summoned up towards the stewards. The Kaspersky Motorsport team, which is part of the AF Corsa squad. The Alexander Moisset, Stefan Lemeray, Davide Rizzo, Rui Aguas entry. And also lap times are being cancelled for number 3 Audi, which is Philippe Albuquerque, Rodrigo Baptista and Sergio Jimenez. Now that, number 6 Audi, part of the Phoenix fleet, that's another what you might call factory effort. It's badged as Audi Sport Team Phoenix, Christopher Mies, Frank Stippler and Marcus Winkelhock. And there, again, you've got 3 drivers that you would not bet against.
Absolutely no. I mean, those are real quality guys. They've got both experience, maturity and youth and pace. So Christopher Mies, last lap, 2 minutes 19.2, just over half a second behind the quickest time from the Mercedes. And that time, 2:19.2, compared to what we had earlier in this afternoon was 2:19.5. So even 6th quickest is 0.3 of a second quicker than the fastest time was set earlier in the evening. So down into Fagnes, this little sort of frustrating left, and right followed by the left that opens up on the exit. Again, that's what they've done, is they've actually, at the curb, they've actually put tarmac down rather than having the gravel on the outside. But at the same time, they can't really use that tarmac because they're going to... Christopher Mies needs to be very careful coming up through the exit of Stabilo and the Paul Frere curb. Again, the Bratislava Lamborghini seemingly being tripped over by everybody. Every time you do a lap, there's that yellow with them. Oh, and he's away. Look at
Oh.
that. Well, I don't think he intended to do that, but that was the maybe focus on what was going on behind with the Audi. Suddenly, I mean, almost halfway back to Brussels, as the Audi slips up the inside, and even more frustratingly, Christopher Mies drives into the pit lane to compound the frustration of the Lamborghini.
Renat Salikov, I think, getting ready at Rinaldi Racing. Not quite sure what the mascot is over his right shoulder.
Interesting helmet design, a bit more original than some
Oh.
others, yeah.
The pink paint splattered across the front.
That's, drivers' helmets have become, I think, rather boring in many decades. The individuality of a driver was very much expressed through his helmet design, and they've all become very, artistically themed and created, whereas previously helmets were just very simple drivers' concepts. Take Graham Hill or the London Rowing Club, blue with white bars on it. Was just such an iconic helmet.
And we've just seen Renat Salikov. His team manager has got to go to race control immediately. So what's the Ferrari been up to? 65 cars we have in the entry. We anticipate 64 of them in this session. The question mark is over the 57 Mercedes, as you've seen, but we've still got, even allowing for that, another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that have not yet ventured out.
I mean, probably there's no particular reason. I suspect the 84 car, which is Maximilian Buch and his colleagues, I don't know why that hasn't gone out. I mean, I'm sure sitting in the garage just waiting for the opportunity, waiting to see what people are doing. And as in theory, the track should pick up time as the evening progresses. We've just got 53 minutes of this part of qualifying remaining. I suspect that, well, in fact, I think he might just be leaving the pit lane because he's suddenly dropped off the cars that haven't run, and I think Maximilian Buch may be on his way out.
And the other one, or one of the others that hasn't ventured out yet, 230, which is the Speed Lover Porsche, but that's a national class car. Now this is 86, the Gary Paffett Mercedes, heading up towards the end of a lap, hustling on, and fifth fastest it was. It's Maxi Goetz at the wheel of it, and up to the top of the times on a 2:18.5 it goes. Maxi Goetz has kind of dropped off the GT radar a bit lately because he's been away doing the DTM, but remember, Goetz, Buch, Schneider dominated this event going back a few years and went on, of course, to win the Blancpain GT title.
I mean, currently that car, Maximilian Goetz, quickest by 71 thousandths of a second. He looked like he probably lost maybe a few tenths, maybe thousandths. In those final two turns, turn 18, 19, the bus stop chicane didn't look quite as neat and tidy, which might be a little bit depressing because he could have maybe done an 18.4 or an 18.3. And, it's the psychology of just suddenly putting a really hot lap in when everybody's running around off the pace that they had initially when this session got underway. So good job from Maximilian Goetz. There is Maximilian, no it's not, that's the 85 car coming across. We're going to see where the 84 car is. It should be on a lap somewhere. So that's the 85, the sister car. Where is that showing? It's down in 16th place, Clement Schmidt. Behind the wheel.
Yeah, Clement Schmidt was pretty rapid in the pre-qualifying session earlier on in the evening.
Look, there was a glimpse there of why the Mercedes is such a good car. Because Goetz could make a more acute turn just after the compression when he starts to go uphill, and the back of the Mercedes squatted, and it did the right thing. It didn't snap oversteer. That is confidence. That's what gives you the ability to go through that sequence of corners with confidence and get on the gas. And that nanosecond of watching the body language of the car told me that's why that car is such a good car around Spa. Personal best in the first sector, so he's gone a little bit quicker than he did in his previous lap. So he had fastest second sector overall, so let's see whether he can match that. If it's a personal best, then it means that somebody else has gone fastest in that sector, but it's possible on this lap he's far enough behind the traffic ahead of him for it not to have any particular interference. So down into the flip-flop at Flanion. Watch this. Just watches the car turns. Takes a lot of curb. Then he just turns the wheel right. Look at the way the rear of that Mercedes squats. Nothing lost. It just sits down, hunkers down, and then it shoots up over the top of radio. That's what a racing car should do.
Absolutely right. And all the Mercedes engineers looking at the data at HTP. That's the perfect way to go and have a look at Spa from up above the circuit at a rather more sedate pace.
Just hope he doesn't run out of hot air and land on the circuit. I've seen a lot of those things flying over Oxford, and occasionally the pilot gets it wrong. One almost landed in my garden about 10 years ago. So here we see, is this the 84, 85? It's the 85, so Clement Schmidt comes up slowly, so he's coming in. No, he's not, he's just using a slow approach into the bus stop, and gets again good drive off the bus stop. And very often, to get a quick lap, you have to do a slow approach, big lock-up from one of the Audis up into La Source. But that's the way you can start a lap, by using a slow approach into the bus stop, getting track position on the right, then nailing it across the apex of turn 19. And Maximilian Goetz finished that lap on a 1:18. What was his last lap? We haven't got his last lap. We've got his best lap. So it's still that 18.532. There is Maximilian Burgos, the 84 car. Just waiting to see who is behind the wheel. Wonder what this is going to be. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. And that was not what you want. That's turning the wheel. The number one Audi turning the wheel, and then the back end not being able to live with the front. And that's why the Audi is an edgier car at the limit than the Mercedes. We've seen what the Mercedes does. That's Comfort City. Turning the wheel aggressively in the Audi. Ooh.
Will Stevens at the wheel of it and having a rally crossing moment. That car, 22nd at the moment. And number 49 has had all of its lap times up to 2017, the time, cancelled because it's exceeded track limits now 3 times.
And that's our favourite Ferrari. The Rinaldi Racing 333.
No, number 49.
Oh, 49, I beg your pardon.
Which is one of the AF Corsa cars, I think I'm right. Oh, it's the Kaspersky car. Yes, we mentioned that a moment ago, didn't we? So, for repeated track limit abuse, there you go, lap times cancelled. So, it's not just one, it's all of them, a whole block of times. So, in other words, 17 minutes worth.
There's the 666. And again, it's Phil Keane behind the wheel, currently in 12th place, 7/10 of a second away. I mean, you talk about 7/10 as being like a 7 seconds. But that's the difference between 12th place and pole position, or provisional pole position, provisional quickest time. So, but we're really waiting to see Lamborghini moving forward. When we saw the car back last year at Monza, it did a brilliant job. Eventually was given the victory. We're still waiting to see it win another 3-hour event, a 6-hour event, or here at Spa, who's not going to bet against them winning a 24-hour event?
Now there's the Barwell Demon Tweaks Lamborghini, which is part of the Pro-Am effort. 666, Phil Keane at the wheel of it, and that breaks himself at the bus stop.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit clumsy, to be honest. I mean, he was making his way around another Lamborghini, one of the Grasser Racing ones, which is about to go on to a flying lap. So Phil Keane was a little bit anxious, and I mean, he wanted to get ahead, but he put himself into a rather awkward position where the car wouldn't slow down sufficiently, and then he had to bail out of it, take the shortcut around the inside of turn 19. So he's lost that lap. He's lost the lap he's going to go on to. Again, just another little niggle for the team. You know, time, the clock ticking away, just slightly over 3/4 of an hour remaining in this daylight session. When we go back into the final session, what they describe loosely as the nighttime session, then that's going to be, you're going to have that first 20 minutes, half an hour of light, and then it will gradually, the shutters are going to come down. Just having a little look down to see if any stories of any interest that we might be able to focus on. Just looking to have a look and see where the Nissan are, because their cars, well, the 23 Nissan still has yet to run. That's the Alex Buncombe car. It hasn't been out. The 22 car has been out, and whereabouts are they? They were in the, yes, 54th right now. So again, way off the sort of the kind of benchmark we would expect to see that car. So Nissan yet waiting to open up potentially what they've got. They've got a little bit of a break in the balance of performance, but they haven't been able to see any effect from it so far.
We're talking about these track limits, and at the moment lap times being cancelled. To answer a question that's been posed by Philip Lane on Twitter, what happens during the race? Well, the briefing notes that the drivers have been given read thus: during the race, the team will be warned by radio once. The second time, the driver will get a warning flag. At the third time, the stewards can impose a drive-through penalty. Now, that's 3 instances in 24 hours. So that drive-through penalty might become a stop-go or an increased stop-go. For example, it could go from 10 seconds up to 5 minutes, as an example, if the cars continue, but it'll be effectively down to the driver. So the officials in race control have to log not only the car and exceeding track limits, but which driver is behind the wheel. So there's a huge amount of admin that goes on in the race control building to look after this race. But in short, the more you do it in the race, then it becomes a drive-through penalty or worse. But hopefully, once they've had a drive-through, drivers will decide that it really isn't worth pushing that hard. So that's the answer to the question. You're on board 28. Lawrence Vanthoor is your chauffeur. John, talk us round.
Okay, out of La Source, through the gears, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, probably hitting 6th as you get to the bottom of the hill. You've got a car ahead of you. Is that going to interfere with your entry into Eau Rouge? You take a lot of curb at the inside, down a gear, on the throttle. Look how quickly he closes on that Audi ahead of him. Probably a car driven by it is a Pro-Am car. But of course the straight line speed of that car not much different to Lawrence Vanthoor. He lost time coming up through Adio. He had to check his car. He was closing so quickly. Now on the Kemmel Straight, top speed here, 275 kilometers per hour. You can brake much later than you think into Les Combes. Use a lot of curb on the inside curb in the change of direction to the left. Then watch the exit, because overrunning in the exit, no problem. Lawrence Vanthoor, 2 wheels, but 2 wheels on the racetrack. Downhill, hard to brake. Weight distribution goes to the front of the car. The back gets a little bit airy-fairy. No pun intended, Lawrence. Then down through a corner of no name. And watch on the exit. Gets it very... Oh, maybe
close.
Flirting with that white line. Flat out again. 4th gear, 5th gear. Into Pooh. Down 1 gear. Make your apex really. Float the car out to the outside and let its natural trajectory bring it back to the centre of the road to the exit. Quick exit. Then down, hard braking down 2 gears into, and he makes a mistake under braking. Lawrence Vanthoor gets it wrong. Just braked fractionally late. The back of the car didn't stay connected to the front, ran wide, lost time again. Quick down to Stavelot, use a lot of curb on the inside. Watch the exit, keep it. Yes, that's no problem at all. Then out through the exit of Stavelot, the Paul Frere Coupe. Well, Lawrence Vanthoor, you know you're flirting with that white line. Watch as you come up the hill now. Flat out in 6th gear. Is he going to go flat through Blanchimont? That's about as flat as I think any Audi's going to do it. Brave from Lawrence Vanthoor. Up the hill, then brakes late, down the gear. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Watch the back end isn't snatching on those downshifts. Turns right, turns left, looking to see an improvement in his lap time. Currently only a 20 something than the last lap. Comes across the line. Lawrence Vanthoor, well, a couple of mistakes in that lap. Not the best lap from the Mega in that number 28. Maybe the blessed Audi of all the Audis here this weekend. The BMW running wide again. Look at the use of the tarmac. I mean, which Ferrari is that? I can't quite make that the number. But the put down tarmac primarily probably more for the Grand Prix than for this. But of course now with this implementation of a much stricter interpretation of track limits, the little darlings are getting caught.
So at the moment it is Mercedes first and second. The times done by Maximilian Goetz in 86 and Daniel Juncadella in 56, which is also the top Pro-Am car. So there's an example of what we were saying earlier about how with the pros, the Pro-Am cars can be right in the mix for the front of the grid. It's Audi third, Lawrence Vanthoor. Yep. It's Mercedes 4-5, Felix Rosenqvist ahead of Maro Engel as the drivers that have done the times, and then sixth fastest, the time done by Christopher Haase at Audi 26.
I mean, we were on board with Vanthoor on that last lap. He's only done, he's recorded his lap on the second lap. I don't know how many laps he's done in total, but that last lap he had two clear driver errors, which would have cost him time, so we didn't get to see that last lap, the onboard lap. But back to the 00 Mercedes-Benz, currently 5th quickest. Maro Engel, the best lap for the car, currently 2:18.9, just under half a second away from the sister 86 of Maximilian Goetz. And there's somebody doing something I'm delighted to see, a young motorsport photographer loving looking through those catch fencing to capture his favorite car or his favorite driver car combination. And hear the thunder of that mighty V8 engine. Down the hill, hard on the brakes, keep the car tight. It's one of those corners you sort of tend to follow the curb rather than make a specific or distinct apex, then release the car on the exit. Then the short sprint down to Stavolo. As we look into the Nissan garage, and is it who's getting, is that Alex Buncombe getting into the 23? Or is that Lucas Adonis? So they're on board, the 00 up the hill, watches it, comes into the first part of Blanchimont. It's then from here onwards, that's acceptable. And the Mercedes currently showing to give the drivers pretty much a comfortable but confidence-inspiring lap. So he bails out, he's going in the pit. So whatever he did in those first 2 sectors, it's all information for the team. So is this going to be a driver change in the 00 car? 59, second of the 2 Garage 59, the regular Garage 59 cars, Andrew Watson behind the wheel.
We understand that the Nissan was saving tyres, keep another set for the race rather than use them all up in qualifying. So there's a plan to why 23 is being held in the garage.
Yeah, I mean, I think a number of teams would have probably. We saw the 84 Mercedes Maxi Book also being late out. There's still 3 cars that have yet to go on track, including the Mercedes, the 57 that's up on the axle stands, having its engine changed. That was Adam Christodoulou who was behind the wheel when suddenly it's just the engine tightened up. There's the Nissan now being manoeuvred out of the garage. And in echelon as the sister car, the 22 car, comes in. Back to the number 7 Bentley, which obeys that, yes. So number 7, who's behind the wheel of the number 7 Bentley at the minute? It's Stephen Kane, your go-to guy in that particular car. Vincent Abril and Guy Smith. So up the hill, waiting to see Bentley open up really what the potential of this car is. We think that this is certainly a top 6 car in qualifying. Again, the raucous roar of that twin turbo. Okay, it's an Audi sourced V8 engine, but it's got the right badging on it.
And as you say, Stephen Kane's the go-to guy, so he ought to be able to deliver in this car. But you've got Vincent Abril, you've got Guy Smith. It's a team that wants for nothing. Just about the right side of the white line, down towards Pouhon now, into this long, long left. Years and years ago, there was the grass verge and a gravel bed on the outside.
Love it,
now,
love it.
Now, look at it, all that tarmac. And of course, people push harder because the consequences are far less severe if they get it wrong, and then we go on about track limits again.
Well, remember that racetracks are designed to deal with a variety of events. I mean, we've got touring cars, we've got GT cars, we've got single-seaters. You've even got Formula One. And of course, if you've got Formula One, you have to have acre upon acre upon acre upon acre of tarmac because, well,
Because?
Don't even start me on that one.
Okay, and some circuits.
Stephen Kane need to be careful coming out of the Paul Frere curb, getting a little bit to the limits of what would be acceptable, flashing and trying to burn a hole in the back of the Ferrari. These LED headlights are so powerful. Look how close he gets to the Ferrari on the exit. Now he's going to make a maneuver up the inside. He hopes, yes, he does. And whether he has lost any time, I suspect he's probably lost a fraction or so of a second because he was compromised. But you can't expect a Ferrari to just suddenly uproots and disappear. So let's see what Stephen Kane, currently in 23rd place, does coming across the line. Stays 23rd.
Stays 23rd, yeah. So number 7 Bentley, 23rd for the moment. And 55, another of the smart fleet of Ferraris from AF Corsa. That's the Pier Giuseppe Perezzini, Thomas Floor, Marco Ciocci, Francesco Castellacci car. Marco Ciocci shown as the man behind the wheel of it at the moment. Heading downhill, Chiocci is another very experienced Ferrari driver.
I'm sure that that's the corporate colour, but silver in a Ferrari, it's sort of it might look again good in a a road car context, but it sort of always tends to blend into metallic colours, particularly metallic greys and silvers, blend so much into the colour of the tarmac that you lose a little bit of the car's identity. And coming down there, you can barely describe or tell what the car is until you've got it almost a 488 Ferrari. Yeah, you can tell that by those big air intakes at the rear to help air cooling into the air-to-air into those intercoolers to keep the turbochargers cool. Of course, that's another aero change within the 458 into a 488, so it has a bearing undoubtedly in what the car does in the wind tunnel, and of course that's got to be then adjusted on track to try and get the car back to that very fine and comfortable balance that the 458, the previous. Hello.
The race director has now given up on telling everybody it's track limits. It's just the new shorthand of TL. We might as well go with it. So it rhymes with our sentiments. Coming out of Blanchimont there, Chiocci way wide. Over the timing line goes the Ferrari. So remember, it's the top 20 at the end of the night that go through into Superpole tomorrow.
Guess who's 20th? Guess who's going to be in the top 20? If you took it now with 33 minutes remaining.
Kevin Estre.
Correct.
In the Porsche.
Correct.
Matt Griffin there talking to Peter Mann in the black and white overalls. And the AF Corsa team benefiting, of course, in the case of the AM car, from some of the pros giving some advice.
Yeah, I mean, these AMs, mostly very successful people in their own fields. And then you get a guy like Matt, who's a great racing driver. He's part of the Ferrari, extended Ferrari driver list, and they get placed in different cars with different co-drivers. Oh, and the McLaren just running a little bit wide. That's the 58 car. That's the hot one, as you might say, with Van Ginsberg and Rob Bell and Luke Comledigar. Yeah, not Luke Comledigar. Again, right on the very edge, keeping an eye that he doesn't. A lot of drivers are using the outside of the entry to Blanchimont to give them that chance to get through there without a lift. You need to do it. If you're 4 feet slightly further in, ain't going to be possible.
Now this car is 17th, and Shane Van Gisbergen did the time, 2:19.501.
Quite an aggressive, watching the way he brakes, then the abrupt hand coming up above the steering wheel. As Baz Linders in the Garage 59 pits, keeping an eye on all that's going on. Baz is one of those guys always worth a pit stop to have a word with.
Absolutely.
There's something that he'll tell you that you think that's worth repeating in a broadcast. Of course, we take credit for the information that we pass on, but Baz is one of those people that certainly he's an insightful person, as well as being a racing driver, now team principal, team manager.
He won it as a team principal last year, but I just wonder whether he feels from a driver's point of view that this is a race that got away. Yes, he's won it as a team manager, a team principal, but he wanted to win it as a driver, didn't he? And he came very close for many years when he was player manager at Mark VDS.
Just, picking up on some of the timing and scorings outside the top 20, probably the most significant one is the number one Audi, which is currently in 22nd place. And again, that number one Audi with Will Stevens, Dries van Thor, Frederik Vavish, on paper is a top 20 car. But I went through the list of cars and I acknowledged or recognized 25 that were potential winners. And out of those 25, you've got to say your top 20 are going to be amongst that 25. So 5 of my top 25 are going to be rather upset when they get through the end of the nighttime qualifying with half an hour remaining in the first of these 2 qualifying sessions to qualify for the top 20 shootout on Friday evening.
Giancarlo Fisichella, 32nd fastest. Now, okay, that should improve by the end of the evening, but if you put Fisichella into that Super Pole tomorrow, he ought to, and has a real chance of being, on pole position. Number one Audi here. The time was done earlier by Will Stevens. It's 22nd fastest, this car, going down through Pouhon. It's another one that ought to be in that top 20.
Yeah, I mean, the one I want to see is the 50 Ferrari. That's the car that was in the front row of the grid with Passan Lathoris, Michele Rigolo and Alessandro. I mean, that's not in the top 20 at the minute. There are a number of cars that on merit, pace, would automatically be in there at the minute they haven't shown their hand. Or if they have, it's been done on rubber, which is probably the back end of its life. As we watch the number 1 Audi again make its way up through Stavolo. Will Stevens on board. So what can Will Stevens do? He's going to try and carry as much speed as he possibly can coming into the Blanchimont, the first curve. But this is the real part of the corner. That sounds pretty flat to me. Just on the limit on the exit, he was well inside coming into the corner, but just flirting with it, probably would get away with that. So let's see if they can see any improvement. Get this car into the top. Oh, well, there we go.
Not this time.
No. But, I mean, but.
Now into the pit lane comes number 1. Let's have a look at some of the track limit abuse. Some staying just the right side of the white line, others not doing. So, John, shout foul when you see a foul.
I mean, if you're, and this going to Blanchimont, if you're inside, your left-hand side wheels are on the line, that's acceptable. It's when all 4 go over, that's probably just on the limit. Let's watch the 74 Audi, what it does. There was the car just ahead, the BMW, that was probably the biggest offender, the McLaren. That was certainly going to be a problem for McLaren. That was too far over to the left. Again, the McLaren on the exit, marginal. So it's when you get there, you see the McLaren 4 wheels well and truly off. I mean, it's even off the tennis court. Lamborghini, hello, hello. Get back on the racetrack, boy.
Yes, he nearly had to pay to get back into the circuit.
Now, that might have been seen as being a force majeure, because the Ferrari suddenly had to turn sharp left for whatever reason. But we're back with the live action the compilation we put. It's coming through here also, through radio. You can see on the inside people, they've put curbing there, just little sort of sausage curbs. Now that's something, I don't know if it was there last year or not. We're seeing those kind of curbs being more and more placed to prevent drivers taking big chunks. And certainly at the Grand Prix last year, there were lots of drivers who were complaining or getting cut tyres, and they were blaming the tyre manufacturer. It wasn't the tyre manufacturer, it was the fault of the drivers running up at the top of radio and cutting the tyres on some of the curbing. Some of those edges are quite abrupt, and it's enough just to cut the sidewall or cut the tread of the tyre. Nothing to do with the tyre manufacturer.
Yes, the drivers insist on using the curb. That's the risk they take. If that were a barrier, they wouldn't try and drive through it, would they?
Well, so, I mean, you've got racetracks around the world, road tracks around the world. You've got Monte Carlo, you've got Canada, you've got Macau. I'm sure there's others I've not even dreamt of. And surprise, surprise, they stay within the track limits.
Because if you don't, you're out on the spot.
Correct.
Pau is another example of somewhere if you get it wrong.
Yeah,
I mean, it's big, isn't it?
Big time at Pau.
Now, we've got 27 minutes of this part of qualifying still to go. Then they've got a half-hour break, and then we've got 2 hours of night qualifying. And let's pick up more of the Ferraris. Number 50 Ferrari there, again, AF Corsa. And this is the Passan Lathoris, Michele Rigolo, Alessandro Pierguidi car. And as the temperatures start to drop, depending on who's in the car, we might start to see times in this session fall, but I still think we're going to see the really good times done as it starts to go dark in that night qualifying session. So although the times might come down towards the end of this, the ultimate times we're not going to see for a while, are we?
No, we've got 26 minutes remaining. I suspect that what we saw at the beginning of this session, that sort of immediate rush and a time drop of about a second across the top 10 cars, probably not going to see much more improvement. I would imagine those that are going to go seriously to be in the top 20 are saving it for the beginning of what we might describe loosely as the nighttime session, which will start at 21:45 local time, 9:45, when it will still be, there'll still be a light. It will not be anywhere near dark. It won't get dark until fully dark until 10:30, maybe 11:45. But it's that first maybe 20 minutes or half an hour when you've got good track conditions, you've got new rubber, denser air, which gives you better engine performance, principally a little bit more aero performance because the denser air works. Another car stopped in the pit lane entrance, causing a back up, and that's the second time we've seen it. I think the first time was in Lamborghini as well.
It was the Ombra car in the pre-qualifying. That's the Conrad car. The timing screen is telling us that the pit lane is blocked by car 57. It's not. It's 57th in the times, the car in question. And it's the Conrad Lamborghini, which has got Luca Rettenbacher at the wheel of it.
It's all a bit messy coming out of turns 18 and 19 onto pit straight. Don't know what that's all about. Looks like the Jaguar wandering around, trying to maybe clean up its tyres. I think something happened coming out. People just didn't get the beginning of it. The two cars went very, very wide. Maybe they intended to come into the pits and they had to then bail out of it and go and do a further lap. So we wait and see. There was one of the Nissans went through. Donyev is currently in 40th, which I think still is by a considerable margin the best of the two Nissans. The 22 car down in 56th position, which is a disappointment for that car. That is the Pro-Am Nissan. So I don't know why we're not seeing slightly more pace on that. The hill, nothing wrong there. The Jaguar thunders its way up. So I wonder how long we're going to see the XJS in its guys, because it's sort of due for a replacement model, I would have thought, from JLR.
And this really isn't a factory homologated car, is it? I mean, this is always known as the Emil Frey Jaguar, not a Jaguar per se. Emil Frey has taken the car, made it into a GT3 car, so there's a limited budget. The reliability is sorted out, but you sort of wonder whether the F-Type isn't too soon, and that would perhaps move them on even further. Well, it always looks a big, heavy car to me, this.
I think fundamentally it is a big, heavy car. I mean, this design is a 15-year-old design in terms of the bodywork and the external appearances of the car. I mean, mechanically, it's a very sophisticated car. It's got very good engineering within that, but it's not as conceptually modern looking as some of the more recent products we've got.
Alexander Sims there, just having a quick word about life at BMW. His car is 9th fastest. He's done the time in 99. The Rover Racing BMW. Whoops, way wide there, kicking up the dirt. 69 Ferrari skips back onto the circuit.
Lamborghini pulls off on the inside of Stabilo.
That's one of the GRT cars, isn't it? That's either 16 or 19. It looks like 16 to me, which is the Anaika Bleekemolen car. No, 19. Apologies, my eyes ago. And that's the Puccini Stolz Beretta car.
Now, it's difficult to see because the grass is quite soft there. We can't see whether that's a tyre issue. More likely, it's a mechanical issue. So that car is going to stay there until the corner workers or some mechanism to remove it without having to have a full course yellow, because there's now great sensitivities to putting any recovery vehicles onto or near an active circuit. So we will wait and see whether the Lamborghini remains there or gets pushed behind the barrier. Strange, isn't it? That massive rush, and Suchek chat with his engineers, that rush that we saw, the excitement that we had in those first 10 minutes, and suddenly we haven't seen purple, or actually we haven't seen any colour, because we've now got the best lap and of course the times from this session on the timing and scoring, so we're slightly disadvantages. The number 8 Bentley is preparing to go out.
Yeah, Andy Suchek having given way. And we've got that yellow flag zone in sector 2, so lap time is going to be affected to a degree anyway at the moment.
Interesting that, it's not, I'm looking at number 2. It's the Robin Friends. It's just, it's the number 2 car in 20th position, so my mate Kevin has dropped into the 21st position, which is a bit of a disappointment. But anyway,
he'll fight
we've
back.
got 21 minutes and 18 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and we've got the night qualifying. Here we are.
Yellow flag in sector 1, so we'll look and see what that might be as we
that's back. Lamborghini, isn't it? It's a sector 2 yellow flag, and it's the Lamborghini that we've seen pull off, I think, being retrieved.
Okay. Team manager of 333 to race control immediately.
And there is 333.
There is 333.
Immediately. Pierre Eret's company adorning on the side of it. He's one of the drivers. It's an AM car for the purposes of this weekend. And down to Bruxelles he comes now with the sun setting. Of course, one of the challenges of a 24-hour race is being in the car as the light changes, whether it's late at night or, of course, in the mornings. The sun comes up and the sun hits you in tired eyes. So they're in that yellow flag zone. Have we gone to full course yellow? I think we have.
The Bratwurst. Bratwurst. whatever. Nothing like this in a 24-hour race. Best smell you get is going through the S. There we are,
full course yellow, right? Yeah.
It's going through the S's at Le Mans, smelling whatever there's being cooked in the barbecue. So same here, or Nürburgring, wherever. It's always at Nürburgring, they're all drunk as skunks.
But it's part of the appeal of the event.
So they say.
So they say, yeah.
Good opportunity to throw a full course yellow to give everybody a sense, because we've got a big change here this year in that we don't have the double safety car, which has always been unsatisfactory. Somebody's going to lose, or a lot are going to lose. Now we've got this full course yellow. We can get everything in control. Then the safety car can wait, pick up the lead car, and it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, and any safety car period will start with a full course yellow, because by getting everybody slowed down to 80 kilometres an hour, it means the race director can get the safety car out, come the race. It can overtake those cars because it can go quicker and pick up the leader. If you remember the Silverstone race, there was a rather chaotic safety car period where a local official took it upon himself to order instructions, not the race director. And that's what created the confusion.
Oh, and what happened to that particular person?
That's a longer story that
not for now.
Is for another time. But trust me, what looked as though the race director had got it wrong was not exclusively down to him. There were mitigating circumstances, and that's why that was a little bit chaotic towards the end. So Alain Adon, who takes great pride in running these races, I can assure you, wants to make sure it's done properly, and that's why full course yellow, everyone slows down, safety car's on track, it will go and find the leader, everyone will queue up behind, job good.
Absolutely right, the way it should be.
So the snappers down at Eau Rouge on the inside.
Yeah, I'm going to say just down at Eau Rouge, and what a wonderful spot. You get those, the titanium skid blocks sparks as the back end of your Mercedes or Audi or Lamborghini or Bentley or whatever it is, as the Lambo has now been attached to the recovery vehicle, and rightly so. The course, full course yellow, everything is in control. Not to say that the driver won't spin, because we've seen it happen.
Yes, indeed. But there's fortuitously a little access gate there just up the road, so easily once retrieved that car can be out of the way.
Yeah. Now whether the rescue truck has got to go back to station or whether that happens to be at station, slightly awkwardly he's.
Well, they've got to push it back through the gate.
But that should have gone a bit further forward, because it's not the easiest cut, and racing cars or production road cars that are adapted to racing do not have the kind of steering lock that the production car has, because they've got massive front discs, wheel, hub assemblies, so they need 3 or 4 cuts to get them back turned around. 56. Black Vulcan, Mikel Thorel, Ollie! I meant Ollie. And that's the car currently that is second quickest.
Yeah, thanks to Danny Juncadea's time. Oliver Morley, Abdulaziz Al Faisal, the other drivers, along with Danny Juncadea and Miguel Toril. There, out of harm's way, is Michele Beretta's Lamborghini. Beretta's gone off to get reloaded or something.
Just as a little bit of interest when we've got a full course yellow, where that Lamborghini is being...
Green flag will be on short notice. Green flag will be on short notice.
That's the voice of the race director, Alain Adon.
But where that car was being pulled off, actually, because it's such a vast race meeting, the paddock for some of the support events go all the way down the centre of the valley, almost to the point of that Lamb. I mean, I didn't realise you've got Trofeo, Lamborghini Trofeo, gentleman's thingy.
Green flag in 10 seconds.
Renault, Formula 3. I mean, they're about 2 kilometres from the pits.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they have to refuel once they got there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
Let's see Alain Adon, the race director, gives the signal. Everyone nails the foot to the boards once more. The qualifying is live again. Green flag conditions with 16 minutes still on the clock. It does work well, the full course yellow. It saves so much faffing around of having to red flag a session, get a car back, restart and all of that. Timetable stays on and it's just easier to start and finish. It's one of those elements that you think, why haven't we had it before?
I don't know why not, but it works for everybody. Nobody really gains or nobody really loses. Now, some might say that, a car ahead of me was pulling away or a car behind me pulled up to me, but essentially it's the most satisfactory way of taking control of an event on circuit where you need to get a car removed to safety. And the key to it is getting the safety car itself to be in position to pick up the race leader and then take control from that point onwards. As you say, why it's never been done before, or why maybe it was just too simple. Maybe nobody really believed it would work, but clearly with, well, I suppose with the onboard electronics, it's much easier to make it work because you've got a button, essentially. All you have to do is push it, then that you'll run at that speed.
Exactly. And so it means that the drivers know exactly when they have to slow to 80 kilometres an hour and when they can go again. It'll happen in the race, of course, as well. There'll be these full course yellow periods, inevitably, and the cars there exiting the pit lane can't cross that white line. You have to go through that little S that brings you back onto the circuit. Looks fine there with no traffic coming, but of course when there's a raft of cars coming up the hill and a raft of cars coming out of the pit lane, it can get a bit leery.
Yeah, and as you say, at different points throughout the 24 hours, you will get periods where you'll be driving around, you'll not see a car behind you, you'll not see a car ahead of you, and then 10 minutes later you'll find yourself bunched up with maybe 8 or 10 or 12 cars just all circulating. And when those cars come down out of La Source into Eau Rouge, up through Radio, and you're coming out of the pit lane, trying to make that blend in, that's when it can get a bit leery.
0-0 over the timing line. Maro Engel has done the time in that car to be fifth on a 2:18.949. The car turning its way now with Ben Schneider at the wheel of it, out of La Source, heading down past the old grandstands. And of course that's where the grid will line up come race day. The start of the race is there for history.
Absolutely, it's the most evocative part. I mean, La Source is probably the most famous hairpin on any racetrack anywhere in the world. And in the good old days, I mean, you had forest literally right up to the edge of the racetrack. Okay, you might have a concrete wall or something. I mean, how things have changed. But essentially, all the way down the hill on the right-hand side of you're looking at the grandstands, and the fans would come and they would just love to watch, GT cars, sports cars of the 50s, Formula One cars, and it was what built my dream of being a racing driver, was things like that just made me want to be a racing driver.
And this is an event as well that always manages to attract an enormous crowd. There's massive enthusiasm, and not only is there enthusiasm from the fans, but from drivers as well, because there, for example, is the Australian Largo racing team, Roger Largo himself, bronze-graded driver, but with supercar drivers Steve Owen, David Russell and Jonathan Webb on that driving force. That, I'm not saying it's going to be a winning car, but in its class, I think it should be pretty competitive, and it'll be fascinating to see what sort of lap times the three pro drivers in that car are able to do compared to Quick and Roger Largo.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of car you would think is more for the long haul rather than sprinting to the front and holding a position in the top six. Now, there's something burning in the background. I don't know whether that's a marshal's hat. Just saw.
I think it's off track, isn't it?
It probably is off track. I wonder what he's cooking. I think he's let the charcoals, get a bit more white before you throw the Côte de Boeuf.
Now, you see, you're thinking, what's he eating? I'm thinking, is he on Jupiler or is it time for something stronger?
Well, I mean, personally, it'd be something maybe of a red variety, along with a nice piece of Côte de Boeuf does it for me.
Or a nice fruit beer.
Whatever. Anyway, up the hill, and let's have a little look and see who's behaving. And the 74 ISR Audi. Oh, careful. That's all you need to do, just as your concentration. And was that Nicolas Lapierre? Who's behind the wheel of the number 74? It's Frank Pereira.
Frank Pereira did the time.
Yeah,
clarifications who's behind the wheel of it now, because we have a different display. It is Pereira still being shown. But he was way wide coming through Blanchimont as well on that lap.
Yeah. It doesn't matter, the time's irrelevant. 2 minutes 20. Best lap that car's done with Frank Pereira behind the wheel is the 2:19.1.
Out of La Source downhill. What have we got? Just under 11 minutes of session to go now.
For the last 15 or so minutes, with 10 minutes to go, people are just more or less going through the motions, maybe cycling through drivers, maybe doing a bit of brake pad, disc work, just giving track time and finding continuity. That's the other thing. It's what's most important is to find that rhythm, just to get into a rhythm that you can repeat lap upon lap upon lap, and find a way to use the traffic to your advantage and not have that sort of stop-start. Sometimes you see drivers who are very quick in a single lap but couldn't drive out of your way in traffic. As we see the 98, it's wherever it's the 98 BMW.
It's 13th, and it's got last year's winner Nick Katzberg at the wheel of it. In fact, Nick Katzberg was last year's standout driver, wasn't he? Because after, and he runs wide there over the white line, but after the sister VDS Z4 retired, did he ever step up to the plate? He got that car into the lead, and he was an absolute hero.
Well, I mean, I think that Nicky Katzberg clearly, that was a stellar race. Oh, dear me.
But with a very slow Aston up the road, he wasn't given much choice, was he?
Well, I don't know. I'd like to see that all again, because that certainly was a manoeuvre which was not part of the itinerary. And Nicky Katzberg, let's have a look and see. He's on the Aston was not running at race speed. Nicky Katzberg had to take avoiding action. And, that's what you have to do. You have to read what's ahead of you. But maybe he wasn't focusing quite as much, or didn't anticipate the closing speed being as high. So that spoiled that lap. It spoiled the lap that he's gone on to. So Nicky Katzberg currently in 13th place. As we watch up through it, is that now you get in the headlight, just catching the camera. What I want to see is how these cars, and the Nissan actually, in fairness, looks pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Coming through Eau Rouge as well, as Maxime Martin out of the car in his Civis.
Looked a bit worried, I thought.
Well, I would not surprise him, and maybe he was concerned about what he saw in Blanchimont.
Now that's 89, which is the car that Acura ASP runs. The sister car, Felix Rosenqvist's 88, is currently for the fastest.
Yeah.
It's got the luminous green aerial on top of 88, so that's easy for the team to pick out when it comes down the pit lane ready for a stop. So it's a nice little idea, that, so the team knows exactly where its car is. There's no straining, is that our car? Yes, no, and a last-minute panic when it arrives at the box. They know exactly where their car is. They'll see it from a distance down the pit lane.
Flashing light indicating there must be a car running slowly somewhere around the Fagnes area. Don't see it. Again, we're beginning to see with headlights coming on, and Stefan Otelli having a little chat with his teammates. And Stefan, in the Jaguar this year, had a disappointing race last year, and now he got taken out of the car in the morning hours, and they put Nicky Team in. And Nicky stepped up the pace significantly. So Stefan just having a little chat. We go back to the Mercedes, Maro Engel, double low car, and that's the 89 car. In fact, we're going back to that one. So nothing really changing in the top 6, and just over 7 minutes to go. Having that luminous aerial on the top certainly will make it easier for the team to spot the car coming into the pit lane, which it's now doing, because it's the power of these LED lights that cars are now being fitted with. And I've got them on on a road car. I don't talk about it on air, But anyway, one of the options was LED headlights. And I drove it into the garage, and I burned 2 marks on the concrete. It was just, I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
Well, not really, but I mean, that's how strong they are.
Has the effect. Blue flags, rather faded blue flag, being vigorously waved. That's a rather nervous-looking Ferrari, isn't it?
Yeah, twitchy on the entry again, And the twitchiness sometimes comes from the car, sometimes comes from a driver who believes you have to have all the aero on the front, and it's like a go-kart, and you can't drive a racing car like that for 24 hours. But some people, that's what they think you should do.
In the background, you can hear something
chattering
on the ground.
A bit of bodywork somewhere.
Yeah. Trying to work out which car it's from as well. But
a little bit of aggressive use of the throttle there. That's like that's a throttle where it's a light switch. There's no modulation from the driver on the throttle pedal. It's either off or it's on. Off, on. Nothing in between.
Yeah, indeed. Just under 6 minutes of the session still to run.
What's that all about? Dear me.
You can see why the race director gets cross, can't you?
I'm almost. I mean, this is the car that Liam Talbot's in. I mean, I hope that wasn't Liam, because I spoke to him when I came in this morning, and it was sweetness and light, but that certainly was... who's behind the wheel of 888? Let's have a look and see if we can find that out.
The time has been done by Nicky Caddy, understandably. It's the pole car in the AM class. That's why we're focusing on it. But it's being driven with all due gusto.
Bloody as it ever. Nicola Caddy. Italian.
Yeah, Nicky Caddy's done the time. Not sure if he's still behind the wheel, because what we're given on our timing screen is the driver that did the time.
Yeah, not the driver who's behind the wheel at the minute.
Indeed.
So it's all over, really. In effect, we've got 5 minutes remaining, so cars are going to be coming in piecemeal, and half an hour break. And we'll get down, hopefully down to the pit lane and get all the hot news. And see who's doing what and why. Some people are maybe on the out of position, or they're just... I mean, Stephen Kane, for example, in the Bentley, 21st. That's a car. I mean, the sister car, Maxime Soulet, 11th. Maxime Soulet, 2:19.2 against a 2:19.7. Okay, what car is this then, David? It's a Ferrari. It's got to be a V8, the sound of it. That's an aspirated engine, not a turbocharged engine. I would have to say it's got to be a 458 Ferrari. What is it then, Dave?
I'm still trying to work it out, and it's not helped by the fact that it's going to be a Barwell Lamborghini, isn't it? And there's drama up the road because somebody's had an off.
Big off.
There's bits of bodywork, bits of tyre. Now, who has demolished something? The yellow flag is because there's bodywork on the road.
That's a red flag. Forget about a yellow flag. That's going to be the end of the session. So where is the car? We've got bots of inner bodywork, tyres strewn. Look at the marks. You can see this, the big sideways all the way down.
Unless he's just run wide over the curb and ripped that off and then limped out of the corner. It's like the inner wheel arch, isn't it?
It's coming. Oh,
you're right. Red flag.
That is absolute. There's no brainer. Red flag. Where is the car? We can't see.
It's up the escape road at Bruxelles, isn't it?
Well, it's somewhere, but it's so far up the escape road we can't see a thing.
Will not be resumed. Session will not be resumed.
End of session, says Alain Adon. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, we don't know what caused it. It may have been a mechanical issue, but most likely it was by running too... There's a mark you can see in the gravel where the tarmac ends. There's a dark patch which indicates maybe that's a rear wheel, got the car sideways, and it's just done a fair bit of damage to whatever the car is. We don't know which car currently it is, but you can see the inner guards have been shredded as well as the tyre, unless it was a tyre failure. But a tyre failure probably created by misuse or abuse of
the cabs.
The curbing.
So like I said earlier, it looks like the inner wheel arch has been ripped out. But the car, looking at those witness marks, has gone straight on. So is it parked at Bruxelles?
It is. I mean, it's off the track. I mean, it went in sideways. You can see the marks that on the racetrack. I mean, heavy rubber marks, freshly laid. So whatever that car is, it's just... Well, surely that can't have carried on. I mean, the amount of damage that it's done. We got the rescue vehicle now making its way down to the area. We believe the car, but the car isn't here. They're just going to dump some of the tens of hundreds of maybe thousands of pounds worth of carbon fibre, inner wheel arches, and whatever else. Well, there's a mystery.
Intrigued to know who
We've had one mystery. Which car are we on? We've got no clues at all, and now we've got a secondary mystery. Here is the car.
I reckon that's a Lamborghini, he said again.
It is a Barwell Lamborghini, you're spot on.
And that's one of the two Demon Tweets cars. Great shot, that.
I saw the camera being fitted.
There you are.
But I didn't know. I knew they were fitting cameras to the front of that car. Just saw our technician doing that. But I didn't know that was the location of the camera.
It's a good place, isn't it? So everybody heads for the pit lane. You had the race director, Alain Adon, say that the session won't be restarted for 3 minutes and a bit. They'd only really get an outlap and then it'd be time for a checkered flag, so what's the point? So there's a slightly longer break, which is going to be half an hour anyway, but by 3 more minutes, there's a slightly longer break before we go into 2 hours of night qualifying. And we have the cars making their way back down the pit lane. The timing screen is suggesting that the car that went off at turn 8 and caused the damage is number 37, but there is not one in the entry, so there's more head scratching to be done. I'll tell you what they've done. They've looked at the Lumi rank, haven't they? So it could be number 19. No, because 19 was already been retrieved. Number 19 was 37th in the times. On more than one occasion, a car has been given the wrong number because someone's looked at the Lumi rank display, not the car number.
Not the car number.
But it can't be number 19 either, because that was stationary and caused the full course yellow earlier. So the plot thickens. It's a good game, this, isn't it?
Well, I mean, there's a significant amount of bodywork, inner guard or whatever, from the car, probably from the rear of the car. And, I mean, massive skid marks. If that car was driven back to the pits, it'll be interesting to see what state the tyres are in, because there'd have been a mega flat spot on all 4 of them.
So the rest head down the pit road, and time for the data to be downloaded, engineers to have a word with drivers, and then they'll get themselves ready for the night qualifying. So bear these times in mind, headed by Maximilian Goetz, 2 minutes 18.532, just 71 thousandths up on Danny Juncadella. Third fastest, Laurens Vanthoor, so Mercedes, Mercedes, Audi, then Mercedes, Mercedes, Audi, because fourth fastest, Felix Rosenqvist. Fifth fastest was Maro Engel in 00, and then sixth for Santilot Christopher Hasse doing the time. Seventh, the ISR Audi, Franck Pereira. Eighth fastest was Robin Frins, ahead of Callum McLeod, and then to round out the top 10, Alexander Sims with Maxime Soulet, and then Christopher Mies to round out the first dozen. 13th was Nick Katzberg, and 14th Phil Keane, ahead of Clement Schmidt in 15th in the times. So that's how the front of the leaderboard looks, but of course, given the night qualifying, it could all change, and Kevin Estre in the end dropping to 22nd, just behind the Stephen Kane Bentley, so there's a bit more time to be found once things start to cool. But of course, knowing, as the teams do, that the conditions will change a little bit and the times will become quicker, they'll all be well aware that that's when you need to put your gun driver in. They'll be banking on that time rather than using the star driver in the session we've just had. So don't be surprised if the order jumbles again once we get to that optimum time of the evening where it's cooler but there's still enough visibility to really go for a good time. 64 cars we had, not 65. Number 57 still with the engine travails, not making it out, but fingers crossed it might be there. Indeed, it will probably have to be there for night qualifying. If the cars missed pre-qualifying and night qualifying, there's quite a bit of persuasion of the stewards, I would have thought. Now, they're experienced drivers in 57. You've got Hubert Haupt, Andreas Simonsen and Adam Christodoulou, all of whom have done this race before.
And they've got what, virtually half an hour before the session starts, and then they've got a 2-hour window to get all 3 drivers cycled through, so you can say they've got an hour and a half and still have plenty of time to get the cars into and qualified for tomorrow's event.
Indeed so, and 2 hours of the night qualifying to come. The Speed Lover Porsche did eventually go out, albeit quite a long way into the session, and was the quicker of the two in the national class. Right, let's catch up with some of the drivers at the end of qualifying. Matsi Goetz did the top time, and he is in the pit lane with our reporter, Dakota Jane.
Maxi, congratulations so far. You're currently fastest. All is looking good so far for the 86 Mercedes.
Yeah, looks not bad. I've got a good lap. It's right in the beginning of the qualifying. I had a clear lap, so that's really important if you see so many cars out there and some good cars on it, purple sectors and green sectors, but in the end you have to bring it together. That's the thing here. But overall we feel quite well. We did big steps from practice to qualifying now. And if we keep going like that, then it would be very good for us.
Do you think you can keep this pace going for the night qualifying?
Maybe it's going to be a bit slower because of the view. You know, it's getting dark now, and it's probably going. Yeah, it's getting hard to beat the times. But overall, I think important is that we find a good balance now for long runs. We will do now long runs to see how the car feels. So we are settled. So we have no pressure to do it again, to do a good lap time. So we will see what's the plan now from now on to 11:15.
And what's it like having Gary in the car with you?
Yeah, it's fun. I know him since 2 years now, a bit more because of DTM. We're spending a lot of time together during the year, and for him, for sure, it's a new world, a new part of his career. I'm really proud to show him a bit what's going on here in GT racing. But I think he feels quite good and confidence. And Thomas as well, so he did also a lot of racing here in Spa and GT racing especially. But with Gary, it's always fun, and he's a good guy.
Well done so far. We hope to see your bright yellow car in the middle of the night.
Hopefully, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So Maxi Götz then 71,000 quicker he was than Danny Juncadella. So Mercedes, Audi. And Vincent Franson, the circuit commentator, is the next one in line to have a word with Maxi. And there is the distinctive yellow Mercedes that Dakota was just referring to. Gary Paffett is there, now a GT driver, all smiles. It's been another trying season for him in the DTM, but you kind of get the feeling that if this weekend goes well, we could be seeing a lot more of GP and GT racing.
I would like to see Gary involved in this racing. He's still a young man in relative terms of, I mean, he's in his 30s now, but capable of going out and competing against any of the younger competitors. I mean, just so much experience in touring car racing. And I mean, a DTM car is not exactly, it's a very difficult, tricky, balanced car. When it works, it's brilliant, but getting it there and getting it to suit you, whereas one of these Mercedes, I think he would just love it. And the racing, you've got great racing without all that sort of animal that you get in DTM.
But if you think as well that were he to do, for example, the Sprint Cup, a 1 hour race, DTM races are 70 minutes, so he's got that mindset for that duration already. He knows about pit stops because they have them in the DTM. So, he'd be a real asset to this category, that's for sure. Danny Juncadella is, like Maxi Götz, a contemporary, and Gary Paffett, a contemporary Mercedes DTM driver, and there he is second fastest. And you've got the likes of Martin Tomczyk, as well as Maxime Martin, part of the BMW DTM Assault, taking part in the race this year. The more you look through the entry list, the more you find as well. We've only sort of scratched the surface of it, really, thus far in that first qualifying session, but we'll find yet more names. And down in the pit lane, Santa Lock, they're in the old pits, the narrower pit garages down on the slope, hard at work, getting the car looking spotless, ready for the next session. Marco Bononomi, Audi factory driver, with Mark Rostow, Christian Kelders and Fred Bouvy in the squad. So again, it's a very rapid combination of drivers there. Now the teams getting themselves ready, and Pro-Am pole taken by Danny Juncadella in that session provisionally, but Oliver Morley, one of his co-drivers, is right there.
Oliver, your car is currently fastest in Pro-Am. The Mercedes are looking really strong on the track tonight.
Yeah, it's quite a surprise because we thought we'd struggle a little bit, but it all seems to have come together. Car's great, mechanics done a fantastic job. She handles like a dream. We call her Vicky. Mechanics named her, and she's definitely a real person, and she's done us proud today as of all the team, all the mechanics. Just the car is just absolutely tip-top. So really pleased for Danny. He got pole for us in Pro-Am. And the Mercs are looking good, but it's been many a year before we got here, so in some ways we deserve it, but it's looking good.
Is that a V for victory, or is there any other reason why you picked Vicky as a name for your car?
No, do you know what? I didn't. One of the mechanics didn't. There's a sticker inside that says Vicky, but she's got a soul, so she's Vicky. And anyway, very happy that I'm driving her because she hasn't let me down. I've raced this all season, and we've had a few scrapes and bangs, and she always gets through to the finish. So, very pleased.
Okay.
That car.
It's looking good so far, so good luck for the rest of tonight.
Yeah. I mean, we've got night qualifying tonight. It's obviously a long way to go. The competition is really, really tough. It's the first shot, but nice to be in this position for once rather than chasing it. So, let's see what happens. Keep out of trouble, and I don't know, anything can happen in this 24. It doesn't really matter where you start, but it's definitely nice for once to start at the front.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, pleasure, thanks.
Oliver Morley then in the pit garage. So much comes out of the pit lane in a race like this, and when we get to the race itself, it's going to be a full broadcast, 24 hours covered this year, and patrolling the pits for some of it and anchoring the booth for some of it, Andrew Marriott, who joins us. It's going to be a mega weekend, this, Andrew.
Absolutely, what a fantastic entry. I'm blown away. I've only been here about 2 hours, so I'm blown away by what I've seen.
Welcome to Blancpain.
Yeah, not used to Blancpain. Obviously, you've done a lot of races, mainly in the States over recent years, and of course, Le Mans every year for, 40 odd anyway. And I'm absolutely blown away by the professionalism of the teams, what I've seen so far, the quality of the drivers, some great drivers here, and it's going to be a big battle. But as ever in a race like this, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of strategy too.
Indeed so, and the teams now have to think about the regulation on pit stops that say that if you refuel and you change more than one tyre, then you're into this sort of delta time that you've got to adhere to. And there's also now everybody has to serve what's sort of like a mechanical 5-minute pit stop, which brings some of the lesser teams a bit more into the race.
Yeah, I don't quite get what they're doing with that, because I think in a race like this, that 5-minute stop is really to change front. Well, in America we say rotors, but change the whole disc assembly these days. And what is just in the bit? Just about 5 minutes to do that normally, I think. So you would try and do that when it's a full course yellow, if you could. Yeah. If you're not running out of brakes and you're sort of halfway through the race, that's what you try to do. So I think that balances out. Not so sure about the other rules so much. I will see how it works, won't we? And you know, I know that the WRT team is already complaining about this rule because they're so good at pit stops.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And
but it's interesting because I was talking to Rob Bell last night, and he was saying, well, actually, that regulation has helped us this year because we're not as good in the pits yet.
Yes.
We're working, but actually, that's bringing us back into the mix because otherwise we'll be giving away, let's say, 10 seconds sometime to WRT, and we saw that in the sprint race at the Nürburgring a month ago. So it works for some, it hinders others. But yes, the strategists don't particularly like it, but there are people that benefit, that's for sure.
Yeah. So it might just close up. Be interested to see how it works anyway. And that's when I'm doing the pits in the middle of the night, that's something I'll be really looking for, to see how that situation works.
Now, you've patrolled many a pit lane as we look at Duncan Tappy and Bruno Senna. Garage 59, the McLaren team here, are in the old pits, if you like, the heritage pits. So you've got some teams up here where we are, Formula One pits, nice and flat, nice and modern, nice and spacious, and other teams here down in the old pits, the traditional pits. What are the merits and the disadvantages, if any, for being in different locations?
I think in the old pits, and I'm going to defer to John here, if you've got a clutch problem, a gearbox problem, you could get an easier start.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because you're on that downhill. Yeah.
But then you've got less space to work.
Well, that's true.
I'm surprised. Yes. I wonder how they drew did they draw lots for it, or how did it work?
Well, we were talking about this in an earlier session. One of the reasons that the organisers try and have at least one of the top teams, if you like, down in the bottom pits is so that the people in the grandstands up here or down there have some of the top teams to look at, and then it's a little bit of a shuffle accordingly. It also depends how many cars you've got in your squad and how many garages you need. Let's just have a quick look at some of the highlights of qualifying. Stephen Kane having a look at the data pre-session. Lights go to green at the end of the pit lane and the cars storm their way uphill. And of course, with 64 that we had on track in that session, inevitably becomes very busy indeed. It's this long, long pit out, isn't it, that runs parallel to the circuit. Now that's the question mark is over the second of the HTP Mercedes that ended up the quickest in the end, Maxi Götz. That was Phil Keane getting it wrong at the bus stop. A novel line, but the Demon Twig didn't pay out for him.
Is he the stick?
That would be telling, wouldn't it? That's one for him to answer.
Look at the web.
Well, there you go. That was Nick Katzberg having to take evasive action. Look at that, sparks flying, the titanium skid plates on the Mercedes. That was the Maxi Boot car. Bob Neville's Nissan team cycling the two cars through. Matt Griffin there giving advice to Peter Mann, among others. And down at Garage 59, the 59 car released. 0-1 on the Lumirank display, showing the fastest in the times, Maxi Götz. And he's somebody that's, of course, made a name for himself in GT racing before he went off to the DTM with Mercedes. Good to have him back in this. That's the Rob Bell Championship leading 58
Conrad
McLaren
car.
And Conrad's Lamborghini having to be brought back into the pit lane on the end of a tow rope. Big lock up there, going up to Les Combes. Number 38 Lamborghini going off the circuit, which is the Antonelli car of Michela Cerruti, Loris Spinelli, Cedric Sbriazioli and Gianluca Girardi. And the Michele Beretta Lamborghini was one that brought out a full course yellow, limped off the road, and that full course yellow enabling the fire and rescue team to drag it out of harm's way and then get the session back underway. How times have moved on. You can film it all on your phone.
Yeah, he's got a fine beard.
He has indeed. Fine pair of ear defenders to keep some of the noise out of younger ears. Now, this was a rather erratic Ferrari 888. We thought it was Nicky Cadai at the wheel of it. It was great to watch, and some of the mechanics trying to have a bit of a breather down in the pit lane before the car's next pit stop. Lights glowing ever more brightly. We are at just before 9:30 local time now.
They'll have a good view.
They will have a good view, and this is what stopped the session in the end. Bodywork all over the road. We've not yet found the culprit car, but we found the bodywork.
Debris on the racetrack. Yes. And the red flag flies.
Gee, thanks, Andrew. So, bits of car retrieved. ebay.be will be your next port of call. And the barbecues are lit, the beer is flowing.
Yep.
The standard class, effectively the national class Porsche pushed into its pit box, and the team's now hard at work getting them ready for the next part of qualifying.
There is Gary. I don't think he's raced anything other than a DTO car in 15 years. Did he do one race in a Vauxhall or something?
You're close.
Close.
The end of 2000, he drove a Ford Fiesta at Silverstone.
Well, that's 15 years ago.
In the guest car. Jamiroquai couldn't get his race licence in time, so he took over that when he was winning Class B of the British Formula 3 Championship. Anyway, that's enough of Gary for the moment. Nicky Caddy is the quickest of the AMs, and he is with Dakota down in the pit lane.
Nicky, you are currently fastest in the AM Cup in the 888 Ferrari. How are you feeling?
No, the feel is really, really good. We made great work during all the session. We changed a lot of the car on the setup, and the team and the other guys made great work. And so now we have to hope for the night qualifying because it's not finished, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Are you feeling confident for the night qualifying? What's going on in your mind?
I'm looking forward to start. I like to drive in the night, and so will be fun. And I hope to close in the same position at the midnight.
And your teammates, do you think they feel the same confidence as you are in the night?
So I don't know, but for me it's the new teammates, it's the first race with them, and so now I try and I hope for them. Now I'm finished, I hope to finish and then say to the guys.
Well, fingers crossed the night, good luck.
Thank you, bye. Bye-bye.
Nicky Caddy, silver Grady driver. He's got 3 bronze teammates, so he very much is the gun driver in that team.
And he probably doesn't know anything about them, really.
No, he's met them now and again and had a drink, and he just gets in,
And,
does as he's told, and goes quickly.
Some of those bronze drivers can be quite quick, and some of them can be quite a bit off the pace.
But there's an interesting thing developing now, which doesn't half rankle with some of the higher graded drivers. Because of the way that the driver grading system operates, what you now need is a quick bronze driver.
Yeah.
So now, some bronze drivers are being paid to race because a team needs a quick bronze driver. Stefan Lemeray, who for years and years and years has paid to race in the 24 hours and has a bit of sponsorship from DHL and is a very quick journalist and he's a good, safe pair of hands, is now being paid to race, as an example, because he's a quick bronze-graded driver. Suddenly, he's a big asset to teams. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. And that happens a little bit in America with quicksilvers as well.
Yeah.
Particularly when you get the older guy. See, Watty can be a silver. I mean, he's got silver hair. and all of a sudden, you get to, 45 or something, and suddenly you're back in demand again.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm not sure it's 45, it might be 48, but it's somewhere in that region.
You matured into being...
Yeah. So there's Kessel Racing, run by the son of very limited Formula One experience of his father, Loris Kessel. And a good team, run a lot of Ferrari Challenge cars. You can see a beautiful preparation inside that cockpit there.
They're not quite at AF Corsa level yet,
no,
but they've worked a long way up.
Run as many cars. How many racing cars did Gigi from AF Corsa told me? I think they're operating over 100 racing cars now.
That's incredible,
Over
isn't it?
100. Can you imagine that?
There's never a shortage of parts, I hope. Andy Merrick there with Stuart Parker, in the white T-shirt. Andy Merrick, ex-M Sport Bentley driver, now part of Team
What happened there? I didn't really understand that.
I don't know. I think Malcolm Wilson would be the man to ask. John and I have said this in previous long pan races. Malcolm is not noted for his mercy.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't feel that your results are there, then he'll do something about it. And that's the same in racing as well as rallying. People have been dropped from M Sport's Ford Rally programme. I'm not saying that's why Andy went, but there was obviously a decision with Bentley and M Sport, but no.
There he is now in this big Bentley, obviously the private team car, and John's making a sign which actually means something, not what you might think. And then normally, when he's racing in America, he's in the tiny little Delta Wing.
Yes,
no room to even move your elbows. You have to drive like this in it, And he goes really well in that.
Yeah.
So I was a little surprised about him leaving that team.
I mean, he had an off in the race last year. Was that the reason? I don't know. It's one for Malcolm Wilson, I suppose, and the Bentley management. Vincent Abril is an up-and-coming French driver. Stephen Kane has proved to be very, very quick. And Guy Smith is a great ambassador for Bentley. He won Le Mans for Bentley, and he rarely makes a mistake. He might not be as quick as Stephen Kane, but he's well regarded. That's the redoubtable David Bartram of Motorbase down in the old pits. Up in the top pits is Vincent Abril. We've been talking about Bentley 7. Vincent's with Dakota.
Vince, you're just outside the top 20. What's going on?
Yeah, just by one place. Steven got a bit of traffic on his lap, so I don't think that's truly our pace. But for sure, we're not exactly where we expected to be. So we're going to try to pull something out of the bag to do to get through in the night quali, which is never really the case for anyone. We always get into the top 20 in the first part of quali, so it's going to be difficult, but I think he can do it. And we had the sectors, we just didn't put it together with traffic, so hopefully we can make it in night quali.
So what can you do? What's in your little bag?
So far, we can only hope to make the top 20. I think more than that would be a bit too pretentious because we don't know yet where we are. So let's just try and make the top 20 first and see tomorrow what's happening.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thanks.
Vincent Abril, if you looked at the little graphic when his name came up, French driver, but with a Monegasque licence, hence the little Monaco flag. Got Renger van der Zande there.
He's having a great season over in America, of course.
Yes.
In LMP2. And
but he's also
he's fresh from a win last weekend.
Yeah, and he's developed over here to be another very good go-to Mercedes GT driver, like Maro Engel has.
Yeah.
Just got on with it. Both of them shone at...
Well,
indeed so. Both of them shone at Macau last year in GT. They've gone well for Mercedes in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. So, you know, you kind of look at the Audi ranks of GT drivers. Mercedes is filling up as well.
Yeah.
So it is not just with its DTM program, but also GT also. Pit lane now, and the whole circuit starting to just transform as the light goes, and it's got a totally different feel now, hasn't it?
Yeah, and those magnificent Ardennes mountains and the trees behind. What a brilliant setting this is.
Yes.
Absolutely one of the all-time great racetracks, without any question of doubt. And in this race, obviously I'm going to be working the night, David, but this is so dark here compared with at Le Mans. Okay, there's a lot of light bits. At Daytona, they're 24, and we're talking about the big sports car races now.
But this year, there are going to be...
There are newer light, yes, I gather. 4
key parts of the circuit that will have some spotlights on them.
It's still dark, and it's
very
still
dark.
tough here.
Yeah. And, of course, when you factor in the fact that there might be some rain, because we're at Spa.
Well, at Spa, yeah.
Yeah. Now, this is how the Endurance Cup looks. We've had races at Monza, at Silverstone, and at Paul Ricard, and it's Rob Bell, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Com Ledegaard who lead from Jasmine Jaffar, Dominic Baumann, and Maximilian Buch.
But this race, of course, has got a totally different point structure.
Correct.
I think 40. If you lead at 6 hours, 12 hours, and 24, I think it's 49 points in all. So if they had a great race, the trio there and the McLaren, they could clinch this championship here, I presume.
I need to do some calculations because you
so.
go back to a 3-hour race with the normal point. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that, caller.
Yeah, we need to do that, do the math
Yes.
and work that one out.
But it's a good thought. We have had, of course, in the past, people winning their classes, not the actual championship, but Matt Griffin and Duncan Cameron won Pro-Am in the championship here by winning in this race. I think it was 2 years ago. But it's been a fascinating season. And you know, McLaren...
My tie-mate there, Passive, having a good season as well.
He has looked very, very impressive this season. And certainly made John and I stand up and take notice at Ricard.
He knows all about Prince Bira as well.
Oh, what a good lad.
Yes.
He understands the heritage of the sport.
He does.
Yeah.
And in fact, I did an interview with him in an American race. I think it was Petit Le Mans last year. And they were very switched on because I asked him about Prince Bira, and they found a picture of Prince Bira and got it on the screen.
Excellent.
I thought that was pretty good.
Excellent.
So good work in the truck. I'm sure we're going to have some great work in the truck here. Hard work, of course, 24-hour race. You know, it's an endurance race for not just the drivers and teams.
Very true.
But,
very true.
The whole
cameraman
infrastructure
as well,
around us here.
Yeah. Just looking down who scored points, you know, some great names. You know, you've got up-and-coming stars. People like Hubert Haupt, Audi factory DTM driver in 1991, and he's still going.
He seemed to go away for quite a long time. I think he just did VLN and then he's come back.
He tried for a spell in America, didn't he? In the after sort of 92, 93, 94-ish, and that didn't really work out. So yes, he came back and started racing again in the German Mini Challenge of all things.
I think he's got quite a few business interests as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Boutsen Gignon, of course, Thierry Boutsen's team. He is an occasional visitor to races. I guess he'll be here this weekend.
It's run by his brother-in-law, isn't it?
Yeah, but Thierry has a hand in it. And occasionally
I looked at the website. He says he's the consultant.
Consultant, that's a good title, isn't it? Yeah. Karim Auger with one of the BMWs that runs. Karim had a big off in this race last year, but he's another inveterate enthusiast. Yes, there he is.
Yeah.
Just in shot, Karim Auger in the white overalls.
Yeah, younger brother of Mansour Auger.
That's right, yes. And of course, lots of Belgian hopes are on Laurens Vanthoor. He's yet to win this race, but he desperately wants to. Let's hear from him. In the pit lane, he's with Dakota.
Laurens, you're currently P3. The Audi's looking quite strong. How do you feel about it?
Pretty good. I was pretty surprised, to be honest, because pre-qualifying we were not so happy. We had some problems, but the engineers managed to do a good job, and I did 2 laps, which was enough to put us here. So I think we're pretty safe for top 20, which was the goal, and now we'll focus on some race pace.
Do you think the match is any match for the Mercedes? They're looking quite strong on the track this evening.
I think I always seen them as our main competitors since the beginning of the week, and I think they live up to their expectations. They seem strong, and I think they're even stronger than they look. But let's see, we're just doing our thing, we're doing our best. That's all we can do, and then hope we can beat them somehow.
I know this race is very important, Audi. Are you feeling the pressure?
No, I'm pretty relaxed.
Well, I hope you have good luck for later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Laurens Vanthoor then is getting ready for business, and in the WRT factory car, there's Audi Sport Team WRT, there's Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. So some are for customers, some are for Audi, and that car is here to win, and win it must, pretty much, is the message you get when you go into the garage. So down in the pit lane, everybody getting ready, and that shot actually makes it look a bit darker than it does just looking out of the window here as the lights take full effect. And now we'll start to see how much the order shuffles. There you've got the campfires starting to rage. The fans go for a different vantage point, ready for the next part of qualifying. So 2 hours now in the darkness, or fading into the darkness, really. You can see the spotlights coming on up at Les Combes, which are as much for the drivers as for the marshals, really, if they have to suddenly go to an incident zone. And now perhaps we're going to start to see 1 or 2 more dramas as the drivers struggle a little bit more with the change of the light. But the fans up at Eau Rouge now start to see a completely different spectacle as the cars will be released very shortly indeed. So we're about 4 minutes away from the session starting. That's the Speed Lover Porsche. I keep sort of touching on the fact that we have this so-called national group, which is back in this year to sort of try and encourage cars, as really in the olden days of the event, for the real privateer team. So they're kind of GT3 minus, really, from 1 Mate Championships, but they're good to be added onto the grid again. And there's the Speed Lover car in that national class, and there's the RMS Porsche as well, which is for Jean-Marc Bachelier, Fabrice Notari, Yannick Malagol, and Howard Blank. Howard Blank is the oldest driver in the race, incidentally, at 67. The youngest is Rick Breukers, having his first Blancpain GT outing, and he's 18, about a month younger than Dries Vanthoor in the #1 Audi. Rick Breukers has been a real star this year in Lamborghini races. He's already been reclassified from a bronze to a silver, from an Am to a Pro-Am, effectively, and he's with Franz Conrad's team for this weekend. So the fast lane is open in the pit lane. That means that the cars can make their way down towards pit out, get in the queue. The night procedure means that the lights must be on, and the teams get ready, and then we will be in business. These times do affect the classification. So at the moment, Maxi Götz is the fastest, but the order can shuffle. There's the Butz & Gignon BMW powering away. New tyres on, sticker tyres.
Yeah, I think this is going to be, the 15 minutes of wow. I mean, lap times are going to, let's say, cascade. I'd like to think we're going to see somebody getting into a 1 minute, 2 minutes, 17-second lap. I mean, it's half a second away from that now. But with the Mercedes being so dominant and still holding something back, I'm sure, because they don't want to show their hand until they absolutely must. And you'd have to think that 1 or 2 of the Audis, particularly with the Vanthoors, Lauren in particular, in that 28 car, and others, the Bentleys. I mean, there's just so many cars, the Ferraris. I mean, McLaren, we're not seeing an awful lot of the 58 McLaren. I mean, we know that's a car that's capable of being up in the front. I mean, why is it not now? Well, all they have to do is make sure they get into the top 20, and then it's important. What they do tomorrow night's the key. All they have to do is get into the top 20 at this point forward for the next 2 hours.
There's 88 Mercedes that increasingly is becoming a dark horse, I reckon. It's perhaps one that you might overlook initially on the entry list, but the times that Felix Rosenqvist and Renger van der Zande have done have been impressive, and Tristan Vauthier has got a good track record in single-seaters, both in Europe and stateside. So, you know, that is another one to add to the list.
In terms of fleet and René Rast, I'm just going to say it's all about experience. I mean, you've got 3 relatively, say, young single-seater drivers adapting to GT racing. What they have yet to learn is how do you pace yourself. I mean, you might say it's a flat-out race, but nevertheless, in a flat-out race, there's still a degree of control and pace. Someone like René Rast, who we see dressing to get into the car, knows all about that. I mean, he knows when he has to push, and he knows when he can. It's not so much cruise, but it's the balance of knowing when to push, when it's right to do it, and that's only get that through experience. So that's the only the sort of hesitancy I would have with a car like Vautier and Felix Rosenqvist, that they haven't got that knowledge or experience. You only get it by doing these events.
René Rast just putting his crash helmet on. One of the other things that I saw earlier in the WRT garage is that every driver has a little stand on which he can put his crash helmet, and you think, what's all that about? You look a bit closer. It's a little helmet dryer. So you put your helmet on this rack, flick a switch, and it dries your crash helmet out from being all hot and sweaty on your previous stint.
Thoughtful, and it makes a difference. The other thing you have is you've got a tumble dryer somewhere in the team's operation, because when you get out of a car, you might have only done a single stint, you might have done a double, you might have even done a triple stint, and your underwear is usually soaking in sweat.
Yes.
The worst thing you can do is either wear that through the hours when you're not in the car, because you get a chill in your body. So you want to take them off, put your civvies back on again, go into your motorhome and watch a bit of whatever it is you want to watch on TV.
That's That's the helmet dryer. I mean, well done.
That's consideration.
Yeah.
And I mean, that all comes from teams that have done 24-hour races, and they come up with ideas and concepts. And it's just one of those considerations to a driver, which, going back to the period when I did 24-hour events, was never dreamt of. I mean, some drivers may have 2 or 3 helmets. They might rotate their helmets. They may not even use the same helmet all the way through.
What about overalls? Second set?
I mean, overalls, again, stick them in the tumble dryer. You'd have maybe 2 or 3 sets. Again, the only thing that's worse than sweaty overalls is getting into a car in a wet race, and in carbon fiber cars, the water gets in, but it doesn't get out. And I mean, you get into a car where there's a puddle in the seat, and it's awful. Or some drivers physically sweat a lot more than others, and everything, the steering wheel's clammy and horrible. Ugh. I mean, it's just.
You were a real fan of endurance racing when you did it, weren't you?
It's all a part of it, and part of that was also pairing drivers together that harmonised together, that weren't individuals, which is what you get in single-seater racing.
Now, if I went and spoke to some of your Silk-Cut Jaguar co-drivers of years past, where would they put you on the sweaty scale, do you think?
Probably in those days, low.
Right.
Low.
Yeah.
I mean, if I do something today, some activity today, I would sweat infinitely more than I would have done, because I was significantly fitter, and the fitter you are, and the better condition your body and every element of your preparation is, fundamentally the less you'll sweat. But there are some drivers who are heavy sweaters, and those are drivers that, whatever.
The heavy sweaters sounds like a band you might hear on Six Music.
Well, that's probably a Radio 4 extra, isn't it?
Yes, quite. Right, anyway, enough of sweat. We're in business, because night qualifying is live, and doesn't the place just look magical? I know I bang on about this event because it's one of the highlights of the year, but for good reason.
Yeah, and actually, we've got about 10 minutes in reality before the darkness really sets in, because everybody has gone out at this stage to find that magic clear lap. And I mean, some of the cars that are well off the pace, they're going out on a fresh set of rubber. They'll get one shot, they'll get one flying lap, and they might get a second flying lap if they get slightly hindered or delayed. But with all these cars on the track, I don't know why they all want to rush out so quickly. Okay, it's daylight, and maybe that's the only reason they got, the only chance they've got. We still never found out, did we, who went off? It's sort of, there are the marks on the racetrack, but it seemed either the car just continued back to the pits. We never saw anything being brought back.
No, I mean, the one report of a car was one that didn't appear in the entry list, so the plot thickened. We will try and get to the bottom of it somehow. Johnny Adam has been credited with being behind the wheel of 44, so he's going to be quick. It's the out lap, and already people are being warned about track limits.
What's the surprise? What's the surprise? What really is a downer for a driver is that it's the car that gets penalised, not the driver. So one of your teammates, or both of your teammates, or whatever, have been the offenders, and then you get into the car and you're having to drive almost on eggshells, because you know that if anything, if you have a slightest squeak as opposed to a committed run off the track, you could be done. And that's just looking at fastest near the second to the Aston Martin. but that's the first car effectively doing its first flying lap.
Exactly, yeah.
So nothing really to get overly excited about, other than it's nice to be that driver on the outlap at the present stage. But how many cars have yet to come through that second sector? We'll see that, no doubt, beginning to change.
It's also nice, though, just to focus on Johnny Adam, because he's still, for my money, a massively underrated British driver. Remember how well...
Scottish driver, isn't he?
When he wins, he's British. When he loses, he's Scottish. That's how it works.
Oh, really?
Remember how well, though, going back 2 years, remember how well he and Andy Soucek did in the Aston Martin around Baku. And Johnny kind of gets overlooked a little bit, I think, but he's a very, very good driver indeed. There, Bentley number 7, the Kane Abril Smith entry.
I mean, look at there's what, 6 lights on the front of the Bentley. I mean, how can you tell what that car is? It just, the poor camera lens goes into complete meltdown.
Yeah. Oops.
And one of the sister Parker cars going the long way around, not intentionally, I have to add. So I assume that's Stephen Kane behind the wheel, with nothing to indicate otherwise. So first lap we've seen is from Johnny Adams at 2:19, so just over a second away from. Look how dark it is down in the middle of the valley. Just that angle the camera light's picking up.
Now, straight away, the times are better. Shane van Gisbergen is on provisional pole position. 2:18.474, quicker than Maxi Goetz did by 58,000. So you factor these times in, and straight away we have improved times. Shane van Gisbergen is at the top of the times. So we were pondering in the break between sessions, just off mic, where the McLarens might end up. Well, there's part of the answer. Straight away, McLaren now saying, right, that's what we can do. We're here.
I mean, we've watched Mercedes, we've watched the quickest of the Audis chop and change over the top 5-6 positions. McLaren have not shown their hand. Bosch. And they've also, I gather, had a small balance of performance adjustment.
Yes. I asked Rob Bell about that. He said, I have no idea. I don't know that. I just drive the car.
They've had a little bit of speed basically taken away. That's the Bentley. Go.
Ninth fastest.
That Stephen will not be happy about that. He'll be happy he's in the top 20.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, just under half a second away. I mean, it sounds like an eternity, and it is if you're Stephen Kane in the Bentley, but nonetheless, currently comfortably in the top 20, but that still an hour, 53 minutes to go. But really, it's this first 15 minutes. And again, see how much traffic really having an effect on cars that are being bogged down on the way down into this long double left-hand.
Number 90, Raffaele Giammaria, through on the inside to wriggle his way through traffic. And of course, much as we're thinking about times, there is another important reason why everybody has to do night qualifying, and that is to get used to the fact of what it's going to be like come the race.
Oh, absolutely, it is mandatory. I mean, there's no question of bunking off and not doing it, or saying to your teammates, well, why don't you do the running, and you're the quickest driver of the group, you've got the best chance of doing it. Every driver has to do it, and it is a mandatory requirement. Now, a lot of these cars are carrying these wands on their roofs, which is interesting. Suddenly, unnoticed when they were in daylight practice. You see, no one has further improved. So it's still the Shane van Gisbergen. That lap, 2 minutes 18.474, 58,000 for the second, ahead of the 88 Mercedes of Maximilian Goetz. But the light is beginning to fade rapidly. I mean, in the space of 10 minutes, it has dropped considerably. So you've got to get on with the program. You've got to make sure you've got the tyres on at the right time. You get that clear lap, and that lovely cooling, more dense air. There we are. That's what nighttime racing is all about. Haven't got a clue.
Now, the weather forecast for the weekend says it's going to be dry for the race. Do we believe it? We'll wait and see. 53 Giancarlo Fisichella ought to be one to watch in the next few minutes.
Pulls over. Let some other cars go through.
Yeah.
So he's clearly not on a flying lap. And let's have a look and see where he is. In fact,
third.
Well, I mean, he's on an out lap, and one is assuming, or else he's hunting around. He's hunting around looking for a clear lap in that case, because that car with Giancarlo Fisichella, as with any Ferrari 488, one would expect to be again potential top 20 qualifier.
Indeed so. So at the moment, it's McLaren, Mercedes, Mercedes, Audi, Mercedes, Audi, Mercedes, 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 Bentley. That's your top 10, based on improvements we've had within the first 10 minutes of this session.
I mean, I'm assuming now that Van Gisbergen has done the, so far, provisionally quickest time. He's back in the pits. He's done his 2 laps in the dark. He's going to hand over to his teammates, Rob Bell and I keep getting it the wrong way around, Comledegar. That and they could almost, within 20 minutes, half an hour, park it.
Yellow flag in Sector 3, so somebody's had an off. Sector 3, the last third of the lap. Then you run through Blanchimont up towards the bus stop. I'm just trying to remember if Comledegar did the race last year and therefore how much 24-hour experience he's got. But of course, another element that we haven't yet really touched on. But of course, in recent years, the Paul Ricard race has become the 6 hours running into the darkness, so that drivers get some mileage of racing at night, different circuit.
Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
Alain Adon shouts for the full course yellow.
5,
and
4,
Stephen Kane.
3,
that's another reason why we've gone full course yellow.
Full course yellow now.
That's the Perfetti Acura SP Mercedes.
Ooh, that's a big
Michael
old
Lyons
shunt
at the wheel of it.
That's a big shunt.
Yes.
A lot of damage to the car, damage maybe to the barrier. Again, parts of the under tray in the car detached, so that's a big hit. And that car will have to be removed, and again, we'll have to wait and see if there's damage to the barriers or not, whether it's acceptable to continue, or whether that part of the barrier needs to be replaced. There's always some discussion as to what we saw at Paul Ricard when the Bentley had that big shunt down at turn 4, and they've just used it, frankly, a pretty crude mechanism to straighten the barrier out, not replace it, and then just put a tire barrier in front of all that. So I wonder, this full course yellow, will this translate? Oh, the Mercedes is driving.
They're strong cars.
That sure is. Now that's on the exit of Stavolo, I would have thought.
Yeah, coming out of
so he's run the car too wide. Whether he's hit the grass on the outside or whether that's artificial grass.
Well, that's impressive that it can be dragged back.
I mean, I tell you what, I would buy one, having seen that. I mean, that is unbelievable. It's been driven back. I just hope there's none of the radiators have been damaged in the process, the water or the oil, which are all very vulnerable at the front of a car. But it's making its way back. It's green wand.
Well, it's worked its magic, hasn't it, that wand? Flipping heck. Whatever spell has been cast, it's got the car going.
I'm just trying to see from under the car, is there fluid or not dripping? It's difficult. It looks to me like there might be some fluid coming from the front of the car. Well, there we go. What a little moment that was.
Yeah, Michael Lyons shown as the man behind the wheel. Michael doesn't often do things like that, in fairness to him, so it may well have been that he had a drama in some traffic, but he's got the car back, or just about got the car back. Whether we'll see it again in this session remains to be seen, but full marks to the team for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a heavy amount of damage around the front of the car, but actually the wheels, I mean, the left front isn't pointing in the right direction, but it's drivable.
Absolutely. And if that was to happen in the race, that would be absolutely crucial, that he could drive that back and give the team a chance to work on it, rather than it just being abandoned trackside.
More importantly, if you're driving home, you had the same kind of shunt, at least you could get into the Mercedes dealership.
Yeah, indeed.
So still under a full course yellow.
Yeah, Acura SP, Jerome Policon's team, will go to work. Yeah, John's point is the session is not stopped. We're under a full course yellow. I do like this rule because it means you can keep the session going. You don't have to worry about a red flag and stop the clock. So the teams admittedly lose out. Now, Stephen Kane had just done a personal best in the first sector. He's one that suffers because of this full course yellow, of course.
There will always be one that suffers. And, I mean, if you're going to be a martyr about it, you know, that's the give and take. I mean, you can do nothing. There's the 84 Mercedes. That's what the front of the Mercedes should look like. Not the Acura car on its way back in. So I suspect that everybody who thinks they're up for a top 20 position is going to wait for a few minutes until the track has gone green, and that area of the track, the exit of Stavolo or the Paul Frere curve, which is probably what caught out to the Mercedes, has been cleared by either the corner workers or other cars. The Mercedes makes its way into the pits. He's pretty much hit it square on with the front of the car. And there is fluid, you can see just a little residue of droplets. Yeah. So the radiator has certainly been hammered, but hopefully it won't have done any damage to the car. Now, how much repair is possible? You've got to go all the way back to behind the wheel, all the inner wheel arches. I mean, I would be very surprised if that car sees the racetrack tonight.
does this answer my question about the disadvantage of being in one of these older, smaller garages? Because you've got a bit less space to work.
Yeah.
Now we are having a red flag, incidentally.
Yeah.
The session is now being
I
stopped.
suspect that the barrier probably needs a bit of attention. So the clock's ticking down. It doesn't.
It does
Oh,
stop.
stop. Oh, it does
does
stop.
stop.
Sorry,
It's
that's
qualifying.
Too many debris
Oh, you're
on
joking.
track, and we have to clean the track, so the red flag will be quite short.
Okay, Messi Alain. So the red flag will be a short red flag zone, but with so much debris on the track, okay.
And of course,
understand.
at night time, it's more difficult for the marshals around the circuit to be able to say or see where any stray bits of carbon fibre, which is obviously a big concern because that cuts through rubber better than a hot knife through butter. So disappointing. Like to see what caused the Mercedes to end up in the barrier. Was it traffic? Was it just a self-causing accident? That sounds like another car involved. He hit another car.
I prefer dangerous, huh? Yeah, I don't understand. The Lamborghini brake checked me on the exit of 002. They just hit the brake and I come outside and then it's on the Astro. It's really dangerous, huh?
Michael, looking, I've never seen him as animated as that.
No, quite.
I mean, you could see in his eyes, I mean, the adrenaline in his eyes is absolutely standing out on stalks. So he feels that he was brake checked. Now, I don't know why anybody would deliberately brake check you, but he might have been caught by the pace of the Mercedes running down. So, again, if drivers are not on the pace, and we don't know, we're only speculating. Hopefully we'll get a word with Michael when he's calmed down, and let's hope that the damage to the car is restricted principally to the carbon fibre bits around the front and maybe the radiator oil coolers or something. Nothing structural. Track's gone quiet. Eerie.
Yes.
It is eerie.
Yes. Everybody back in the pit lane, and Michael Lyons then explained to the team why the accident happened. The team hard at work. You heard one of his co-drivers there say, rather it happens in practice than in the race.
Oh, that's a real Einsteinian observation to make, isn't it? But we'll give him the benefit of the doubt with the language in that one.
Yeah. There's the IMSA Performance Porsche. Really smart-looking car. It's one of those liveries that works on the Raymond Narak run Porsche. The restart is in 9 minutes' time, apparently. A lot of debris on track, so it's a bit longer than anticipated. So there is the Porsche, headed that driving force by Patrick Pilet.
Yeah, factory driver.
Absolutely so. Yeah.
So Porsche, while they're not represented by their, you might call their quasi-works team, the Manthey racing cars, they have placed some of their star talent in some of these privately and Pro-Am Porsche.
Yeah, Kevin Astor is at Tempto. Patrick Pilet is there for IMSA Performance. And we've caught up with Michael Lyons down in the pit lane. Michael's got quite a lot to say for himself, I'm sure. Dakota is with him.
Michael, tell me what happened.
That's not really what I want to talk about in a race weekend. No, the Lambo just brake checked me. No, it was a lot of traffic. There was people messing around, but we come out of Stavolo 2 and I'm like right in behind him. And I see him lift a little bit, so I go to move a bit, and then he slams the brakes. It's like, no, let me know where to go. I got on the Astro, and it was because I was so close when he brakes in the middle of the straight. Not a lot you can do. You swerve and you're on the brake, and then you have a big moment.
Did you see which Lamborghini was the culprit?
I know it's one of the Barwell ones, but the number was on the wrong side of the car from where I was sat, unfortunately.
And what's the damage?
It doesn't seem too bad. I think it all drives pretty straight. There was no temperature issues, so hopefully it's a bumper and we can get back out. But it's scary when people do stuff like that. You're racing, you don't expect someone to stop in the middle, brake check you in the middle of the straight.
I mean, anything can happen in racing.
Yeah, it's not nice, but we'll live to fight another day. It's better now in qualifying rather than in the race, but don't want to see it again.
Well, at least you have time to fix it before the real race begins, so hopefully the rest of qualifying goes well for you.
Yeah, fingers crossed. At least it didn't ruin a new tyre run, so it's...
Well, thank you very much. I know you didn't really want to talk about it. Thank you very much for talking.
Thanks, guys.
So there you go. Michael's still pretty animated, still pretty wound up by it, understandably so. Daniele Perfetti there, one of his co-drivers. Daniele, former British GT champion and a race winner this year in the Blancpain GT Sports Club Championship. Won the British GT Championship for the motorbase team with Michael Caine going back a few years as a Porsche driver.
Listen to Michael saying it was in a straight, but actually it was on the exit of the Staffelow corner, which then is a large arc over the Paul Frere curb. And I assume that what he's talking about, a brake check, Michael was fully loaded, fully committed, and he had to make a change of direction, turn left. There's AstroTurf on the outside. Of course, AstroTurf doesn't have the same level of grip that the tarmac has, and the car got sideways and then it just shot across the track and almost hit 90 degrees head on. So, yeah, but it's when you've just got to be alert. And getting into darkness, people are adjusting. Some drivers are not as capable of making that adjustment as quickly as others. So it was an unforced error. It was a genuine, I think, misunderstanding, accident. But the consequence is that a car that was a quick car has been damaged, and there you can see still work being carried out down at the exit of Staffelow. I mean, that isn't a straight. That's still a part of the curve. The straight is where that vehicle is just below the Pirelli sign.
So Michael Lyons then with damage. Michael doesn't often make mistakes on his own, got to say, and he's one of those drivers, Phil Keane, another we touched on earlier on in the day, that's good in both modern GT and historic cars. The family has a nice collection of historic racing cars, and he wins in sports cars, but is a real demon in historic Formula One machinery. That is looking forward from a Barwell Lamborghini at pit out. Mark Lemmer's team on its toes then, getting the cars ready to go, and very shortly the cars will be released once more. We've got about 4 more minutes before the session is due to restart. It's an estimated restart time as the fans now enjoy
socialise,
feel
a little socialising.
Yeah,
and they've probably driven from all over Europe, and a lot of them come over from the UK, and they're here to enjoy themselves.
Absolutely. Colm Ledegar hopefully to enjoy himself as well. Garage 59 McLaren driver. Colm is with Dakota.
Colm, you're currently P1. The McLaren's looking very fast right now. How do you feel?
I feel quite excited, really happy. Shane did a mega lap just in time when it was still a bit day. So let's see for tomorrow, but it's really good to start from top 20. We'll go for my night run, and right now it's Rob. So let's see how it goes. It's a long race. It will be a really difficult one, but it's good to start like this.
So you've done a lot of the hard work. Do you think Rob can keep your good work up?
Yes, of course. I'm sure he's really strong.
Well, good luck for the rest of the race. I really hope qualifying goes well for you, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
So Colm Ledegar then is looking pretty confident about life, but one qualifying session doesn't necessarily win you the race. He, at the moment, has the pole position car, but who knows what's going to change once things get back underway. So we've got the marshals hard at work trying to sweep the track, clear the track, ready for this restart, which is about, 3 minutes or so away now before everybody goes back out on track. And down in the pit lane, TV crews are busy. You've got some of the manufacturers here with their own dedicated TV crews, such as the coverage that the event gets these days. And there is Laurens Vanthoor having a word with co-drivers in 28. It's the car that he shares with Rene Rast and Nico Muller, now a winner in the DTM. So it's another good combination. And Nico Muller's won the Nürburgring 24 hours, as has Laurens Vanthoor. Rene Rast, a double winner of this race. So it's a good combination of drivers in that WRT car, with British engineer Adam Hardy overseeing it. And he's got a great track record. It was Adam that came up with the idea of trying to do a pit stop under the Delta time at Silverstone that worked so well for them and effectively led to a regulation being rewritten. So kind of showed his hand a bit soon on that one.
Yeah, I mean, look, teams are always going to try and beat the system. That's part of human nature. And that one just happened to lead to a significant regulation change.
Yeah.
I mean, there are other considerations, principally because there was a fear that the fully sponsored or almost quasi-works teams were going down a route which would involve greater and greater expense, and therefore that you'd create a sort of a first and second division of people doing pit stops. That was one reason. I don't think that was necessarily the only one, but it's the same for everybody. But as humans, we'll always try and buck the system.
Absolutely.
And it's natural, and people will constantly there'll be people here looking at how can we do something and gain an advantage. Because if you can gain an advantage by reading a rule and interpreting in a specific way that's within the rule, but not something that anybody considered, then you're going to be ahead of the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right, the fast lane is open. Restart is confirmed for 22:10. We're at 22:09 and 25 seconds as of now. So just over half a minute before we get the session live again. And the clock had stopped, of course, with it being a qualifying session carried on to free practice. 29 had to be towed down the pit lane earlier, but good to see that the Conrad car is fit to go once more. Franz Conrad's team that go back, over a decade, was part of the FIA GT scene as it was when it ran the Celine for Michael Bartels and Uwe Altzen, now back in GT racing with this Lamborghini. The recovery vehicle has brought something down the pit lane.
It's in the pit lane, and of course the circuit's it has gone, it will go green in a minute. So somebody has had their car returned into the Heritage pit lane. And of course, those that are all backed up behind are going to lose a little bit of track time until that car is returned to its respective team. So let's see. We're not going to see in the pit lane. But what they've done appears to actually, some of the cars are coming out. They're not doing the loop in the pit lane. They're coming out at the end of the source. You can see cars are coming.
No, that's the pit lane.
Okay, so the recovery vehicle's gone. Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
I thought I was looking at the inside there. It was just the recovery vehicle has been removed pretty quickly, so that means that the pit lane just looked like they were coming on the other side of the wall, and the cars lined up in the pit lane were the ones that are being held up.
Doesn't it look fabulous though when you get to this part of the night? It's just a great place, Spa. What's also encouraging is how Stefan Rattel was mentioning it yesterday at the driver's briefing. Ticket sales are up on last year. More and more people come. It's always been a very popular event.
One word. Controversially, Brexit.
Maybe. It's always been a popular race with the German fans to come across. The Dutch always come in great numbers. More and more Brits come every year, which is good as well. And so, unlike Le Mans, where you get the 24-hour race and everything is centred around it, here it is a full, absolutely packed weekend of racing. From 9 o'clock this morning, there is something on track until midnight. Tomorrow you've got qualifying and a host of races. Saturday is absolutely rammed with support races, and then you get into the 24 hours. So if you're a race fan, come here for 4 or 5 days and you get a really busy full weekend of on-track action.
And while it'll be a full house, it's not uncomfortably full.
No, you're right.
I mean, you can come here, you've got all the circuit, you can wander around. I mean, you're not allowed on the inside of the circuit, that's the only thing, but all on either side of the valley, in effect, all the way up to Lake Coombe and all the way back up to the bus stop. Those are areas where you have got viewing. Okay, up through Blanchimont, it's very restricted because of the very high-speed part of the racetrack. Nonetheless, it's got its own atmosphere, which is distinct. And it's not Le Mans, it's not Nürburgring, it's not Daytona, it's not Dubai.
It's Spa, very definitely, and its own, as you say, unique feel. And also every year, more and more efforts made for the off-track elements as well to keep people entertained during the night. There's always a concert, and there's loads of shops, loads of activities, the animations, over here get bigger and bigger every year. So the Barwell Lamborghini 666 turning its way out of La Source. Phil Keane has done the time in that car. It's going to be a very competitive entry, that for sure, because you've got, along with John Minshaw and Joe Osborne and Phil Keane, Oliver Gavin.
I noticed that Oliver Gavin, here we are on board the Lamborghini, but Ollie Gavin in a Lamborghini, that's a bit of a new one. But it's great to see him because he's got to look forward and think about what he might like to do. He's still a part of GM's Chevy Corvette team and all the races that take place in North America, plus selected events in Europe. As we follow the Lamborghini coming through the exit of Lake Coombe. This is the area of the track we saw just before the first part of this qualifying session was brought to an end. We never really did find out who it was that shed all its inner guards as we follow one of the Nissans. So down the hill, brake lights on the Nissan into the corner. Still has no name to my knowledge, it maybe now has.
Well, it is known locally as Speaker's Corner because in the old days, when the start and finish line was over on the old pit, the old track commentary box could see that start line and in the distance that one left-hander, and the circuit commentators or les speakers could see that one corner, so they dubbed it Speaker's Corner So that's its unofficial title, but probably it's now Turn 8 or something in modern speak.
I think it still doesn't have a name.
It's not a proper one, you're right.
It hasn't a proper name and it's just given a number, so
yeah.
It's just sort of one of those corners. It's the most frustrating corner on the circuit because it's falling away from you, and getting in an apex. Sometimes it's almost a compromise to get your apex. Here we're coming now out on the exit of Stavelot, coming up behind an Audi up the hill, and Lamborghini carrying that little bit more speed gets past the Audi very comfortably, so he can take his preferred entry into and he does that quite legally. Has to make a lift going into the entry of Blanchimont. Loses a bit of speed in the exit as a consequence, but maybe a precautionary lift off, having to make a slight compromise, but nothing that was consequential. So into the final two corners, 18, 19, trying to get traction off turn 19. Again, it's a bit of a messy sequence of corners, but you've got to make the best of it. Comes across the line, Oliver Gavin 2:25.1, and I'd expect to see Oliver Gavin getting accustomed to the Lamborghini. Probably didn't get a lot. I don't think he even had any track time away from the circuit. Did he come here and do the pre-test or not?
Not sure, because I thought it was a pretty late nomination of driver in that car, but Ollie is such a star, probably adapted quickly, I would have thought, but it'll be interesting to see his pace when we get into a race.
The one thing I would say is that when Jan Magnussen did the 6 hours at Paul Ricard, and he got on the podium, and we were talking, he said he could not believe how competitive, from the minute the light goes out until the minute the checkered flag is flown, how competitive Blancpain, SRO, GT, endurance, sprint, whatever, is. And I thought, well, you're racing in America, you're in the Corvette team, that's pretty competitive motor racing. I think he thought that this was going to be a bit of a walk in the park. I think he imagined maybe it's because there's some gentleman drivers it's going to be, well, after you, Jan.
Yes.
Was it ever? And of course, Oliver Gavin, who's not taken part, to my knowledge, in very many of these Blancpain endurance or sprint events, has got to adapt to that. I mean, there's 25 cars out there, and he may not be even in my top 25.
No, I mean, he's a Pro-Am, isn't he? Yeah. His car. He'll be quick, the car will be quick, but it's fighting for class position. Yeah, I mean, from a different perspective, when Andrew Marriott joined us a little while ago, he was saying he was blown away by the entry. You look at the names, and it is true, this is an incredibly competitive championship, whether you talk about the overall GT series or the Endurance Cup in isolation. And you tend to look exclusively at those overall cars, but there are so many other good drivers. Take Matt Griffin. We've hardly touched on Matt Griffin, but he's one of this huge number of very quick drivers within the Pro-Am class.
Just watching the 22 Nissan, I think it's like Sean Walkinshaw behind the wheel. They had one set of tyres. They're going to give it a run to see if they can get something out of this. They haven't had much success. They're currently 58th quickest lap that they've done, 2:22.2. And that's 3.8 seconds off the provisional pole. So this is an opportunity to make some progress, but it looks as if neither Nissan is about to make it into the top 20. On this occasion, the sister car, it's up in 43rd, so Adoniath in that car, and the 22 car, Sean Walkinshaw. So it comes across the line, and that is an improvement for, let's see where this is, it's still actually down in 58th place, so no improvement for the 22 Nissan. Looking into the pits, somewhat long faces, wondering where has our pace gone. At one stage, a year ago, 2 years ago, the Nissan was the car that led this race, certainly got plenty of performance, but getting left behind in terms of evolution of GT3 cars and up the hill. I mean, at night time, how spectacular is this? It's the flare and the flash from those titanium skid plates as the car leans into that left rear corner. No real change since that lap from Shane van Gisbergen, and I'm just beginning to wonder, has anybody outside of the top 20 made a conscious decision that, well, do we think we're going to make any significant improvements? We had a run in the opening minutes of this session. We've got to cycle our drivers. If we're not in the top 20, so be it. Let's cycle our drivers through and do all our homework and make sure that when it comes to Saturday at 4:30, let the top 20 go and have their little private battle for that, the first 10 rows of the grid. and let's just focus on what we're doing, get into a nice rhythm, get everybody comfortable in the car, get everybody adapted and adjusted to driving at night time. And one of the difficulties at night time, as you're just watching here, is you've got a quicker car closing down on you very rapidly. You may or may not have a clue who that car is. Your team might have told you on the radio that there's a quick car coming through as you went past the pits. On the other hand, you just maybe left to your own devices. So that's one of the difficulties you have. You cannot identify. And the Ferrari running a little bit wide, getting a bit of an oversteer moment as it was the Scuderia Praia car coming through Lake Coombe. We get another beauty shot looking down from the exit of Bruxelles, and the last of the light fading to the west. And then you can just see the power of the lights. Most teams having fitted additional driving lights. Interestingly, the Audi have fitted them to the top of the radiator intake. And I did ask one of the guys on the Audi team, has that made any difference to the car? Principally because of the sensitivity of aerodynamics. You put 2 additional lights, and they've said these lights we have worked with, they're not the ones we used in the 24-hour race at Nürburgring. We think that what we've got is even better than we had at Nürburgring. So they're very happy. They're not the prettiest inclusion into the front of the Audi, but they've got to see at night time. They need that extra spread.
I understand as well that the stewards are still going through lots of paperwork from the earlier session, and there may well be some adjustments to best laps, work in progress. So there'll be all these reports coming back, so then they've got to have a look and see if an improvement was gained on a given lap. So what we're talking about as the classification may well be a provisional one.
It is a provisional one, and it might be provisional this time tomorrow night as well. So, implementing a regulation and taking drivers some length of time to realise that all of a sudden it's a new game in town. So, what we see here, what we're telling you now, is what we're getting on screen. But of course, there may be adjustments made before the session concludes, or certainly long after the session has ended. What a famous emblem that is.
Patton Lathoris getting ready.
Yeah, Stilo helmet, Italian Stilo. On board with Sean Walkinshaw again.
It's a good shot, that, including the mirror, isn't it?
Yes.
It gives you an idea of what the driver feels when suddenly the headlights are behind you.
You know what it's like when you're driving a motorway and somebody gets up your bumper with the headlights in full beam, and you can't see a thing. So he needs the mirror to know who's behind him, but at the same time, he's getting a big flare bouncing off it, and hopefully it's not catching him in his eyes, but it is distracting.
Absolutely right. So 22 Nissan presses on. Rumbles its way over the curbs. We've got just over an hour and a half of this night qualifying still to go. And I think I'm right in saying that 00 Mercedes has not yet been out. Just looking at lap times, there's a couple of cars, 75 Audi also hasn't ventured out yet, but if I'm right about 00, why is this? Is this a plan? They're just going to...
Well, they have to run their drivers. I mean, regardless,
true, yeah.
they've got to give each driver a minimum 2 laps in darkness, so they will come out. But I suspect that certainly those that are in the top 10, and Stephen Kane's managed to jump up into the top 10 in the Bentley number 7, but I suspect many of those in the top 10 are just going to go through the process of cycling their drivers because they think they've probably done sufficient to be comfortably into the top 20 shootout.
And that top 20 at the moment, just to give you the driver that's done the time, Shane van Gisbergen for McLaren, Maxi Götz for Mercedes, Danny Junqueira for Mercedes, Lawrence van Thor for Audi, Felix Rosenqvist for Mercedes, Christopher Haase for Audi, Maxi Buch for Mercedes, Clemens Schmidt Mercedes, Maro Engel Mercedes, Stephen Kane Bentley, Franck Pereira Audi, Robin Frins Audi. Then, where do we get to? 13th is Callum McLeod Bentley. That's a really good effort.
Excellent effort indeed.
14th, Alexander Sims BMW, Maxime Soulet Bentley, Christopher Mies Audi, Nick Katzberg BMW, Phil Keane and Marco Mappelli, both Barwell Lamborghinis. And then Matteo Malucelli, he's the man on the bubble, if you like, 20th in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. 21st, Mirko Bortolotti's Lamborghini, number 16. So that, potentially, is one to watch. And in fact, as I say that, we've just had a change.
Yeah, Pierre Guidi's just leapt up to the 11th place.
There you go. So Alessandro Pierre Guidi, number 50 Ferrari. That's the best place Ferrari, isn't it, as well, 11th overall. So Malucelli was on the bubble. He's now out. for the moment.
And that 50 Ferrari, I was surprised to see it outside the top 20. Not surprised to see it hop up, and it's just outside the top 10 behind the number 7 Bentley of Stephen Kane. So that's good to have a Ferrari in that top 20 shootout. And we know 2 years ago, Alessandro Pierguidi in the 458 put the Ferrari onto pole position. Not for very long in the race, but nevertheless he held it. So 84 Mercedes out. Maximilian Buch behind the wheel. I wonder, is Max Buch looking for a improvement? His last lap was a 2:19.403. Best lap for that car is an 18.7. So let's see what the young German can achieve. There's it's coming up the hill, so out of Stavelo up the hill. That's the straight bit, not the bit Michael Lange was referring to. Then you make your first left turn as you make your preparation to get into Ville, and then up the hill into the braking zone. So Buch would want to improve in that 1:18.7. He needs to find 0.3 of a second plus to go quickest overall. So let's have a look and see what the young German's going to make. Comes across the line, not going to do it this time. 2:23. No, don't know what that's all about. Look at the lights. I mean, you can it's a total whiteout.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. So yeah, a gentle lap for the Mercedes that time around, as the Lamborghini crews prepare themselves for their turn behind the wheel. Laptop centre, it's like PT World, isn't it?
I was going to say, I mean, I thought this was meant to be GT3 racing. I mean, you got as much computing power here as anything.
The days of a stopwatch and a clipboard have gone, haven't they?
I mean, it's the backup. It's not what you see on track. It's not what you see in the pit lane. It's all the technicians in the background monitoring. You're looking at, strategies, creating strategies.
If you talk to engineers before a race weekend, many of them will say, well, I've spent all week doing run plans, simulating what options they might have and trying to work out when's the right time to pit and when to...
Well,
every scenario has to be catered for, doesn't it?
I don't want to sound like a dinosaur, but I thought motor racing was, at the point you started the race, you gave the keys to the driver or drivers, and obviously in endurance racing there's always been an element of it being a team game as opposed to Formula One, or single-seater racing, which is very much about the driver, and that's the big difference, this demarcation. You can call some drivers legends within sports car racing, but they are part of a 3 or a 2 or a 4 driver team. I mean, that's a different discipline, if you want. But to go back to the days of when literally you got into the car and it was between you and other competitors, and the only information you got was from somebody hanging over the pit wall with a board giving you a plus and a minus and whatever else, brief information they could get on the pit board. I don't know whether what we've got today is better, or you can call it this progress.
Yeah, indeed. Can I just get excited on a numbers basis for a moment? We've now got all 65 cars through qualifying because 57 Mercedes, Adam Christodoulou has gone 33rd fastest. He's only done 4 laps, but he's already up to 33rd. Adam, winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours this year. He's done a 2:20.1, so he's in the ballpark.
Absolutely, and you know what? He's got the freshest engine of anybody in the field.
Well, that's absolutely right, isn't it? Yes.
He's got the engine with the least amount of mileage of anybody in the field. That's something to look forward to.
And that car, I reckon, will get a bit further up the order before the end of the session. Now, OK, we've probably got to the darker point now. Maybe stunning lap times are going to be a bit harder to come by, and the one that's lost out, as we've been saying, is Matteo Malucelli, who was 20th. That lap time of Pierguidi, just out of interest, to put him 11th, was 1/1000th of a second faster than Franck Pereira, who therefore drops to 12th in the times behind him. But just to illustrate how competitive GT3 is, and in fairness, that Claude Semon, who's the technical delegate, gets it right pretty much most of the time on the BOP, 1,000th between the Ferrari and the Audi.
There's the fastest car in the field so far, and they're tuning up the additional lighting. So had they just added them now? I just wonder. No, they couldn't do that. I'm just wondering. They would have to have those lights in situ before the race started. But of course,
they scrutineered, didn't they? Like
they have, yes.
Yeah.
But they certainly are doing something. Whether the lights are, I don't know what they're doing to them. I'm just thinking that they're
Change the
surely it's the adjustment they're trying to get correct.
Right, we've got more team managers being summoned to race control. One of them is from Classic and Modern Racing. Another team manager
they've been
from
up before.
Garage 59. Yeah, they have.
They've
You're
been
right.
up, it's not the first time they've been to see the beak.
But Garage 59's number 60 car is in some hot water. That's the Tappi Durrani Senna entry. And 75, Philip Salaquada, who's only 37th anyway, has had another lap time disallowed. 75 is not having a good day. It's Salaquada, Eduardo Mortara, DTM winner, and Marlon Stockinger.
Okay, the question is, once each session is finished, if you've got, let's say, 3 marks against your name, is that then cancelled out for the start of the next session, or do you carry that through into this session, for example? Not quite sure as to whether one you start again for every session. You get 4 strikes and you're out, as it were. Does that just apply to the session, or does it apply to the entire sessions on the day?
I think it resets for each session.
I would assume
this
it would
is counted as a separate session because it's a different.
Yeah, it's
time
a bit like in tennis when you call for a review of a shot, was it in or out, and if you're wrong, then you got 3 per set. But for each set, you start again fresh. So I'm assuming the same principle will be the same.
Yeah.
So this is a new set.
That's my understanding as well, yes. So try and get to the bottom of what's happened to number 60 McLaren if we can. There's 28 down the pit lane. So Lawrence Van Thor has done the time in that car as 58 is wheeled back out. So take it out of the pit box, then drop it onto the ground where there's a bit more room. In fact, needs some wheels on first, doesn't it? So don't drop it just yet.
No, they're going to put the wheels and tyres back on again, then they'll operate the hydraulic jacks on the car to raise it up, pull the dollies out, and should be all set to go again. Let's stay with it if we can, just to get a glimpse of whether they're putting on, or which set of tyres they might want to put on. I'm assuming they're going to be the set that they might have used earlier rather than the set that they did the time on, because I would want to keep that set for either top 20 qualifying or possibly as a set as a race set.
Yeah.
Considering that they would be minimally used, pretty fresh. Look, they're a used set that are going onto it.
The Verviche, Dries Van Tor, Will Stevens out. He's just had another lap time disallowed.
Who's behind the wheel of that then?
We're not convinced. We know at the moment. Will Stevens has done the time, but we don't have on our
Currently
timing screens the
28th.
actual driver.
And that's their best lap on that car, 1:19.930. So down they come. Bentley, all that power and grunt, Bentley has just dragged itself up the hill. Again, this is the area you've got to be so careful about it, especially at night time. 2 cars exiting. I mean, they're exiting at up to 200 kilometers per hour at that point, where cars are going past at maybe 210. Not a lot of difference, actually, at pit lane exit in terms of speed as to the speed that cars have come across radio. Bentley been given a bit of a hammering by Vincent Abril. Andrew, when he was in the booth talking to us, was wondering why Andy Merrick got, he was replaced by Vincent Abril. And I think part of the reason is that Vincent won the sprint championship, didn't he? In the HTP Bentley. So he was, I think, seen as being a guy on the way up, a guy, he'd won the championship. Remember those, you may not have remembered, you weren't there, but extremely emotional scenes from Vincent Abril. I mean, just emotion poured out of every pore in his body. So maybe that was why M Sport thought that young guy on the move.
The coming man.
Coming man, yeah.
Just going back to tyres for a moment, we're talking about that McLaren and tyres. Full Super Pole, you are allowed 1 new set of tyres, which has to be purchased here at the event. You can't have a old set from somewhere else. It's got to be a new set bought here to run in Super Pole. Now, having run them in Super Pole, you can use them during the race, but not to start the race. So you can't run them.
No, I think
upset
sure,
to start the race, but
fine.
you can use them during it.
I mean, obviously, but it's interesting. I would have thought that the time that Van Ginsbergen did on that set of tyres, that would be a set of tyres he would keep then to start the race on if he doesn't want to start on a new set, or depending, they may not even have any new sets left. And some teams will be saving tyres. I mean, if you're not necessarily in a competitive position, in other words, you've used up most of your new set allocations, if you're outside of the top 20, maybe you want to say, well, sod it, we'll just hold back as many new sets as we can, and we'll use them for what is important, which is the race, and we might make some benefits and improvements.
Different thoughts, different strategies up and down the pit lane as to how to work it all.
I've been told that one team is doing that. That's
Yeah.
why
Yeah, no,
I alluded to it. But you know, if you're not in the top 20, why blow? If you haven't got the pace to be in the top 20, you could have 1,000 sets of tyres and you wouldn't be within a country mile. Lamborghini running, using a lot of. That's very interesting. A lot of track usage on the climb up through Eau Rouge and into Raidillon. So that's always the worst thing is, you know, you've got your Spa in the cab following what you do, and with this unique camera position, you know, there aren't too many ways you can escape your manoeuvres. So into the exit of Les Combes, and quite a lot of traffic ahead of you, and that's always a big frustration. And again, having to take, you know, and he goes out to the left to find space, and all of a sudden there's a slower car now, you know, trying to find a way past the Ferrari, just nailing their lights. Survival Motorsport 666. And see who might be behind the wheel of that car at the minute. It still looks like Philip Keane, or certainly Philip Keane is the driver credited with giving us the fastest lap in that car, but you know, getting royally held up all the way around the middle of the circuit. And down into Fagnes. Tuck the car in, you can ride the curb on the inside, doesn't upset the car too much. Then you want to make a slightly more acute turn to get a good exit off the left-hand part, and then the short drive down to the entry, again using the curb on the inside, but be careful on the exit, because that's where you can pick up a penalty. And again, the second part of Stavelot here, the Paul Frère Cobe, and the Lamborghini flirting with getting all four wheels off the racetrack. The Lambo not being able to do anything with the Ferrari at all in a straight line. If anything, the Ferrari's margin, and again, flirting with the white line. So nothing between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini all the way from Stavelot all the way up into the bus stop chicane. I think that might be the 50 Ferrari, I'm not quite sure, just trying to get a look at it comes across the start-finish line. So it's about to make its way past the commentary booth. It's 55, I think.
It was 50.
Was
right.
50?
It was
Okay.
50, yeah.
That's probably a lot of the reason why they
55's at the head of that.
Okay, so
yeah.
50. So that's probably why the Lamborghini is struggling to make ground, because the 50 Ferrari is particularly quick.
Now there is 57 Mercedes. Remember, we last saw it on stilts. New engine in it, and it's on track. And Adam Christo has got it to 33rd in the times. There might be more to come. Andreas Simonsen is having a go behind the wheel of it now. Adam Christo having done not only the important part of a half-decent qualifying effort, but also his laps in the dark. And now they've got to get everyone else cycle through before they get too giddy about going for a lap time. So good to see the car back out again.
Yeah, interesting. Spark coming through that left-hand corner with no name. I haven't seen many cars do that. So now they've got a rather low rear ride height, or maybe something's a little bit lower than it should be. But not many cars show to kick up sparks down there. So down the hill on the exit of Pujo into Fagnes, and it's frustrating for Simonsen, because he knows that he's got a car that potentially is quicker, but he's just got to be patient. He's got to wait. There's only a few parts in the circuit where he can use that additional pace to get a run, and that's going to be starting here. He's got to get a really good drive off the exit of Stavelot and then tuck himself under the rear wing. And if he can't get it done very shortly, then he's not going to get done before Blanchimont. And it doesn't look like he's going to have the pace to manage to do it. Next stop will be hard on the brakes up into the bus stop chicane. Doesn't look like he's sufficiently close to have a lunge down the inside. There it is.
Ultra smart looking car, isn't it? Another livery that really works.
Yeah, no, it's a very good. When he's up at night time, of course, it looks a bit like every other dark Mercedes, but nevertheless, in daylight, it is a good looking colour. So Simonsen now almost spending a lap behind the Audi with further traffic ahead.
And now the frustration starts to creep in because he can't get through.
Well, he's got a chance now because he's coming on to Carmel Straight, so he's got the tow of not just one but two cars. But if your car doesn't have that straight line performance, and certainly I don't know about the Audi and the Mercedes, I would imagine they're fairly evenly matched. The Ferrari I would expect to have slightly more straight line advantage, as it's been the case principally in most of the endurance events so far this year. So there is the 78 Lamborghini, which is the Pro-Am.
'78 Marco Mappelli's time has been a very good one in '78 Barwell Lamborghini within this session, but the actual Pro-Am pole is Danny Juncadella from Q1, if you like. Let's call this Q2, but Q1 was the gun time set by Danny Juncadella, but Marco Mappelli in '78, now 20th, is the quickest Pro-Am within the night qualifying session. So that's why we're just focusing on that car for a moment. You can see that people have been running wide, can't you, coming out of Les Combes, because there's more bits now peppered across the road.
And at the same time, we're getting notification that back light of cars, and there's about a dozen of them, needs to be fixed. I don't know what a backlight refers to, but obviously it's something that's within the regulations.
It's the light that illuminates the number panel.
Ah, okay, so that's the backlight. So that there's 70. So that's the light. So a lot of cars are having problems with that.
Yeah. So
it makes our job infinitely easier to be able to read those.
Well, precisely so, and the cameraman. And there's a long list, as you say, of those that need to be fixed. So there is Marco Mappelli's Barwell Lamborghini 78. We're looking at. This is the car that he shares with Tom Kimber-Smith, who's made a real name for himself in the States of late, Leo Machitsky and Marco Attard. So it's another very good Pro-Am combination.
Yeah.
This.
And if you're driving through Calais, just stop up Marco's business and load up.
Yes, that's where he's made his money. Wine and beer distributor, British GT champion, and initially was to be found in Ferrari Challenge and then GT Ferrari racing. Had a long period away, and came back rejuvenated with the Curiacos, driving BMWs, and then with the Barwell squad into Lamborghinis. See his business resplendent on the side of the car.
It's nice to see somebody who's had a success and then ploughing it into their passion.
Yeah.
For me, it's the other way around. I had the success, now I'm ploughing it into wine and whatever.
But actually, Marco was, I think it's fair to say, he's been more successful since he came back to racing, because when he raced from, late 90s to the mid-noughties, he did okay. And then when he came back 3 or 4 years ago, perhaps with better co-drivers maybe, but he's learnt a lot from having the likes of Alexander Sims drive with him. But he has been much better, much more successful.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you jokingly refer to other analogies, but I mean, maturity and age, the two things come together, and suddenly things that you might have been very impatient about, you learn to moderate and learn how to use your energy, your maybe even sometimes your anger positively. As we look at the 84 Mercedes, currently in 7th place. So down the hill into Bruxelles, and I'm assuming the last lap of this car was a 2:19.403, which is about sort of 7/10 away from its best. I mean, it's not a bad lap time. 7/10 off the car's best, probably at a time when it was on its freshest set of tyres, although I think that time was set actually in the first practice session rather than in the second practice, the one we're in now. Nevertheless, that's not a bad nighttime time.
No, it's good, isn't it? It's good. On this lap, this car just bit down in the first sector through the Piff Paff, and heading up once more towards the round through the middle sector. The car third in class, according to the Lumi rank, but I would argue with that, looking at the classification that we have. But I might be, sorry, correct myself halfway through the sentence, it's third in class in this part of qualifying, isn't it? What we have are the overall standings, but it'll be third within this night qualifying session. So up the inside of the traffic goes Baumann, heading for the end of the lap. He's down again in the middle sector compared to the ultimate best. Clock ticks down. We've still got another hour and 11 minutes of this night qualifying to go. And up towards the timing line comes the 84 Mercedes. Maxi Buch did the gun time earlier, and 7th for car is if you take the two elements together. So the car gets into Superpole, that's the key. They want to be in that top 20. This is the session where effectively the onus is on being in that top 20. It's your last chance, so he's got to get in there. And for 84 Mercedes, they're good. Matteo Malucelli's 34 Ferrari, 21st. That's the one that was in and got bumped out. Jiri Pesarik, Josef Kral, and possibly David Fumanelli. Not as quick as Malucelli, but Fumanelli's probably the next best in the line. But it really does need Malucelli to be back behind the wheel to get the car back in. It might be that some teams now take this part of the qualifying session to run the other drivers to get their mandatory laps out of the way, and then maybe right at the very end put the gun back in and see whether there can be an improvement. It might be the plan for some, might not. 23 Nissan is out, I think I'm right in saying, of the top 20. So the Alex Buncombe car, gosh, 44th if you take the two elements of qualifying. Lucas Ordóñez has done the time at 2:20. Now that certainly is a car that you would anticipate, okay, might not quite make it into the top 20 given its tough opposition, but it ought to be higher up than 44th. So I'm still expectant that that car should do something before the very end.
Yeah, well, we saw a bit of this, I think, at Paul Ricard, that the Nissan really showed any pace, and maybe that wasn't the circuit that suited them particularly well, and again at Nürburgring in the sprint round. So they've been given some relief on BOP, but on the other hand, they've had some other benefits removed, so it's sort of a net situation. Yeah. And I mean, they just don't have the pace in terms of out-and-out speed, but what they've got is bulletproof reliability. And again, it's going to be the long game. You just got to get in, do your job, metronomically make sure you just hit your marks all the time. Don't go for closing gaps. Don't take risks that you haven't got control over. It's not the most exciting way to enter an endurance race, but it's a way you can do better than your performance, not in terms of pace. You can get a good result as a consequence. So that's, I think, what Nissan are going to have to look at, unless they've been sandbagging, and all of a sudden we see a performance which has not been anywhere near being on track here so far this weekend. 22 car has been struggling as well. It's all the way down in 60th place on a 22.299. Yeah, just
it's funny, isn't it? This is the car that won the Endurance Cup last year within the Pro class, the outright competition as well in the Endurance Cup. This year we're talking about almost at every round the car struggling or being off the pace. We've in the past talked about the age of the car, so that prompts the question, where next for Nissan? What do they do next? Because it's not going to get any younger, this car.
No, it's not, and to my knowledge, I mean, I'm not part of the Nissan team, but from what I understand, that the next evolution of the GTR Nissan, which, as a road car is truly sensational. Like, believe me, it is a rocket ship, and the most sophisticated electronics, I think, of any road car. This car, of course, is a two-wheel drive car, not a four-wheel drive car. But I think that the next phase or stage phase of the new GTR isn't due until 2018. So what do you do in between times? I don't know. I mean, whether it's all going to be eventually BOP related, or whether there are still enough areas within the fundamental car to try and dig out some of the time that's being lost. It's a difficult situation. Very hard to see as a quick fix to where they are currently. It may take a little bit of R&D and a further bit of testing. I don't know.
But that's a car that traces back to, what, 2011?
Well, GT1, I mean, it was a GT1 car.
Was 2010, yeah. So it's starting to show its age, is what we're saying. And it's frustration for RJN. They're doing the best as a team with what they've got, aren't they?
Of course, and the other thing is you've got the spectre of GT4 growing, and of course Nissan have got other products which they would find entirely adaptable and suitable for GT4.
And the very first year of Blancpain, there was a GT4 class won by an RJN Nissan, of course. So it's almost full circle, isn't it?
Yes, careful what I say, but I mean, you can sometimes understand there's a little bit of logic somewhere in the system.
Now, through the darkness, the headlight puncture, and 98 BMW, that's into Super Pole. Nick Katzberg has done the time. 2 minutes 19.255, so 7/10 adrift. The 1 second, incidentally, covers 24 cars.
Well,
not bad going, is it?
I have to say, I would have thought it would have been 1 second covering 40 cars. No, it's just ridiculous. I mean, the whole thing of GT racing is we have this balance of performance, and the purpose of it is to create close competition, and just to keep referring to this, to step away from having one mark domination. This year we're seeing, as we've seen in other years when Audi had a great grasp on both sprint and endurance, this year the winningest team is McLaren. With a car which is, you might describe it loosely as a boutique car manufacturer, as opposed to a full-on scale, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, BMW. They make hundreds of thousands of cars, and not millions of cars. And with that goes the kind of funding and R&D that enables you to do things, whereas a small company like McLaren, which is just evolving, I mean, they've got budgets, but it's not at the level of some of their competitors.
Right, there's trouble at Mill for 28 Audi here.
It's strange what they've done.
Yeah.
I've never seen that bit of equipment being attached to the front of the car before.
Interesting. 28's 4 fastest, of course, now. Laurens Vanthoor, best Audi.
Not surprising.
Well, no, but there are some other very, very strong Audi combinations.
Whereabouts is Rennie Ras got to? Because, I mean, that's...
Well, he's in that car,
he's in that? He's not.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the reason why.
The other Audi Sport entry is Phoenix number 6. That's only 17 for Christopher Mee's car. Christopher Mies did the time in that he shares with Frank Stippler and Marcus Winkelhock, but...
I would have thought that car would have been further up. I mean, Christopher Mies has done a stunning job so far this season in sprint and in endurance. Marcus Winkelhock, reliable, consistent, capable of doing a blinding job, especially in these longer races. And Frank Stippler, I mean, my go-to guy for anything longer than... what is all that about?
I'm intrigued.
I'm really intrigued, because I've never seen that bit of equipment.
I know the weather can be bad around here, but a snowplow is not what we need. You needed it on the Nordschleife for the 24 hours there when the race was stopped.
I know. Is that something to do with headlights? Is that something to do with the headlight setup?
So they reflect off that. So
I just wonder, because the headlights are on.
You might be right.
So I'm just wondering, is that something that they have as a mechanism to adjust the headlight spread or the height or whichever? Good game, John. Good game.
I like your thought.
Well, I don't know. I'm just sort of trying to... Why would the headlights be on when the car is stationary in the pits? So maybe it's just some kind of... They've got those other driving lights on. I think it is. You can see on this side there are graduations on it, which must be there to... I mean, what other team in the pit lane would create a piece of equipment like that where they can make an adjustment on the headlights? Rennie Ras having a little look. No, I like the lights a little bit higher. There you can see on the bit of... There we are. So they've got to get the beam within a certain part of that box on both sides. Very, very Machiavellian, very clever.
Yeah, I was just trying to eavesdrop on what they were saying, but
it's all in
limited information coming out.
Busy bit of the racetrack right now, up at the top of the hill. So 888 Ferrari, Kessel Racing. Liam Talbot, the young Australian, who's done very well indeed this year. He's one of the 4 drivers in that car, 888, currently in 36th. And that is the quickest of the AM cars. That's 36 Ferrari, 888 Ferrari in 36th position. 1.8 seconds. An AM car, 1.8 seconds off provisional pole. What does that tell you about how competitive this series is?
It tells you also that Claude Sermon, who is the man charged with keeping a balanced performance to work for everybody. Does a pretty decent job, doesn't it? Now, let's catch up with more news from the pit lane. We've been having a look at 28 and one of its drivers, Rene Rast, can explain what that was all about. He's with Dakota.
Rene, tell me what's going on. What was that thing in front of your car?
I think it was a light panel to check our lights because obviously it's quite dark outside. We just have in 2 or 3 corners outside light, and we just try to improve the light of the car. It's quite dark outside, and I struggled a bit with the light, but now we try to improve it.
Right, thank you very much. We've never seen that before, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's an Audi invention. The others should copy it.
Do you know how it works?
Actually, like a road car, you just have like a piece of wall in front of your car, and then you just do like that with the high beams, and then check if it goes up or down, and then you can see where it goes.
Fair enough. You should have the best lights out there then.
I hope so. I don't know yet, but I hope it'll be enough for the race.
Thank you.
Well done, Watty. You were right. It was all to do with the lights. Bonus point.
I mean, it's just like you walk down the pit lane, you see somebody you want to make an impression with, and you flutter your eyelashes at them, and you get the attention. It has the same
Does that work
effect.
for you?
It hasn't worked for a long time. No. But I mean, it was a good guess, and when you saw the graduation on the back of it, it was a light panel. But the fact that, you know, Audi have gone to the trouble to create one, and it's all about giving drivers comfort and confidence. And again, it's just a little attention to detail. I'd like to know who it was in the team that, you know, considered that something, you know, we need to think about, because what we've got on the workshops up against a wall, yeah, give it a thumbs up, that'll be all right. Should be good, mate. And you know, the intensity of the lighting on all these cars is phenomenal anyway. But Rene is saying, you know, when certain corners I turn in, I'm not getting maybe quite the illumination at a point, and I need to have that illumination to get the most out of the car. So Rene explained it, I think, in words of one syllable or less. What's going on here?
I like the suggestion that others should copy it. I'm not quite sure that Audi would appreciate that. On board with Bentley 8 here. Now, is this car in? Remind me. Into Superpole. It is. 9th fastest is Maxime Soulet. This actually is the quickest of the Bentleys now. It's the quicker of the 2 M Sport cars, and the quickest if you take the Parker cars in, of course, as well. Still think Callum McLeod to get 15th
I think that's absolutely.
That's a really good job.
I think that's a great effort indeed. It's way, way, way off line coming through Fagnes. So, in spite of all the illumination coming from the Bentley, that was a... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Eyes up. Oh, he's nodded off. I can't believe anybody's nodded off yet. Just under an hour remaining of this nighttime session. And as the clock will continue to count down, it will be the thin end of midnight before this session. And then the poor old drivers have got to go into a press conference. And of course, we've got the stewards who are going to be still deliberating, and all the misuse of track limits that they're going to work their way through. So the number 8 Bentley comes out for the number, I don't know how many times, up it comes across start finish line, goes across the line, and it does a 2:19.2, half a second, just 0.4 of a second away from that car's personal best. So if you're running within a half a second of what you did in daylight, in these conditions with this traffic, that's not shabby at all.
So that's the Soucek Soulet ride car, number 8. The quicker of the 2 M Sport Works Bentleys, pounding its way uphill. Through the trees, speed building all the time on this long, long drag. This is the real power part of the circuit, up towards Les Combes.
Oh.
And somewhere in all that brightness, there were some cars.
Well, goodness me, was it ever bright.
Yeah.
And look at the exhaust glowing cherry red. And I love that. There's 2 things, cherry red exhaust and cherry red brake discs. Oh, that was a bit lumpy in the exit.
Wide. So straight away, gravel's brought onto the circuit. Meanwhile, if you're on board a Nissan, this is what it's like. That's a great shot. You can really see how the driver has to work and how much he gets thrown around in the car.
You're not aware of that actually when you're behind the wheel. It's only by... Well, we're looking at Matthew Simmons, and he's clearly on somewhere that is straight. And coming up, I assume, up into... Is this the bus stop chicane? Let's have a look and see.
Yes.
I think it's the bus stop chicane.
Yep. Slow, right, left.
No, it's
Oh,
not.
no.
It's not. It's the pit lane. He's in the pit lane. That couldn't have been. Oh, okay, he made a left, right, or right, left. So he must be down to Bruxelles now. So he's come through Les Combes, down to Bruxelles, going down to a corner with no name. So he's on the first third of the lap.
And there is 58. So I think we saw Rob Bell take the car out, didn't we, a little while ago after they put the tyres back onto it. Shane van Gisbergen having done the time, but puts that onto provisional pole position.
So 2:18.474, fastest lap by car 58. Nothing has come within 58,000th of a second. If you can get a clear lap at night time and you've got your lights adjusted the way that René Rast wants them, and it looks like the McLaren is going a little bit more slowly than it's got, certainly got traffic behind it and a rush. Oh, and that's caused a bit of angst. So who is that directly behind the McLaren as it breaks its way? Trying to get up the inside. I think Rob Bell's looking for track position. Yeah, looking for track position, and it's overrun slightly in the first part of that final two corners, 18 and 19. So McLaren comes across the line. And a lot of frustration from the Jaguar behind because they felt that they should have been given track position. Clearly 58 looking for a better opportunity to have yet another go, so it pulls away from the Jaguar on the run down from La Source. And when you see this on television, you can see there's a slope, but actually when you stand at the top of La Source and look down, there's not much different from standing at the top of the Hammonton in Austria as you're about to leave the ski box to do your final run in the World Championship Downhill Ski Championship. It is pretty steep. And no sooner you're through Eau Rouge over Radio, and then you're looking upwards again as you drive up one side of the valley, up breaking into Les Combes. So you can run the curbs a lot on the inside here. It's the exit coming up to the final part of Les Combes that is open to abuse.
Interesting the way that this car's come good in the night qualifying. It was 19th in what you might call Q1, the daylight qualifying, fastest in this. Whereas some of the Mercedes have gone the opposite way. Remember, Maxi Götz was the driver that did the fastest time in the daylight. Well, that car's only 49th in the darkness. Danny Juncker was second in the daylight. His car, okay, different drivers may be, is only 52nd. Maro Engel's car, late into this session, was 5th fastest in Q1, 53rd in Q2. Now, is that because they're doing different drivers? Is it because they're running to a different program?
They've done what they've got to do. They've got themselves into the top 20, second and third and whatever, fourth, not fourth. What's the point?
Yeah.
They saw that was going to be a mad charge at the start of this final qualifying session. They had nothing to prove. They save tyres. They just cycle the driver. They can put the oldest set of tyres on, send the drivers out to do 2 laps minimally, maybe do 5 or 6 laps to give them all a fair crack of the whip. They don't need to do anything. They don't have to strain the car. They don't have to put the car under load unnecessarily. They're going to do that tomorrow night when it counts for real, but they don't have to do it now.
Other Mercedes have had to push a bit in this. Maxi Buch, for example, was 17th, now 3rd. Clement Schmidt was 15th, now 4th. So brought the car up a little bit within the sessions to be into that top 20. Now this is McLaren 58 down towards
it's
the
going.
bus
It's
stop.
going in the pit lane.
Indeed.
So I mean, you could see the Jaguar finally got past because he had dropped off, and so McLaren drives back into the pit lane. Interestingly, the second quickest time tonight is Christopher Hasse in the 26 Audi, and he has done 1:18.764, which is about just under 3/10 slower than the best time we saw from very early in the session, Shane van Gisbergen. So good job yet again, Christopher Hasse. I mean, he's not your headline driver in the Audi lineup, but I tell you what, more than happy to have him in my car any day of the week. So this is the interminably long run at the Garage 59 Team McLaren and others on the heritage side of the pit lane at Spa, sitting at 50 kilometers per hour. I mean, you could have your supper by the time you got down to the garage at the end of the pit lane. Sits on the speed limit button, just holds the button. This would drive me nuts. It would drive me nuts. But you should think back to Misano when Rob Bell in the McLaren when we had a full Courciello situation. Rob Bell pushed the wrong button on the steering wheel. He thought he was on the speed limit button. He was full throttle, and he burnt the platinum in the not the heat exchanger, but the catalytic converters. They just erupted like a volcano out of the back of the McLaren. And it was because he pushed the wrong button. And he was holding the thing flat out. He didn't realize the engine was like in overdrive at about 15,000 RPM. And just so much heat went through the catalytic converters. The platinum, which cost an arm and a leg, just went into meltdown. It was the most wonderful display I've ever seen at any race car. He won't do it again, he said.
Very true. Very true. And he's redeemed himself since as well, hasn't he?
Oh, I think absolutely. I mean, they've done a great job, the car, team and car. And I have to say, as much as there's been a great job done by the team, I think that a lot of the success has come from the maturity and the sensibility that Baz Leinders has brought. And it's just their time. Every team in every race series in every country in the world will have their day in the sun, or in this case, their day in the moon. And somebody stopped. Yes, that's down to Stubb. No, it's not. It's down to Fagnes. It's Fagnes, yeah, a little flip flap. They call it flip flap. But it's just sort of lost it on the entry and mounted the grass on the inside of the first part, but got going again, so no problem.
So that was 53, wasn't it? Ferrari. Yeah. Gets going again from the Piff Baff after it's off. That's the goal that Giancarlo Fisichella is one of the drivers thereof.
And just looking down at the car 84, which is third quickest tonight, 85 is fourth tonight, and car 8, the Bentley. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, look at that. What a gorgeous looking car that is. Oh, I've got one just like that in my garage.
And that's 230, which is the quicker of the two in the national category. So it's the 911 GT3 Cup. Gregory Pace at the wheel of it. But this is, if you like, a reintroduced class for national category cars to come and take part in the event. Now let's head down to the pit lane. Mauro Engel's Mercedes, 5th quickest in the earlier session, only 53rd in Q2. Let's find out more about Mercedes' tactics with Dakota Mauro.
Mauro, tell me what's going on. You were quick and now you're not quick. What has happened?
Oh, we're just obviously preparing for the race now. You know, at the moment we're comfortably within the top 20, which is the aim in qualifying. And we're obviously now preparing the race with higher fuel loads, you know, older tires and so on. And so lap times are a bit slower in this second session so far. We'll have a look and see how things develop. If we stay, I think we're P10 at the moment, so we're quite safe. If we do slide further down the order, then we'll go for another quali run.
And have you learned anything interesting so far?
Oh, lots of things. Been quite a good day. Gone through quite a lot of work, and car's working well. Didn't have the cleanest quali run earlier. Got a bit blocked by traffic, and you know, so but everything's going to plan pretty much, and yeah, all good.
And are you still feeling confident for this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we've got a great lineup with Burns and Yelmer and myself. I think we have a really strong lineup. The AMG team, Black Falcon, does a great job, and obviously AMG really supports us really well. And with the AMG GT3, we have a great car. So at this stage, we're feeling confident, looking forward to the race. But as we know, 24-hour racing is long. It's endurance racing, and to finish first you have to finish, as they say.
Well, I wish you good luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
You can tell that Mauro spent time racing in Australia, can't you? He's got the twang.
No, not just that. He hit every right comment, note. I mean, it's just amazing the way drivers are so well groomed in the art of dealing. You're confronted by a pit lane reporter. You don't know, whether you're going to get sort of. I mean, what question are you going to get asked? You haven't got a clue. You're standing there, and it's just you've got to be trained to do that. And I mean, who's that great West Indian cricketer who did something out of order in Australia? Oh. Not Christia, or anyway. You never know what you're going to get asked.
Yeah.
And okay, if you've done a quick lap, you're going to be asked, how did it feel? The usual question. But in this instance, they're not running quickly, and he's given an answer, and it's a logical answer. But it comes from media training. And the fact that so many drivers today, it's really difficult to catch them out. I mean, with a question, that is.
That's true, yeah. But Mauro Engel runner-up in the British Formula 3 Championship quite a while ago. Spent some time with Mercedes in the DTM, was moved to the Mercedes Erebus program in what's now Australian Supercars, then V8 Supercars, and has kind of come back into European racing. And like I say, he was just a hero in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. He was in 2 cars as well, and both finished well. He won in one, and I think was he 4th in the other? Anyway, he was just an absolute star, and has won for the last 2 years the GT race at Macau, which of course last year was the FIA GT World Cup for the first time. So he's building this reputation now, and the fact that he is in the 0-0 car, which you can tell is the favoured and really pushed Mercedes entry, illustrates how well the brand thinks of him.
I think he is extremely well thought of, and I mean, wasn't so familiar with his racing background, but the more I'm seeing of him and seeing his pace in the car and consistency as well, the more I'm impressed. And you know, there are a number of drivers who in the last, if you look, say go 3 years back, who were not a part of the Blancpain GT, sprint endurance championships, are coming forward now, and drivers are thinking, well, where has he come from?
Now we're on board 84 Mercedes here. This is the car that Maximilian Buch has done the time in. It is 7th overall. So he's down at La Source, John.
Yes, so he's now got the run, and you notice the difference in light between what you call the Formula One pits, but actually looking at the lights from the driver's perspective, it looks like he's got negligible lighting. I mean, there's a wide spread, but there's no depth there. You can see it going into Eau Rouge. But I mean, some of the other cars, to me, I mean, I'm lost. Where are we? Okay, well, we just come over Radio. We're now going over the Kemmel Straight. But whether that's because whatever they've got on the screen, but it certainly seems to have a much poorer light performance than other cars out there. Now, I bet you a penny to a pound, if you had those lights in your mirror, they would, I mean, so it would undoubtedly, now of course maybe we don't know what's the camera, the lens that the camera's got on, but there's a number of factors. But nonetheless, when you saw that shot, compare it to maybe the McLaren or on board the Lamborghini, there was clearly a difference. One might assume that there's something in the camera position which is a contributory factor, but nonetheless, 84, and let's see, their last lap was the best lap so far, 2:18.7, which is a very good lap, in fact, in this session, 3rd quickest overall. As you saw from the screen, the illuminated number on the screen indicates the position within the category that they're in. The 03 represents this session. They're the 3rd quickest in this session. I'm talking about the Mercedes being an extremely comfortable car to drive. You can just see that there's quite a abrupt, aggressive wheel movements to make the car rotate. To try and, by doing that, to almost cheat the back of the car into not losing adhesion, but force it to be a little bit more compliant with your inputs. So he's staying, I think, pretty much out of the way of the traffic around him. This lap doesn't really look like it's a serious lap. There, he slides up the inside, but in terms of what lap time is, again, it's not going to be significant. It's just, again, car 84, like the 00 car, going through the motions, giving the driver, the lights in the car, actually, from that perspective, just, I mean, massive lights. So whatever it is that's in the car that's having a bearing on what we're seeing from the camera shot, and therefore being able to show you on screen. Just under 45 minutes to go. And thunders his way down into Eau Rouge and up over Radio. So get into that lovely rhythm. Just let the times begin to flow, and when things come to you in that rhythm, you're going to have to deal with traffic eventually, so you're going to break your rhythm. You might want to try and pass a car on the exit of one of these 3 corners at Les Combes. Your second, you can't do very much. Third, you can maybe get a bit of a run, but it's always a bit of a risk to dive down the inside because it's easy to defend, and inevitably you have a closing gap, and that's the last thing you want to do in an endurance race, is to get involved in an incident and a closing gap, which would be an avoidable incident. So the number of corners around this 7-kilometer racetrack, which are realistic overtaking positions, assuming you get a good run off the preceding corner, are pretty restricted, even down into Poho. You need to have a lot of grunt off the corner to be able to get alongside. If you can't get alongside, forget it. Same coming down here, the exit of Poho down into Fania. It's not the easiest of places to launch a car down the inside, and quite often if you do, you wrong foot yourself, and then the undercut's always available. Nothing here on the exit of Fania down into Stavolo. It's only a very short squirt, so on the brakes. It's again all about preparation. From here, you're doing your homework to make sure it may not come on the exit of this corner, it may not come before you get into not Bonneville, but Blanchemont. Bonneville's the old circuit. And then the last chance you get is into the bus stop chicane.
So the Mercedes pounds through the traffic up towards, it's still known as the bus stop, but it's very much more of a chicane. The original name for the bus stop was given when it was a left-right flick, a very short straight, and then a right-left flick out of it. And it looked like an old bus stop.
Was it exciting?
Yes.
Wow, I remember watching Nigel Mansell and the Williams Honda coming through there, Ayrton Senna in either a Lotus or, I'm talking about a Lotus with a Renault engine, not with a Honda engine, or in the McLaren. And those were days that I tell you what, you went wow when you saw that. I mean, just spectacular.
Now more headlights up towards Les Combes, which includes BMW, includes Bentley. And what have we got left in the session? 40 minutes or so now. We've been making the point throughout that every driver has to be credited by the end of this session as having done laps in the dark. It's one of the regulations that everybody has to drive at night before the race. So there are going to be periods where a car won't be going for a time because it's just there to get the drivers through the regulation laps.
Just wonder, looking down outside the top 20, Kevin Estre 23rd, Fisichella 25th. Would those teams consider it worth bunging on a new set of tyres with maybe 20 minutes, 15 minutes to go out for that one last lap to get into the top 20?
Possible, isn't it?
Well, those are these are the Pro-Am cars. I mean, we're sort of from 20th, which is the Philip Keane Lamborghini, Barwell Racing. That's currently 4th in the top 20. You've got third quickest is the first of the Pro-Am cars. So that's the Pro doing the time. So then you've got a whole bunch of Pro-Am cars all the way through 20th, literally down to 32nd.
Whoops.
Oh, and 888 has a little rotation.
That's the Glittin, Kadai, Talbot and Marco Zannottini Ferrari. Zannottini at the wheel.
And that's a 458, which is a sweet little car. It's a 24-hour endurance car.
And has had great results in its class, hasn't it, that type of car in the
Well,
past?
that particular car has. I mean, that's been a very successful AM car.
Replay of the spin. Down to the bus
turning in under brakes, I've no doubt. Oh, there we are.
Helping hand, doesn't it?
A little bit of a helping hand from the number 4 Audi. Well, that was all a bit unnecessary. Who was behind the wheel?
It's the Adrian Delina, Bertrand Baguette, Pierre Caffer car.
Pierre Caffer.
Yeah. No Peter Cox this weekend. Bertrand Baguette takes that seat instead, interestingly. But it's a long time, I think, in a Spa 24 hours to not have Peter Cox.
I don't know why he's not here. I mean, there may be a reason, a logical reason, or there may be one other that we're not aware of. Nevertheless,
Paul Ricard as well, from memory.
I can't remember Peter Cox.
I remember his daughter taking part in the race, but I don't think Peter did. So I wonder whether the early part of the season hadn't gone as well as he was hoping.
I don't know. I mean, Peter Cox is somebody, again, got great regard for, great GT driver, great race driver, over a long career. And you're always sort of synonymous with racing in the Benelux countries. Peter Cox is a part of that.
So Bertrand Baguette, Belgian driver, of course with a good single Caesar history, he takes over the car for the weekend. Looking at the field coming through Les Combes, if you spot that number on the top left of the windscreen as you look at it, that's where they are in this session. It's not the race number, it's the positional number, which is an innovation brought into the event in the last few years to try and help the fans trackside so they understand who is where, because of course after the first handful of laps really with Lappery, the order and staying on top of it, even with your smartphone and live timing, becomes a bit more difficult. So the Lumirank display, which is built into the timekeeping system, allows the position number of the car to be displayed to the fans. We're getting more lap times being cancelled again, I notice as well. So as people are pushing on, Now, we've also had, am I right, a bit more of a shuffle within the top 20 because...
the 24, no, that's not.
Philip Keane is now the one on the bubble. Marco Mappelli is out. So who's got in? I'm just trying to work this out.
Well, Katzberg's
88
in.
is the answer.
88.
I think I'm right in saying, because... No, Felix Rosenqvist was in.
I mean, that order's, I think, remained unchanged for a reasonable amount of time, and Philip Keane has been on 20th for certainly the last 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and that's been within that's stayed like that.
The one that was knocked out
Mappelli.
originally was Manucelli. Now Mappelli has been knocked out, so somebody's got to be in the top 20 to have knocked them out. So I need to work this one out, don't I? Nelson Buchschmidt, Max.
But I think this happened maybe 15 minutes ago.
May have been. Maxime Soulet 9th, Stephen Kane 11th.
I mean, it was a bit Lekemullen, Berko Bortolotti, and that.
You're right, that's the one. Thank you, well spotted. Berko Bortolotti has done number 16, 17 fastest. That's the answer. Well done, John, thank you. So Mirko Bortolotti's Lamborghini is up to 17th. That's the answer. So Philip Keane is the one on the bubble at 20th. And so Marco Mappelli in the sister Barwell car gets dumped out.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying just there's 3 or 4 cars outside the top 20.
Yeah.
I wonder, are they prepared to take and put a set of tyres on and go for it?
And there is 89 back into the session. Remember Michael Lyons went off earlier? Well, it's back out, it's been repaired, and it's circulating.
We suggested it might be, we didn't think it was a guaranteed.
Laurent Cazenave at the wheel of it, but that's a good effort, isn't it, to get that back out?
Yeah, I mean, the damage, as Michael alluded to when he came back in talking to his teammates, was fundamentally cosmetic, but there was a little bit of water dripping from it, so they may have had out of common sense to replace the water radiator. The thing is, getting all those body panels aligned, because it's quite complicated, the structure that's ahead of the engine, including all the brake ducting, the air ducts into the radiators, to get that all realigned. I mean, to do that in a little over an hour and a half or so, which is about the time it's been, maybe a bit more. Great effort by the team. So back out may not be perfect, but it's a runner. It's a runner.
Yeah. And so, importantly, it can get each of the drivers behind the wheel to do the regulation laps.
Yes, and that was obviously a very important aspect of getting the car back out, because if they didn't, then they'd be in a difficult situation. They'd have to go to the stewards and plead that under circumstances which the driver claimed were not his fault, that there was a force majeure situation. So therefore, will the stewards look upon us generously and let us start at the back of the field?
Well, it is. So Cazenave perhaps has done his regulation laps. Time for another shuffle of the driving force.
Yeah, and I think that's the wise thing to do. Get your drivers rotated in, out, do your minimum 2 flying laps, come in, put the 3rd or 4th driver that's in that car into it, get it all done, and then we can start doing our work on the car. We're not going to be in the top 20, so we can forget about all that. Just get stuck into the work on the car. That might mean a long night for those guys to take it all apart again and make sure that it will go back together in a manner which is not about just convenience, but getting that car out. Felix Rosenqvist.
But they've got all day tomorrow, haven't they, to do it? Because they're not
They
going to
do.
be troubled by Superpole.
No, they're not. But nonetheless, it sort of doesn't quite work like that. Motorsport thrives on adversity, and if you can work all through the night, God, you are heroes, aren't you?
Now, more team managers heading to race control, I notice at the moment. The team manager of car 15, which is the BMW Team Italia car of Max Cobalt, Giorgio Roda, Stefano Colombo and Martin Tomczyk. Up to see the race director. That's the Roberto Ravaglia team car, the Royal Motorsport car.
Yeah, the BMW M6 GT3.
And that's 88, as you were saying earlier, the one that Felix Rosenqvist was the star in Q1, effectively 5th fastest. Last year's FIA Formula 3 European champion at Prema Power. Drove with Mercedes engines in Formula 3. Mercedes kept an eye on him, and instead of putting him into a DTM project, some GT drives, but also he's been racing in America, hasn't he, this year?
Yes, and I think he's looking to North America to further his single-seater aspiration. Michael Lyons, who was behind the wheel of the 89 Mercedes, the car is back into the pit lane, and good old Tank Tape, that well-known mechanic in the pit lane.
Yes.
Everybody has a Tank Tape So
where would motor racing be without tank
absolutely.
tape? Yeah.
And there's gaffer tape, another description for it. Just probably a little bit of vibration on the front splitter, so they're just adding a further bit of tape to try and mitigate all that as much as possible. Nevertheless, good job by the team, and credit to them to get that car back out and give all their drivers a chance to get their nighttime lap complete. The hill she comes.
Great sight, isn't it? The
Oh,
sparks,
I mean,
the headlights.
Yeah. I mean, you don't. I mean, the images speak words. I mean, it's just watching the lights as they come down and following it up the hill. And what I love is that deep throb of the Mercedes V8 engine as the load goes into it, and it just sort of grinds its way up the hill.
That incident we saw earlier on between Zanotini and the number 4 Audi is going to be looked at. It's under investigation from the bus stop.
I think the Audi might be considered to be in the wrong there.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously the driver thought he had a chance, and that's sometimes the difficulty, because you have to sometimes make assumptions that the car that you are closing in on is going to give ground, and therefore you're quite entitled to go up the inside and take the corner away, and then you get that late cut, and all of a sudden you're just trapped. You've got nowhere to go. You can't vanish, so the inevitable occurs.
Yeah, the number 4 Audi is part of the WRT fleet, but it's not one of the quicker cars. Even with Pierre Caffer at the wheel, it is only 43rd overall, 40th in Q1 and 57th in Q2.
Yeah, where's the number 3 Audi? Jimenez down in 57th. I mean, where's that? I mean, WRT didn't come here with that car with Rodrigo Baptiste, Jimenez, and Philippe Albuquerque. Philippe Albuquerque is a star.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Curiouser and curiouser. But that puts the car, quite a long way down on the pole-sitting and class Ferrari, doesn't it?
Yep. So that was the classic and modern racing Ferrari 458 GT3 we saw just coming down the hill out of Bruxelles. It goes into the long left. Pujo, make your apex early, let it run all the way out to the outside, and then you can use pretty much whatever remains of the racetrack on the exit. Just to try to keep the car as free as possible, mitigate the scrub to help you pick up speed as quick as possible.
Just looking again at times, a little while ago I made the point that Alessandro Pierguidi was only 1,000th quicker than Franck Pereira. If you have a good old rummage down through the timing screen, you find that the best time of Will Stevens is matched by the best time of Marco Ciocci to the 1,000th. They are absolutely equal on time.
So whose Audi are we?
That's Santalok, I think.
That's down the hill, yes. So you can always tell it's going to be down the hill.
So that's 26, which is the Christopher Haase car.
Well, that's a quick car.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a quick driver, Christopher Haase. So, again, they don't seem to have any issues with their headlights that we saw from René Rast's car. They haven't got the light board attached, so they seem to be fairly comfortable. They have these additional headlights built in just below the bonnet line and just above the grille line on the WRT cars, and I think, yes, you can see them on these cars. So whatever they've done to their headlights now, are they adjusting their headlights? Maybe they don't have the kind of scale of operation.
I think you might be right about that. I think it is a light issue, but they haven't
So it's
quite
one of
got
those
the
things,
paraphernalia.
lick your finger, which way's the wind going, give it half a turn here, a bit like adjusting the jets or the idle on an SU carburetor. You do it by ear. Well, this one's going to be, yeah, mate, they give it a bit of a twist and a turn.
That's another great shot, giving you a sense of the
That
speed
is
the car's
mega.
plunge downhill, leaning over the pit wall effectively.
That is a great shot.
It is, isn't it? And the pit lane, the oval pits, the stories that pit lane could tell about
But
Spa 24
the thing
hours.
is, that pit lane had to accommodate, in its day, before the Formula One pits, over 50 cars. So how do they get 50 cars into that pit lane, where they need now 2 pit lanes to get 60 cars?
Wasn't it 2 per garage at one point?
I don't know. I mean, I
have a
wasn't here in
recollection
those days. I mean, going back to the early 70s, I mean, when, there was a sort of a touring car event.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, I had a Mazda MX-7 at one stage. I cannot say it was a touring car, but it did have 2+2 childlike seats in the back. But it qualified as a touring car. It won.
It won, thanks to
Tom
Tom
Walkinshaw and Pierre Dudonné.
Yeah, Dudonné was the other driver.
Two
That's right.
drivers.
Yeah. Yes, there was much disquiet about the RX-7 being a touring car. Certainly when it came to the UK, Jerry Marshall was a very stentorian opponent of it. Duncan Tappy having a look at the timing screens at Garage 59. Yeah. Bas Linders isn't short of tallies, is he? Whole bank of monitors.
Yeah, no, that's... I wonder what race that is. Pouring rain. An orange McLaren.
Last year, isn't it, somewhere?
Well, an orange McLaren.
Oh, and a big off from somebody.
That's an issue. Let's have a look and see.
That's mechanical, I think, more than an accident, isn't it? Big cloud of smoke.
Is it mechanical because he's had an off? There's a fire at the back of the car, I think. So that...
Is that an engine that's let go?
I thought that. Maybe it's just maybe lights bounced off the car. Whatever it is, there's been a lot of smoke, and again, just trying to identify the bit of racetrack with the car.
I think it's coming out of Pouan.
It is. It's on the run. It's on the run down into Fagnes. But the car's facing the wrong way. It's obviously either gone off and hit something, or it's had an engine and it's rotated. So it's down at the entrance into Fagnes, and again, that's going to be it is a yellow zone. So in sector 2, we've got a yellow zone. So that car will want to be removed. So it'll be.
It's not spun, is it?
Well, it is. I thought it was the wrong way around. I can't tell.
Driver got out on the left, and I just wondered as well whether as the figure ran towards us that it might have been Michele Cerruti. Yellow flag.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
And we've got 38, I'm being told, is the car that stopped, which is Michele Cerruti, Loris Spinelli, Cedric Grazioli, and Gianluca Girodi. And I thought it was
good spot.
Michele Cerruti that leapt out of the car.
4, 3,
so we're going full course
2,
yellow.
1, full course yellow now.
The race director's voice, you hear Alain Adon saying full course yellow.
Thank goodness the clock doesn't stop.
Yeah, absolutely, in a full course yellow. That's why we like them, among other reasons. And that car is reported as having had a fire at turn 12. So there is the car stranded. It'll be moved out of harm's way. And that car with the marshals tending to it. Michele Cerruti gets back in to get it out of the way. We've got another lap time being cancelled for 888 this time. 888, which is the Kessel Ferrari, the Zanotini Glittin Talbot Cadai car. That's something a lap time cancelled for track limits. There's the confirmation. It was Michele Cerruti at the wheel of the car, the Antonelli Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. So Michele Cerruti abandons the car, fire put out, goes back to help the marshals drive it away. And we've got 24 minutes. So with a full course yellow, some teams may bail for the pit lane here.
I mean, I think they're just going through the motions. They're not doing anything that's consequential in terms of lap times. And by the time the full course yellow is cleared, it'll be maybe 20 minutes to go. I mean, if you're outside of the top 20, as are, well, there's 6 certainly of
Green
the Pro-Am
flag
cars,
will
of
be on
which
short
3
notice.
potentially got the capacity to just nick inside the top 20, but are they going to really be bothered? You know, if you start 19th or 20th, is it much different to starting 21st or 22nd? I don't think so. And I don't think they're going to waste a set of tyres to go out and to do so. So inevitably, we're just going to see the remaining 23 minutes of this session run down. And it would be a great surprise to me to see any significant change in the top 20. We've just seen the 16 Bortolotti Lamborghini get into, or the 16 Lamborghini get into place 17.
We're hearing the engine let go on 38, which doesn't sound good.
Not on that. Well, it's better let's go now, but not if you have to buy another one or you have to go and do a lease deal with somebody else. And I'm assuming that for most teams, if they were changing engines and putting race engines in, they would be doing it overnight or tomorrow for those that are going to do the top 20. But everybody else, next time they're going to run the cars in the morning warm-up on Saturday morning.
Yeah.
At some unearthly hour.
So 28 comes in. Instructions given to everybody as to what they need to do around
who
the
was
car.
behind the wheel in 20? It was, we always see as Van Thor. So there's the Ferrari being sort of removed. It'll be a barrier that'll get behind that. So the top 20 shootout. There is currently 0.8 of a second between first and 20th. So a little bit of a practice pit stop for the McLaren. The driver's allowed to get assistance from the driver that's got out to help the driver getting in. And this is not just the belts to do up. We've got an additional
Green
strap
flag in 10 seconds.
that stops the driver's head in the event of an accident. Being
5,
knocked against the windscreen
4,
or the
3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
So we're back live with everybody being released. Accelerate away once more. You can tell, can't you, the cars at times where the AMs are in them because they're just that little bit slower to get back up to speed.
Yes.
You know, there's that sort of second or two's pause.
And with respect, that's why they are AMs.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. So we've got still 21 minutes of the session to go. I think your point is right, that we're not really expecting any more improvements to the lap times. There might be one or two big surprises to pull out of the bag, but
I mean,
I'm sure we are. Struan Moore there takes his helmet off.
I mean, if you were outside the top 20, but you knew you had a car, a potential pole position car, and I'm talking about a car that's going to match that of the McLaren or the Mercedes on those 118.4 and 5 respectively. I mean, there's Ferrari. Of course, the car's back in the garage. The guy's doing a bit of a chamois down. They're over. They're done for the night.
Absolutely.
So they're an example of, well, they are inside the top 10. They have no more to do. But you've got Astra, you've got Fisichella, you've got a couple of others between 21 and 26. But they're not going to be actually challenging for out-and-out pole position. So I think just save your tyres, start on the 11th row of the grid or 12th row of the grid, and think you've done a pretty good job, and your quid's in because you've got additional tyres, you've not used them. I think that's a good way to get into the race.
Indeed, so that's 28 back out again. So we'd heard about René Rast driving it and wanting the lights adjusted. That was the work that was being done. All 65 cars we have now had out in this session. We've gained, therefore, 57, which actually hasn't improved on its 33rd. That original lap time by Adam Christodoulou is the one that the car is still relying on. So it won't get into Superpole, but it'll be mid-grid, pretty much. And the good thing is that it's got some miles on it now.
Yes, I mean, that engine is a replacement engine. Team's had a long time doing that change. So the car it's not going to be, where's it starting? Christodoulou, 33rd. So he's back on the 16th, or was it the 18th row of the grid? 17th, 30th, yeah, 17th.
Yeah,
so he'll be coming out of the source when everybody's starting the race. I mean, it's ridiculous, the length of the grid. And remember, it's a rolling start. So by the time the leader comes across start-finish line and the lights go out, there'll still be people making their way up this pit straight where we are as they start the race.
At the risk of being more pedantic than normal, start and finish line, two very different places, of course.
Yes, they are.
Start line, Heritage pits, finish line, out of the bus stop.
Yep.
So many circuits, the start and finish lines are in different places, but they're not normally one the other side of a corner. So, you know, at Silverstone, for example, you've got the timing line, the finish line in a different place from the start line, but normally by a few hundred metres. But here,
Monza's the other one that stands out. Because the start line's way down the end of the pit lane.
That's right, yes.
Finish line is the entrance to the pit lane.
Yeah.
But you can see that because it's on a common straight.
But here, of course, it's all for history, because for so many years, the great start shot of the cars in rolling start formation plunging down this hill down to Eau Rouge, and that is something that the event continues by having the start at this part of the circuit, but the timing line, the finish line, is coming out of the bus stop.
You've got your history, that's one of your assets, so look, it's not unreasonable to assume that that's the right thing to do.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't want to see this race starting on what I would describe as the Formula One pits start-finish straight. I want to see it on something that is historic and represents the event.
Exactly right. So long may that continue.
Full course yellow again.
I think that graphic has stayed up in error because I can't see anybody slowing down and the yellow lights aren't on outside our box. So we've gone back to green, but I think the caption stayed up there. Yeah, it's still on the timing screen as a yellow, but that's not been withdrawn. So
is there a penalty for that?
To the race direction team, as a thought.
I didn't say it. Okay, we still got a. We got a. Okay, it's
updated.
There we are. It's just the heat of the night, I think.
That'll be it. Yeah, it's been a long day. Now, number 60 McLaren is in there somewhere, and that's the Durrani Senna Tappi entry. Good to have Bruno Senna back in this. It's good to have Duncan Tappi back as well.
Yeah, I mean, Duncan's a driver who really is, like many young British drivers, really struggle to get a good seat in a good team. Bruno's been around the block a few times, and he has the entree with having the famous uncle.
Duncan Tappi, no mean golfer either.
Isn't he?
Very handy golfer.
Well, he may have an alternative option if he wants to. Is he long down off the tee?
Well, that much I couldn't tell you.
No, I'll tell you, that's important to me. Got to be long off the tee.
Now that car's only 46. What's this about? This ought to be quicker, shouldn't
it? I have to say, going through Fagnes didn't look particularly great. Looked like it didn't have the right position. A little bit too far to the left before the transition back to the left-hand part of Fagnes. So, whether that's a car issue or whether just the drivers haven't, adapted to the car, strange. The car ought not to be any different to the number 58 car, which is the car currently in that provisional pole position. Just the Bentley hit the curbing. You're really aggressively coming down into Eau Rouge. Some cars run it more because we know the Bentley is, with its Rally Sport, M Sport expertise, particularly good on riding curbs, so they can use a bit more on that part of the track. But there's no penalty because they're not going. There's no four wheels off at Eau Rouge, but here we go up the Kemmel Straight on board the bar. Oh, whoops, a daisy. That's not normal. A Ferrari overtaking like that. The prancing bull been overtaken by the prancing horse.
Just to finish off another couple of things, thanks to those of you that are joining in, watching at home. Peter Cox, now part of Honda's development with the NSX GT3. So if he's part of the Honda family, he can't be part of the Audi.
Good move.
So that's that question answered. James Roberts wishes to know if you drove here in your Porsche 911.
Which one?
It's 74.
Oh, you've got to be joking. You've got to be joking. It's way too precious.
There you go,
Way
James.
too precious. No.
That's your answer. Right, Phil Keen's Lamborghini up towards the end of its lap. And comes now on towards the Pif Path, under the Total Gantry, into the right and the left, and then on down towards L'École.
Yeah, I mean, that's. I mean, he's driving at a nice pace, within himself, within the car. He's not running curbs. He gets his apexes turning in to the right-hand part. He's not using the curb on the inside, not being aggressive on the exit. I mean, this is what I would call a metronomic style of lap, which is what, when you get into the hours of darkness in particular, you want to try and concentrate on. Then you get the climb up the hill. Let's see what happens as you come up into Blanchimont. Listen. Yeah, he's got to breathe it. Oh yeah, big breathe. But again, stays way off the curb. So this lap time is going to be probably in the region of maybe 2:25, 2:26. In fact, it's going to be slower than that because he may well be coming into the pits. No, he stays out. So this is a particularly slow lap from Phil Keen. For whatever reason, I don't know, maybe now he's going to push a bit harder again. He's got a bit more clear space between himself and those two cars going into the source. So gets a nice apex, gets the car into the curb. Good exit, runs the thing down the hill. Fourth gear, fifth gear. Pulls fifth gear down into the compression up over the top. Again, a little bit maybe wide coming off in Fagnes, but nothing that's really going to raise anybody's hackles. So we go back into the pit lane and let's have a look at what's going on with one of these. I suspect that's one of the Am Ferraris, can't see its number. As we look in from the Bentley, and that looks like it's done for the day as well. not too much urgency from the M Sport team. And that's one of the, just can't to tell which, that's one of those AF Corsa, there's so many of them.
Yeah, that's WRT, isn't it? We're looking
Well,
from 28 now.
Oh, it is, yes, it is the Audi, I beg your pardon, yes.
I think I'm right in saying
it
that
is,
was
yeah, that's the 28 car.
28 car. Just to answer a question that people are posing on Twitter, just talking about Superpole, it's 6 o'clock until 6:30 local time tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow early evening. The format is that the fastest 20 out of the combined qualifying tonight go in reverse order. So 20th fastest, currently Phil Keane, would go first. Each car, and you have to nominate in advance who's going to drive it, each car gets 1 out lap, 2 timed laps, and then the in lap. So effectively you've got, although you get 1 run, you get 2 shots, you get 2 laps, and you take your better time from those laps. So it's the top 20 in reverse order, but there'll be more than 1 car on the track at a given time, so it does get moderately busy, and you have 2 laps, so an out lap, 2 timed, and then your lap back in, and you take your better of the 2 flying lap times to count for your grid position. So that's how it's going to work. 20 cars in reverse order, and at the moment, therefore, Phil Keane would go first, Shane Van Gisbergen would go out last, and it's 6 o'clock local time.
Just imagine
starts.
Phil Keane goes out, first car out, and then
it rains.
It rains, exactly. Took the very thought out of mine.
That'd be good, eh? Well, Mark Lemmer might be able to do a rain dance, who knows?
Well, you know, it's not impossible. Spa does not hold any surprises.
No. Was it 2 or 3 or 4 years ago that Superpole was binned because it absolutely chucked it down about 20 minutes before and the circuit was awash?
Well, I'll tell you.
About half an hour after it would have happened, it was bone dry again. Maximilian Goetz here you're looking at. This is the car that's second overall. It's 41st in this session, but more importantly, second, so easily into Superpole.
Why do they need to do any more?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no point. They're just going through a set program, do your laps, give the drivers plenty of comfort time in the car. They don't need to do anything more. I mean, they could have stopped, half an hour ago if they choose. They didn't need to put any additional mileage on the transmission, the engine, any of the mechanical parts. But obviously they think there are things they can benefit from. Part of it might be just getting the lighting as they would like, getting everybody comfortable in the hours of darkness, making sure all the functions in the car are within the driver's sort of, not his reach, but certainly that he can operate everything comfortably. He knows where each switch for each particular requirement are. They're just going through the routines of preparing, not so much for the top 20 shootout, because that's, they've got the raw pace. This is all preparation for what's going to occur once we get to 4:30 Saturday afternoon, and there'll be a bit of a 6-hour possibly sprint. Then things will quieten down a little bit as we get into the nighttime out. I say the weather factor is going to be the one uncontrollable factor, and I mean, when I got up this morning, it was tipping it down.
Yes,
absolutely tipping it down.
Formula 3 teams were on track at 9 o'clock, and I think we had a red flag at about 2 minutes past. Pedro Piquet went off in the wet and stopped the session very early.
Well, it was he who went off.
Yeah, at the start of the day. Now that was a car that was being spit and polished a little while ago, and it's back out on the pit apron. We've got a yellow flag in sector 2 again, and it's gone green.
Yeah.
So AF Corsa might bring the car back out.
They may well do. Car 50, is that the car 50 or 52? They may well bring it out when the car was being, honed and polished and looked immaculate. So maybe they want to go with 8 minutes remaining. I can't see what, frankly, they would want to achieve by the time they get the car on the track and do a couple of flying laps. Do they think they've got a shot at improving? I think it would be pointless, personally.
So is there anybody, as we keep wondering, that's going to have a last roll of the dice? And the track is still busy, so you're not going to find that much clear road.
I suspect the majority of cars we're seeing are primarily the AMs and the Pro-Ams, the drivers that are not familiar with driving in these conditions. They just need as much track time as they can get to build that confidence that when they do get in for real, and it'll be just under 40-odd hours from now. So those are the ones that I think are doing the most mileage at the minute.
I mean, it makes sense because some will be here for the first time, not having done too many miles. other cases. So it does. If you've got an old set of tyres you can bang on, then let people do some extra laps.
I mean, that's I would think the principal purpose of this track activity at the minute. There's nobody looking to do, or not that we have been able to see, in the last, well, probably almost the last hour, with the odd exception of Bortolini and the Lamborghini, who has gone out and significantly improved their second qualifying session position.
I mean, Bortolotti getting in is by just over a tenth of a second. You know, it's still a pretty modest margin, and you've got to be, at the moment, a bit unlucky even to be outside the top 20. 75 thousandths is all you're outside it by. Anyway, it's very, very competitive, and it's going to be interesting to see if you take the order of the 20 tonight compared to what the grid might be. But yes, that naughty thought about some rain after Phil Keen's had his first lap. Interesting. Let's see what tomorrow has in store. Of course, tomorrow there will have been yet more action on the track and some racing as well before we get to Superpole, so more rubber will have gone down. This is a car that's been remarkably anonymous today, I feel, for a Pucker Audi factory effort run by Phoenix, which has won the race before. It is 18th.
Yes, but at different points it's been higher up in the top 20, and you know why they find themselves now down on the provisional 9th row of the grid is something we can't explain, but I would have assumed if you put Christopher Mies behind the car, you're going to get performance. So let's just keep an eye on Audi number 6 and see whether this is a run with Christopher Mies behind the wheel, and he needs to make an improvement on on a 2 minutes 19.255. He needs to find what you're talking about, 9,000th of a second or something. He's got to find just about 1,000th of a second, 100th, 10th, whatever. Very, very minor amount of time to put him up into 17th place. As we go back to the Mercedes.
This is the Rosenqvist car, isn't it? 58, the pole car, pushed away for the night.
I mean, it's all done and dusted. They've done what they have to do. So keeping an eye on number 6, Christopher Mies, to see what he's up to. Best lap. He's just gone out, in fact. So
Giancarlo Fisichella was good in the first sector.
Well, he's the other one that we thought might, if they are looking to get into the top 20, there was the Fisichella car was one of them, Kevin Estre and the Porsche another. So let's see what 53 can do, Giancarlo Fisichella.
He needs a 2:19.25 to be in the top 20. Not convinced it's going to happen for him, but he's going to have a go out of the bus stop. Timing line looms. 18, 19,
no,
20. No, he's not good enough.
He's got another run. He's got this lap and another lap if he should need.
Yeah.
So it looks like Fisichella might be one of the few outside the top 20 I think it's worth to try and sneak in, because, well, while it is a Pro-Am car, the honour of being the pro in a Ferrari, as a contracted Ferrari driver, is not to be ignored. Ooh, does he ever take a bit of curbing coming through Raidillon? You could hear it rattling. I hate hearing that rattle over those. Those curbs are not nice. They are tyre destroyers.
I mean, that car, even if it does get into the top 20, and even if it does qualify at the front through Superpole, will drop back in the overall terms as the race goes on. But as you say, there's pride at stake.
Well, it's not just that. It is the fact that in a Pro-Am car, you've got a factory driver. I mean, Fisichella is a driver of significant stature with his history from Formula One. So, there is an expectation that, even though it might only mean he would gain 25th up to, say, 20th, 5 places, or 6 places up to 19th. Nevertheless, that's what the pro driver in a Pro-Am car in a Ferrari would be expected to deliver.
So this lap...
Ooh, well, not this time, Giancarlo. Whoa, ride him, cowboy.
All right, no harm done, but that's the lap gone,
That's
isn't it?
the lap gone, and the clock's ticking down.
Yeah. And he's picked up gunge on the tyres, so they'll need to be
Absolutely.
cleaned.
I don't know why he got in that situation. It didn't look any more different to any lap he's done previously. All of a sudden, he was onto the marbles on the outside of the corner, and that was then a heart-in-the-mouth moment for the young, well, maybe not so young, I should say, Roman driver.
Yeah, so Fisichella looks as though he's going to be outside Superpole. Those that don't qualify for Superpole obviously take their grid position from this session, subject to any post-qualifying penalties that the stewards may have to address.
So is he going to go for one last shot?
Yes, he's got the time.
He's got the time to do it, but this is it.
But yeah, there's less than a lap time
This
left
is
in the
it,
session.
his
so
last
now or
lap.
never.
So let's have a look and see again how he got it wrong coming out. He's just too far out. He's way, way out. How did he get away out there, for goodness sake? I mean, he must have either had a massive miss turning in. He must have had a big oversteer turning in to Pujo, and that's why he was so far out to the right. And therefore, once he was there, he was trapped in the rubber and the debris on the outside of the track. So here we go, up through Radio, up through Eau Rouge, through Radio. Oh, and he's got traffic ahead of him. And he's got to get round, I think it was one of the Porsches, and that was not a pleasant moment. And he's been chased as well. So what is happening here? Up the hill, Fisichella being chased. Can't quite see the car that's directly behind him. So it ain't going to happen. It's all over. I mean, he's just going to come and take the checkered flag, or he might not even bother. He might just drive into the pit lane. And then a McLaren behind him, just looking at the taillights.
It's AF Corsa's Ferrari showroom. A bit empty at the moment, but it's going to fill up come the end of the session. Some of the cars, of course, need to go through scrutineering at the end. And we are just 20 seconds away from the end of qualifying. The next time the cars are on track will be only 20 of them, and that's for Superpole. And then everybody, if they want to, can come out on Saturday morning for the warm-up. The 24 hours starts at 4:30 local time on Saturday. And the flag is out then, so the session is at an end. Checkered flag waved at the timing line, the control line if you prefer, coming out of the bus stop chicane. And activity for the evening done.
Yep. So McLaren, Mercedes, Audi is the provisional front two rows of the grid. And it's going to be an interesting little duel for 20 cars come 6 o'clock Saturday evening. And well, the Juncadella car is the only one on the top 10. That's a Pro-Am car. Then you've got a further two Pro-Am cars in 13th and 15th. And then finally 20th, Phil Keenan, who's stopped 63. Is that the spin coming out of Les Combes?
It is.
Dennis Anderson.
That's the Danish driver that used to be Ferrari mounted. We've not seen very much of Dennis of late. He used to be with Martin Jensen, remember, in the
Well, it goes
Ferrari.
to prove he can spin a Lamborghini as well as he can spin a Ferrari.
That's very true, yes.
So that's on his CV.
Has he done some damage?
Oh, he has, yes. Something in the right rear. It's chundering down.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. He might have a flank. He's got a right rear flat.
Yeah, which might be the cause or the result.
In fairness, you take it all back, Dennis.
Yeah.
It may not have been your fault, so it's the right rear. Looks like it might be on its way out, so just bring it back slowly and safely.
Try not to do any
Yeah,
damage
look
to
at
it.
that. You can see there's something not quite right at that right rear corner.
And of course, this is something they're all going to have to factor in come the race as people go off and bring rubbish onto the circuit. It's there to catch you out, and in the dark, you're not going to be able to see it until it's potentially too late. Number 7, Bentley, 11th then at the end of the qualifying. And if you take Q1 and Q2, day and night qualifying together, we end up with 58 Shane van Gisbergen at the top. Second fastest Maxi Götz, and Danny Juncadella is third. Fourth, it is Lawrence Vanthoor's Audi, ahead of Felix Rosenqvist, then Christopher Hasse, Maxi Buch, Clement Schmidt, Maxime Soulet and Mauro Engel to round out the top 10 in terms of those that did the time ahead of Stephen Kane and then Alessandro Pierguidi. 13th is where you find Franck Pereira. 14th, Robin Frins did the time. 15th, Callum McLeod. Good effort, as we said early on, in the Team Parker Bentley. 16th, Alexander Sims. 17th is Mirko Bortolotti. He was the one that squeezed in right at the end ahead of Mies, Katzberg and Keane. So out for 21st, Marco Mappelli. That top 20, those that will go into Superpole tomorrow, which will start at 6 o'clock local time. So it's been an interesting evening. Chance to pick some of the cars, have a look at some of the drivers and the teams that are going to be shaping this edition of the Total 24 Hours of Spa. And we will look forward to Superpole tomorrow evening now to sort out the first 10 rows of the grid. Everybody else's position from 20 and back, decided by tonight. But as I say, there might be some penalties to fly once track limits have been discussed and the officials have gone through all the different reports that come back from the marshals and the observers at each post around the circuit as well. We are having confirmation of 63 Dennis Anderson having hit the barrier, so that's another car that's going to have to be repaired for Saturday for the warm-up. They get that chance to go and do some miles to make sure that it's straight, ready for the start of the race on Saturday afternoon. So we've had pre-qualifying, we've had night qualifying, we've had the daylight qualifying, we've got some of the grid already formed. The top 20 go into Superpole tomorrow. Join us for that if you can. We're on from just before 6 o'clock. From John Watson and Dakota Jane, from me, David Addison, we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.